Prowler mode, 6 weapon styles, over 1,000 quests. This is potentially one of the best Monster Hunter games out there. Welcome back, Hunters. It's great to be back with another journal for Monster Hunter, whatever Monster Hunter we're doing. It's just great to be back and playing this game after a little break over in Eorzea. And for those who might have missed my pledge, I am trying to play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate with the goal of slaying Bloodbath Diablos with every single weapon to prove that I am an OmniHunter. So I'm trying to master all the weapons, and so far after my first week, I have touched 5 weapons, 3 of which I rarely touch. Those include, I actually touched 4 weapons I rarely touch. The insect glaive, the light bowgun, the heavy bowgun, the bow. I never had a ranged weapon or hunt or anything. So I'm going to walk you through my experience, what I think of the weapons, what I think of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate after about 10 hours into it, more closer to 8. So just getting started right away, the first thing I said I would do differently with this game is create a female hunter so that I could start appreciating the female armor for once. They're very different designs. I've played now like 6 Monster Hunter games as the male hunter. It's time to see what the female hunter is about. And I have to say, so far, I love her drip. So first of all, she has a really like cool walking animation that just makes her look so like cool. And then just the drip I started with has a lot of like flowy pieces to it, which I love. And I've upgraded my armor at least once so far, and I just love the way she looks. So I thought it was going to kind of break me from my sense of immersion if I was playing a female character, but I couldn't have been any further from the truth. I named her Hey Jay because it's me, and I honestly hardly even notice it's a more feminine build when I'm hunting. So it did not ruin the immersion at all, and I'm so happy I get to dabble with a whole different type of look, because now I get to dabble with whole new armor sets I never really saw before. The next thing was my introduction to our base village, which is called Burna, and Burna is filled with these Mufas, and I love the Mufas. I love their name. I love that I can pet them, and I'm sorry, Poogie, step aside. Mufas are what's on the menu. Maybe not what's on the menu, but they are way better than our boy Poogie. Sorry, Poogie, Mufas are just better, and it's more fun to say. I feel there's so much pun potential with the Mufas. I just haven't found out how to like... The other thing that I noticed out of the village, not everything is great. So I met our quest lady, which is probably the most dull quest counter girl we have ever gotten in our lives. She has no personality. She has no drip. I request that we get a new quest lady because this one is just meh. The other thing that's a little bit of a in the village is the fact that when we're eating, we're just eating cheese fondue. And at first I didn't even realize what it was. I'm like, why is this all stringy? What are these balls? This is disgusting. And then people are like, what, you don't like cheese fondue? I was like, oh, that's what it is. I've had cheese fondue maybe twice in my entire life. So no, I don't have a big appreciation for it. But when you compare this to all the other meals we've gotten in our past Monster Hunter games, whether they were massive like, steaks or chicken or soups or what else did we get? The cheese fondue is the least interesting. And then you top it off with some sauce, which just makes everything so much more confusing. I'm very confused with the cooking. I say I'm confused, but I feel I know what I'm doing still. It's a very weird feeling to be. Just the fact that you have to mix your ingredients to unlock the food, and then once you've unlocked the food and you eat the food, you have to put the sauce to unlock different skills. I guess the sauce is like whether you want to roast it, steam it, or I just understood what the equivalent was to the game. We've unlocked our Classy, of course. First Palico to do was to get Classy. This time we got a little bit of a rougher Classy. Classy's getting a little seasoned now that we're in I think this is the 7th Monster Hunter journey. So yeah, Classy's missing an eye. We don't know what happened. Maybe he'll get another one later on, but this is our Classy for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. We've also encountered a very familiar character that I have come to know as my moderator Blue, but the Master of Style is here, which now I understand the moderator Blue has based his whole identity based on. So this is a character like the instructor from Monster Hunter, which somehow I've avoided in most of my games until now. But now to see him in my village, I'm like, hey, Blue's here. We eventually unlock 3 other towns. Kokoto, which is the base town from Monster Hunter 1. Poke, which I think is from the 2nd Monster Hunter game, and Yukumo, which is from the portable 3rd game. And all of them are vying for like the reputation and tourism to attract people to the village. So there seems to be like a point system attributed to the villages based on the quests you do for that village. I like that system. I'm not quite sure what it means yet, but I just love the fact that I can grind something else in a game of grinding so many things. So unfortunately, Poke and Yukumo, I don't really have any attachment to it because I haven't played it. So these are new towns to me and I have no sense of nostalgia to them. So all I can say is Poke is like in a frozen mountain, which I don't really care about. And Yukumo is one of the most beautiful towns I've seen. It's very serene, just beautiful. Kokoro, the village from Monster Hunter 1, when I arrived there, oh, I got flooded with nostalgia, even though I've only streamed Monster Hunter 1 like 4 times. Oh, we're back, it's in HD, it looks so good. I'm like, oh, the Elder is here. Oh, this is here, this is here. And it was just throwing me back. And of course, one of like these villages give their own quests. And one of the quests that I got was Velociprey, to which I finished. And then it was the Velocidrome. I was like, oh, I'm not doing this quest until I get to my sword and shield because I want to reenact my Monster Hunter 1 first stream. And we're going to go back and do it properly in this time. Oh, and then I was going to talk about Neko the cat. So that is the farm system, which I've also unlocked in the base village. Very similar, reminds me a lot to the submarine system in Rise Sunbreak. And I think that's just how it is. A lot of these mechanics carry over game to game. Looking at the weapons, so just to give you a little bit of clarity of how am I doing this approach. So I've already shared that every 3 quests or quest attempts, I change my weapon. So I decided, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see all of the weapons are laid out there. Prowler's not there because I treat it as an exception. And I decided to start with Switch Axe, so that means I do 3 quests as Switch Axe, and then I switch into the next weapon to the right, which is Charge Blade. And then once I do 3 there, I move to the next, Insect Glaive, and then Light Bowgun and all that. And that's how I'm going to progress, and this is how I'm going to build my skill and aptitude for all the weapons. And I can say that Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate is the best game to do this with because of its sheer like monster amount of quests, and also because there are 6 styles to play the weapons at. So I can adapt my style to the weapon in 6 different ways. So I've learned that there's the Guild, the Striker, the Aerial, the Adept, Valor, and Alchemy. So when I played Switch Axe and Charge Blade, I played them in Guild form, which is the standard form as you play them in all the other games. And that was just to give me a base to see what it's about. With all the range weapons, I used Adept as per chat's recommendation. And Adept is more about dodging out of the way, and I have to say I absolutely love that playstyle. Those are really the only 2 I have played with. Striker, from what I understand, is to give you more slots to do more arts that is unique to this game. Aerial is to give you, instead of rolling, you can vault off of monsters and do more aerial attacks, which I'm really curious to try eventually. We've got Valor, which I don't know what that is. I think it's like you sheath your weapon and unsheath at the last minute for max damage. And we got Alchemy, which also I don't know. I think it's about putting things in a barrel and then you get some magic or something. And then the fact that we have so many quests to do is great because with all of my weapons, because I have a rotation of 3, what I'm doing right now in early game, just naturally, is I'll go into a gather quest and I will just take my time, play around with the weapon. Then I will go to a small monster quest where I actually try to use the weapon in a setting of killing small monsters. And then I will finish off with a large monster hunt to really bring it all together and understand how to hunt with the weapon. It's been working so well, and the fact that I always have fresh new quests to check off as I'm doing this, it's fulfilling my progression, like sense of progression. It's letting me practice with my weapons. It just comes together very good. So this pledge matched up to this game is really good so far. I might regret it later on. Starting off with the Switch Axe, I have to say, I don't know if I'm very rusty or if the old world Switch Axe is just really too different. I really struggled to appreciate the Switch Axe. It feels slow, sluggish, and out of the 5 weapons that I've tried this week, it is my least favorite. So the Switch Axe needs some love because I think I've abandoned it too long and I just don't know how to play it in old world. So right now I don't like playing as Switch Axe, which is really weird for me to say. Charge Blade, just so happened I rotated into Charge Blade right when the Great Macau was unlocked, which is the first large monster you fight in this game. Charge Blade felt right at home. It felt so good, and it's also probably because I'm coming off of 1 year of playing Charge Blade in 4U. So the Charge Blade, the moveset was familiar, I had the muscle memory, and I was actually able to do things well for the most part. What threw me off is you have to charge your shield twice now, which is something that they changed in GU. In 4U, it's just once you charge it, you're good. Now you got to do it twice, which I'm like, oh, that's a bit of a change that I have to really get used to. And then we fought the Great Macau, which was rocking my world. I'm like, why am I taking so much damage? I later learned it's because I was using a base armor that had 5 defense. I was like, oh, we got to change that. So I almost carded to Great Macau. He has like a lot of gap closers in his moveset. He just like springs off his tail and can jump on you. He's a very cool monster as a first monster in a game. I feel it offers a lot of variety. It's nice that he's not just a raptor. He's even better, I would say, than the Great Jagras. He's just got such unique personality. I really like the Great Macau. So after I killed him, barely, I'm like, okay, we need some proper armor. So I went out and built my first, so I got to specify now because I'm going to have a lot of armor sets to carry me through this pledge. So I built my first Swordmaster, I think it's called, armor, and I just focused on defense. So we got our defense from 5 to 25. Before going to the next weapon, which was Insect Glaive, I dabbled with the Prowler. I learned that there were unique quests. I messed around with like burrowing underground. I learned the whole moveset, how to heal with the Prowler, how to attack with the Prowler, how to throw the boomerang. And I really do enjoy the Prowler for gathering. The fact that I don't need any items in my inventory and I can just like gather pretty much as I want, because you don't need pickaxes, you don't need bug nets. He is an amazing gather tool. But so far I've been only using Prowlers in Prowler exclusive quests because I'm saving the other quests to learn weapons in. How is Prowler going to take part in my pledge? I don't know yet, but it doesn't count as a weapon, as I said in my pledge video. It's kind of there as this weird thing that I acknowledge I'm enjoying, but it doesn't play part of my rotating 3. After that, I went into Insect Glaive. I did go with the aerial Insect Glaive as per recommendation. I don't think I know how to play Insect Glaive at all, even though I ended up fighting a Bulldrum with it, which, by the way, love that fight. So what I've learned with Insect Glaive is I have to shoot my bug, and depending what monster it hits or what part of the monster, it's going to come back with 3 different colors. Red is the one that gives you like all these attack moves. I think there's a yellow and a white, or an orange and a white, and they all do kind of different things, but red is the one that I want to do. So I got to hold like a button to shoot my bug, recall it so I can get the fuel or whatever to do my attacks. It really is going to take me a while to like build a muscle memory for that. What I do love is that you can level up your Kinsects by getting some jelly in the field and then feeding it. So I was working on feeding it to level up its speed, and I didn't have enough jelly. But now when I go out into the wild, I'm literally gathering anything I can find, like mushrooms mine, jelly mine, seeds that I've never gotten before, like huskberries and stuff. I just need to gather so much stuff because this pledge is going to demand me to master everything the game has to offer. Monster bones, give me that. Or give me that. I need to build armor with all of this stuff. So I'm constantly filling up my pockets, which is a very different play style than past HJs. And I love that this pledge is forcing me to grow this way. So far, it's very enjoyable. The other thing is I was trying to jump a lot with the Insect Glaive, but I didn't know how to like actually do anything when I was in the air. So I ended up doing a lot of dumb things, as you can see on screen, but I'm going to get there. Insect Glaive has a lot of promise. I just got to figure out how to do it. Anyways, Bulldrum did not kill me, luckily, because I was able to always go around it, smack, the overhead smack with the Insect Glaive. I got some basic moves in there to figure out how to survive and hit. So Bulldrum has been slain. At this point, we shift into the gunner, so I had to build my gunner armor, build my first light bowgun. I've only used light bowgun once under the tutelage of Blue for one quest, which was like 2 years ago. So I completely don't know how to use this weapon. I am so glad I went into adept style, and with my gunner armor, I focused on trying to build the skill for health because I'm just trying to get some survivability skills at this point, instead of trying to optimize for this skill or that skill. I want to get the most default armor sets I can that can carry me through regardless of what weapon I switch out to. When we get into endgame, whether it's high rank stuff or G rank stuff, I will need to start specializing my armor, but I'm going to try to delay that as long as I can, just for the sake of grinding and for efficiency in getting through this pledge. Light bowgun, I ended up going up against a Gendrome, and I learned about the power of the pellet shot. So I also learned about the importance of looking at what ammo your guns can be equipped with. I'm still learning all the different ammos, what to use, but I do know I like pellet shots. It's like a shotgun. And so with Gendrome, he'd attack me, I'd dodge, I'd do this like cool animation, which is the adept style, and then I would go straight into a reloaded shot, and I'd be like, boom, 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 and it was just like cycle and repeat. I was like, oh man, Bloodbath Diablos is gonna be so easy. If I just use adept style, I just dodge and shoot. It's so easy. It's a very different play style. It feels like cheating, honestly. Then we went to heavy bowgun, which is pretty much the same thing. I use heavy bowgun adept style. And the only big difference is you have siege mode, which is really cool. You get to like sit down as a tank and just go like poo, 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 which is bigger pew-pews. And then the one thing I don't like is the slow animation when it comes to sheathing, unsheathing the gun. It's just so slow and leaves you open to big damage. I fought a Cephadrome with this thing as my large monster. It took me 15 minutes. I really struggled with heavy bowgun. Or maybe it's Cephadrome. I don't know. When it comes to the two, I'm surprised. I actually really prefer light bowgun. So heavy bowgun needs some work because I got to figure out how to play that thing better because it is a lot slower. So, and then finally I ended the streams with the bow. Again, I stuck to adept style. And the bow at first, I was like, this is the dumbest weapon. Like, I do not understand how to aim it because there's no motion controls. And the way that they make you aim is so dumb. Like, you have to hold a button that points out a red light. That's your aim. And then you have to like use the right joystick as you're fiddling with all these other buttons to move it. But it's not like a sensitive move. It's like a jarring, like, oh, you want to go 40 degree this way? You want to go 40 degree this way? I'm like, no, I just want to nudge it a little bit. So aiming is a pain. I don't know why they don't use the same aiming system as the light and heavy bowgun. It's right there. Just use that for bow. So what I ended up doing is, so in my bow training, I ended up going up against an Arzuros. And I learned that you basically want to charge your bow and then I just shoot my bear. I was using power coding as well as close-up coding so that I didn't have to aim. I would just go close to him, shoot, charge, shoot, hit A afterwards. So I get another like pew pew afterwards, and I would just walk around him, shoot, pew, 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 shoot and repeat. It was pretty straightforward. It kind of felt like super easy as a weapon and almost not challenging at all. So these range weapons are my biggest mystery to unlock because they are suggesting that they make the game easy, but I know that's not going to be the case later on. So I'm on guard with the easiness that they seem to be showing. Now I finished through my bow's 3 rotations, which means the next time I go and play the game, I'm going to be switching to the greatsword, which is another one of my weak points. I've barely ever played the greatsword, and it's slow and clunky, which is not my favorite play style. A lot of people are suggesting, I think, Adept or Valor for this one. So I don't know, man. But that's what I have to look forward to is greatsword, and then I forget what's after that. Just look at the chart. So I'll be back after I rotate through another 4 or 5 different weapons. And right now I'm at 2-star in low rank. So all of this is very slow progress, and I love it. So we're making progress. We're learning weapons. I'm getting challenged. More importantly, I'm having a lot of fun with this. So hopefully I'll see you on stream as I continue this pledge or in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. You know, having played Monster Hunter for 3 years now, it's rare that I get the chance to say, oh my God, a new monster. But I finally have come up to a new monster once again through GU, which is the Malfestio. And boy, this one's a hoot. Welcome back, hunters, to my second journal as I try to master every weapon in the Monster Hunter universe in general through GU, which is a weird thing to say because I know you'll say, well, that means Prowler, right? And I'm like, well, no, because a hunter doesn't carry a Prowler. I am trying to learn all 14 weapons properly so that I can become an OmniHunter. And I've realized a little bit of a problem with my pledge now that I have made it all the way through almost every weapon. The styles is where things are either can be cheesy or can be... So here's the thing. There's 5-6 styles per weapon. And what I've learned now that I've played pretty much all the styles is that there's an easy mode to every weapon, which is called aerial. Aerial is just roll onto the monster, bonk, bonk, and repeat. And this is not good. This is good for my pledge in the sense that it will make it easier, but it is not good for my pledge in the sense that it will not teach me anything about this weapon because when I pick it up in any other game, I'm going to be boned. Like if I wanted this pledge to be legit, I should have pledged to do all weapons on Bloodbath Diablos using guild style. But I don't want to modify my pledge because honestly, oh, it would be so much harder if I was limited to just guild, to the guild art, guild form, because man, aerial is carrying me through so many weapons I don't like. I recognize the cheese, I'm using the cheese, I'm going to try to eventually ease off the cheese, but right now I'm struggling with so many things. I'm struggling with learning the weapon, I'm struggling with trying to keep my weapons built up. This pledge is legit so hard. And it's something I did not realize when I made it, and you guys all caught onto it right away. It's like, how are you going to maintain your armor skills? How are you going to maintain your armor sets? How are you going to maintain your weapons? I did not even think of the armor. I thought about the weapons, but not the armor. So that's the twist here. I'm finding myself struggling to keep all of my gear up to date, even though I am going slower and I am grinding a lot of gather quests. I'm taking my time to gather all these things. I'm still having a lot of fun, but there's a level of challenge that is here that has never been here for me before. And I am just in low rank which means it's only going to keep getting harder until it doesn't. I think by the time I get to G rank, when I have figured out my armor sets for all my weapons, that's when I feel I will at least plateau on the challenge of keeping myself up to date in skills and all that. And then it just becomes my own personal skill with the weapon to overcome. So there's kind of a 2-level like barrier to overcome here. Anyways, let's talk about what I've been doing since last time, where I was messing around with the bow, through the greatsword, also went through sword and shield, dual blades, hammer, and I ending this journal on the hunting horn. So I think that's like 6 weapons or so that I've gone through. Reminder, I am switching my weapon every 3 hunt, whether they are attempts, whether they are gather quests. Every time I go out into the field 3 times, I switch my weapon. I went up against my first large monster, which was the Tetsukabra, was the urgent to 3-star. And this time I switched it because last journal I mentioned how the bow was kind of easy. It's just like charge, pew pew. So now I went aerial to see what that would be like. And it's jump, pew pew, jump, pew pew. And honestly, it's pretty fun. I was enjoying it. Aerial is fun. It's cheese, but it's fun cheese, you know? So aerial is kind of cool because you jump and then you have to like wait depending on your monster's height for the right time to go pew pew. And then I think you get a 3rd pew. Tetsukabra was hard though. Still like trying to figure everything out. I think I ran out of coatings. I didn't know how to use my coatings efficiently. The whole thing took me 25 minutes on a low rank Tetsukabra, which is not a good sign. I've also, I don't know if I had said this in the last journal, I finished my gunner armor set, so that is saved. And it is an armor set that gives me a health bonus, so we are stacking in defensive. By the end of this journal, you'll see my other two? I think I dabbled with 2 other armor sets, but that was for the Blade Masters. So now 3-star hasn't been opened up for low rank. One of the things that shocked me is the cameos. I wasn't ready. Like, I know it's the celebration title, but I wasn't ready to see all of my For You darlings brought back. So after that 3-star clear was done with the urgent, I got a bunch of text bubbles in all the villages. It legit took me 1 hour between running around, learning the new mechanics, like the Meowster Hunters has been unlocked. I was talking to the Ace Hunter, or I forget his name, the guy who looks like Jojo with the red hat. The Guildmarm was there, and everywhere I kept going, like, you're here, you're here. The Elder from 3U was here. So I'm so thankful I did 3U, 4U before doing Generations. I can only imagine how much more cool it would have been had I done all the old Monster Hunter titles, like every one of them. Though that would have been a little hardcore. I decided after all to get my DLC, so I downloaded all the DLC, so I got my free cats, I got all my events, and I did that because the Meowster Hunter minigame has been unlocked, and I needed cats. I didn't want to hire them, so I just got some DLC. And that's where I learned that we have this new Meowster Hunter game, which is like a cannon that you shoot things. I think this is better than the 4U Meowster Hunter minigame. I like it, but I still don't know how to play it very well. I mean, I guess you just shoot your cat into the item that you want and that's it, but I don't really know what the item means. Like if I hit the Bulldrome bubble, what do I get? I get a Bulldrome part, I get a Bulldrome scrap. I don't know what I get. So after that, my time with the bow was over. It was time to pick up the greatsword. Chat recommended I go Valor, so I went Valor. This was my first time using the Valor skill. What I understand from Valor is you want to sheathe at the last minute, which gives you this little blue glow. And when you get hit while you are in little blue glow, you take a little bit of damage, but you can reposition and it charges your bar, which you want to do. And when your bar is fully charged, then your weapon becomes unlocked in the more traditional guild style. So how I learned to play it eventually was take a hit, sheath so that you like dodge, run away, keep doing that until maybe get a hit in. Keep doing that until my things charge. Then when my things charge, go up, charge my greatsword for 1, 2, 3, then I get the blast, and then unleash mayhem on the monster and just go kaboom, and then give him a little tap again if you can. So that's how I went in with the greatsword, and I have to say, huge dopamine hit. I know what greatsword is. It's big numbers. It's always been big numbers. But now to actually be able to play it at a level of comfort that I can feel it hit the monster and go, oh, that feels good. Because I did play greatsword back in World for like a stream. So just now I have a lot more experience. I went up against a Jan Kutku with the greatsword, and I think it ended up dying in like 10 minutes or something. It was a pretty good run where I was just smacking him like Jan Kutku. He's like very linear, right? Run this way, so I step aside, smack him, step aside, smack him. Then with my newfound confidence, I was like, what next, chat? What should we go? And they're like, Kezu. I was like, oh, not Kezu. That is probably the one monster I hate the most in any game. It's just, for some reason, I've fought him so many times, I just cannot adapt to his moveset. I know what his moves are, and I just always get hit by them. It's the most annoying thing. So the Kezu move was actually, Kezu fight is what delivered my first cart in GU, so thank you, Kezu, you get that trophy. I also got to play around with the ground slash skill from my Valor. I don't know. There's skills, and then what is the other thing? It's style. It's the Valor style, but I was using the ground/skill. This fight took me 30 minutes because he was so painful. He was shocking me. Chat was yelling at me, "You're not using Valor correctly." I'm like, yo, it is my second time with a Valor Greatsword against a Kezu, a fight I hate. With Yankuku, it was easy. He runs towards me, sheath, smack. Kezu, he's just like, am I going to stretch my neck out? Am I going to shock? Am I going to yell? Who knows? And so I can never really properly dodge any of his stuff. So that was gross. The next weapon on the lineup was the longsword. I didn't like any of the longswords that were available to me, so I actually went out. I noticed I was a few parts from getting the Mufa longsword. I just had to go like pet a few Mufas. So I went out and did a Mufa quest, got my Mufa longsword, and then I had to go slay some Velociprey. The Velocidrum showed up, so I'm like, I'm gonna kill the Velocidrum. Let's give this a try. By the way, I went with Adept Longsword because I thought it would all be like, ooh, I'm a samurai, I'm dodging, and slash, slash, slash. It wasn't like that at all. I hated it because first, it's a small monster. It was hard for me to figure out Adept with it. I think it was just the whole Adept style. I just really didn't like how it worked. What I did like was Sakura Slash, which lets me get basically a whole like level of charge on my longsword, which if you remember my 3U gameplay, I struggled with longswords charging because you have to pull out a whole combo to get like your thing charged, and I could never do it. So now you just push Sakura Slash. It's like, here you go, here's your yellow, and you get charged up so easily. I also learned about a legend at this point, and I think it was from the comments last time as well as chat, calling it the Baja Baja. What is it? Baja Baja. Baja Baja armor set. So this is apparently the meta armor set for Blade Master. It's made of a bull drum helm, Jagi chest, but anyways, 3 pieces of Bull Drum, 2 pieces of Jagi, and it gives you attack up medium, I think, and it gives you some decent defense. So over the next course of my streams, I actually started grinding out the Baja Baja set. And spoilers, I got it at the end. So I've got my meta armor. It's fully upgraded. Throughout these fights, I made it all the way to now I need Armor Sphere Plus, which I don't have, so I can't upgrade anymore. So my defense when it comes to Blade Master is set. We're in a good place. The next ones that I tried to go for was the Daimyo Hermitor. Again, I was using Adept. Did not like it. This was just terrible. You'll also notice my bear drip. So I was using like this. I'm really proud of this because I think I'm using like an Arzuros belt. So I've got like some Arzuros parts on me, and I've got like the bear helm. This was before the Baja Baja. It was basically an armor set that focused on, I forgot what skill it gave me, but it gave me like 1 skill. It was what I could build with what I had, and it worked for what it was. But yeah, now that all got replaced with Baja Baja. Went on a mushroom quest, innocent enough, except chat was being all sneaky about it. I'm like, okay, what am I going to find in this forest? A freaking Glavenus? Lo and behold, I get dropped into the quest in front of a Glavenus. My hunter instincts kick in. I'm like, oh, I got to fight it. I start slashing at it, and he hits me like a truck. And I'm like, this fight's so hard. What am I going to do? I can't win this. And then after maybe 5 minutes, I had like this little moment of enlightenment where I was like, it's a mushroom quest. I don't need to kill this thing. Screw this. I just walked out, grabbed my mushrooms, went home. But man, what a way to introduce Glavenus. And I am not looking like that is, he's got some range with that tail, and I'm really worried about fighting him. That's going to be tough. The cycle of longsword finish, pulled out sword and shield, which is probably the best weapon I've had. Charge blade, sword and shield, and switch axe are probably my most comfortable right now. Sword and shield, oh, I went with the aerial version just to see what that was about. Pure dopamine. I went up against the Velocidrum to recreate my Monster Hunter 1 fight. Killed it in 5 minutes. It was so fast because you jump on him, you slash him up, you slash him down, you slash him up, you just keep slashing him. Oh, sorry, it wasn't 5 minutes. It was under 10 minutes. Whatever. He died fast. A lot faster than my Monster Hunter 1 fight with him. Anyways, Royal Ludroth was up next. He gave me a little bit more difficulty. I was struggling with his rolls and stuff. I think I was just trying to be a little too aggressive. And then finally I got to fight Lagambi with Sword and Shield, which was a pretty good time. Like, this was very comfortable. It was so comfortable. I was so mad when I had to move on to the next weapon because I'm like, oh, like it's just going so smooth. Why do we have to change? Because I said so. So then we go to dual blades. I made the Yukumo blades. A lot of these weapons, if I didn't use the petrified one that comes at the start of the game and upgrade it, I often went for the Yukumo one, which was very easy to craft. You just needed some Yukumo wood, which is pretty easy to find, and it gives you some good stats. So the dual blades look good. I went up against a Nibble Snarf, and it was terrible. that I went with the aerial style because Nibble Snarf is in the ground. Why do you want to be aerial on a Nibble Snarf? Makes no sense. I struggled a lot. I pulled off some cool combos that did knock Nibble Snarf out of the sand. I got to fish him out and stuff. So like I did all the pro Nibble Snarf moves, but man, he was, that was just not good to use dual blade aerial with a Nibble Snarf. Went up against a Bulldrome. Love the Bulldrome. Again, that was just to get some parts to do my Booja Booja. And then it was time for Hammer. So Hammer was interesting. Again, ended up with aerial. Love the Hammer aerial. The whole, you jump and then you like smack once, flip, smack again. It is so satisfying that you can like bonk on the body and then aim the second bonk on the head. So I went up against a Gypsaros first off. Really loved it. Also learned the base ground one, which I wasn't doing well, which is like you want to hit once, then you want to hit again, and then you do the golf swing, which gives, and I swear I've learned this before, I just forgot about it. So that was fun. Did Gypsaros, finished in 15 minutes, which tells you that I'm a little bit more comfortable with this weapon. And then people will have me go and grab Popo Tongues, which I guessed correctly that Gammoth would be there. So Gammoth was there. I was trying to like, because it's such a big monster and I can't wait to fight this thing properly, I was practicing like my hammer aerial on it. I was getting rocked more than I'd like. So yeah, it's going to be like these things are not that much cheese as I'm making it sound like they're. Like they're still pretty challenging fights, even though you can just spam. So I'm gonna have to learn the Gammoth moveset. And then after this takes us to our key quests. What is our urgent for 3-star? It was the Malfestio quest, and I'm so glad that this, actually I wasn't glad originally that it lined up with Hunting Horn, because Hunting Horn is a weapon I've barely touched. I am not musically inclined. I understand what you have to do. You have to play songs on top of like bashing monsters, which just sounds way too like expert level. So I was really worried going into this weapon, but I went with the guild form so that I could actually learn what is the base form of Hunting Horn. And I switched out to a bone armor so that I could get a buff that lets all my songs last, like the buff lasts 30 seconds longer, I think, or twice as long. And I went up against a Yankutku, and it was such a good fight. Like it went pretty well, that I was surprised at how much I was learning how to use this thing, because it's basically smack smack. When you get an opening, you play your songs like this is how the Hunting Horn looks like to me. If you play it twice, you get double the buff. So I always wanted to get double the buff on my attack, because I can get attack up 15 if I double play it. And then there was another one which lets me have Mind's Eye. So the first song gives me speed, like more speed to move around, and then the second buff is Mind's Eye, which was great. So then I was like, no, I was just smacking the Yankutku and playing my tunes. It felt good, like it just clicked very well. And then I had my Sonic Smash in there, like as my skill, which just made everything feel so much better. So all of that went into Malfestio with this weapon that I was like, okay, like I had a good time with Yankutku. Let's see how it goes here. And for the most part, it went really good, and I really love Malfestio's design. I did get hit by his stun thing, which confuses you by like inverting your controls. He was a fun fight for like a new monster, just really cool looking thematically, like in the forest. It was the perfect time, perfect place to fight him. And the armor that they have, I don't like what they did, like they give you a mask, but the rest of his armor looks so good. And he's like this really like deep blue color, which I love. So I had a really good time with him. In fact, I had this like really cool moment where I was like messing with my buttons, and I accidentally like shifted into another like Doot stance as I was dodging what I did. And like that completely wasn't intentional, but it looked so cool on screen where I'm just like, oh, you're gonna hit me? I'm just gonna like, so it was a good time. Going up next, I'm going into weapons. Again, I don't like the lances, the gun lance. That's what's up next. And I'm also looking to go to the hub, where I want to basically rank up my hunter rank so that I'm not doing low rank stuff when I'm in high rank gear. That's what I did in 4U. I didn't like that experience. I'm really trying to level up hub and village slightly at the same rate. I'm going to do it in multiplayer. So at the time of recording, I've already done that stream, but there will be more multiplayer streams that I will be announcing, usually in my Discord. And I usually call on those when I either need to grind hub or when I need to grind armor, weapons, whatever. And with how things are going right now, I might need to grind out a little bit more weapons. I need to do like a spreadsheet to just see what my strengths, my weapon attack values are, because I was looking at everyone else I was playing with in multiplayer. I'm like, ooh. And they were all using low rank weapons. I was like, my attack is really abysmal. I need to fix this. So I'll share more of that in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. I had heard of Monster Hunter GU's Deviants, but I was not expecting to meet them in low rank. Oh man, do they slap hard. Welcome back, hunters, to another journal as I continue to try to best these weapons and learn how I'm doing, how I'm going to use these weapons to somehow one day slay Bloodbath Diablos. And I've learned that Bloodbath Diablos is actually a deviant, much like my good friend here, Red Helm the Bear. That's probably not what it's called. It's like Red Helm Arzuros or something. Well, I didn't kill him, so deviants remain unslain, but the whole deviant system has now been opened to me. I have 3 deviants unlocked. I have Red Helm. I have I forget his name, but it's like the Baron, the Lagambi deviant, and I think I've got the Crab deviant. And this was so unexpected to me because I thought this was an endgame thing. So to see deviants show up on my doorstep already, I'm like, hold on! I've barely gone through a full cycle of all the weapon rotations and you guys are already looking for a fight? Come back in like 6 months when I've actually learned how to use these weapons to some level of respect, please. But before I got into the Red Helm, I had to figure out how I was going to play with the Lance. And so last time I had finished the Malfestio fight, which was an urgent, so that unlocked 4-star village for me. For Lance, I decided to go with the Striker style as per chat's recommendation, and my first target was a Blaganga, because the next thing we need in a Monster Hunter game is another freaking monkey. If you've been around for a while, you know I hate the monkeys, especially Rajang. He started my hate for the monkeys. And they just keep throwing more and more monkeys in every game. Like, why do we need so many monkeys? What does this monkey do differently that Rajang didn't do? It's okay, we had the pink fat monkey. He's funny. He was the comedic relief. Then we had the, like, funny monkey with the ears. And then we had the funny, those that, the people that call the funny monkey, who's not the funny monkey, he's the angry, stupid monkey. Why do we need a snow monkey now? Like, ugh, this thing is just as annoying. So Blaganga with the Lance. It went terrible because I don't know what I'm doing with the Lance. I kept trying to use this like shield assault and I didn't know that you could cancel it to actually hit the monster, so I kept running through the monster for no reason. I had no idea what I was doing. I was trying to like shield up, poke, shield. Like, people say that's how easy the Lance is, but it's so hard to execute. I'm constantly getting juggled and getting punched in the face here, punched in the face there. Sometimes I block something, sometimes I poke. Regardless, I ended the Striker Lance in the proper Striker finale. I think I unleashed like the counter poke, threw him on the ground, and then finished him up with 2 combos using like my guild arts on him, guild skill or whatever they're called, the skills, and finished him. It was a really cool combo. It was like smack and then run into him and bam, 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 and then whatever the last combo that I did, which was like smacking him around. So that's the only good thing. After that, we decided to go on an egg quest because, I don't know, chat wanted me to do an egg quest. I was like, of course, these things are always good. They're not trauma-inducing at all. Freaking old world. Anyways, here we are back on the Monster Hunter 1 map to get an egg for our chief. And do we find a Rathalos in the egg? No. In the nest, I mean, we find Astalos of all things. Like, what are you doing here taking a nap? Go away. So here is how I got my second cart in Monster Hunter GU with a Lance trying to poke an Astalos away so I could grab his egg. Luckily, when I went back, he had flown the coop, so I could grab the egg, come down the mountain, and head back. I almost got jumped on the second run back by a Velociprey that I didn't even see. I like came down at one part, and the Velociprey just like lands next to me. I was like, like flashbacks just hit me in so many ways because it was a Velociprey that made me drop my egg in Monster Hunter 1, which made me rage quit. So anyways, got my second egg back. And then I did something else with Lance, which wasn't really notable. So I went over to Gunlance. And here I went with the Adept playstyle, which was the biggest mistake of my life. I don't know why. I was thinking I could just like dodge, reload, and smack. It's not that kind of playstyle at all. So the Adept playstyle for Gunlance is you have to like block at the last minute, which gives you like, I don't know, a little like, I can't really explain it, which lets you go into another maneuver. And because when you're an Adept style, all of your main mechanics are locked behind, oh, you didn't dodge? You don't get to have your weapons mechanics. I was like, what kind of BS is this? Why do you lock everything behind dodging? And I even went up against a Rathian thinking, this is going to be easy. It's a monster I know well. I'm going to be able to anticipate the moves and figure out what I'm going to do. Oh my goodness, this was pain. It took me a long time to learn that I needed to block to actually unlock the rest of the Gunlance moves. So I would block and then I would slap my Gunlance on the ground and hit A to make it go boom, which was a really satisfying thing. And then the rest of the time, like at one point I was like shelling, and then my thing went into the red, and people were like, careful, and I'm like, what? Shell. And then like I overheated my Gunlance, and then I couldn't do half the moves, and I already couldn't do half the moves because I wasn't blocking, so now I couldn't do like any of the moves. It was just a terrible experience, and even my skill wasn't cool. I had a cool name, it was called Dragon's Breath, but all it does is like overcharge your Gunlance so you can do more booms or something. It was the most disappointing weapon, by far F grade worst weapon in game in my experience. Now, to survive in Gunlance, I decided after the Rathian hunt, which I did finish somehow, I decided to go aerial style, which honestly, this was a lot more bearable. Like I said in the last journal, aerial style is kind of my cheat sheet, and it was a lot better. So at this point, I ended up going into hub, starting up multiplayer so that I could grind up to at least my hunter rank 3, so that everything would be somewhat balanced with my village rank that was starting to progress quite a bit. And here, I asked everybody, like, gear down, at least put your weapon as a low rank weapon. And we were just blasting through these monsters in 1 to 2 minutes. First was the Great Macau. Gunlance got a few hits on him, he died. Next was Tetsu. Again, I got my aerial Gunlance. Boop, boop, boop. He died so fast. Then I had to switch to my switch axe, and this is when I realized, oh, I gotta be more strategic when I do multiplayer, because here I am now, I've gone a full circuit around the weapons. I'm restarting at switch axe, and I really want to play like some solo quests using the weapons I like. And here I am with switch axe and charge blade next. I'm like, oh, I'm in multiplayer doing these easy fights. I'm going to be wasting my familiar weapon slots on these garbage fights. But anyways, we continued. I tried the switch axe aerial, which was just pure dopamine. Like I went up on a Gypsyros, and it was like slash upward, slash downwards. There was like an invasion sensation in there too, but you weren't invading, you were just kind of blasting outside. And it was a good time. And then I went Hermitor, and Hermitor I bounced a little bit more, but when I found his squishy spot, it was again, flick up, flick down, just blast them, good time. Gendrome, not as fun because he's tiny, but we bullied him, he died. And then I went to charge blade. I'm like, oh, so long, switch axe. See you in like 36 rotations. So sad. Charge blade, same thing. I went aerial to see what it was like. A little bit more confusing this one, because you gotta like charge in the air this time to unlock your like moveset. So I didn't figure it out properly. Did the Royal Ludroth, did Lagambi, did Yankutku. Again, they were dying so fast. This wasn't a good area or good arena to learn how to use my weapons properly, but it was good to just make progress, unlock quests, grind stuff out. Then I switched to Insect Glaive. I had taken the time to level it up a little bit more now that I had more nectar. I could like feed it. And this time I decided to go aerial, which is what I think we should all do with Insect Glaive. So the urgent here was Blaganga. He died. Malfestio, he died. This is what unlocked the freaking Deviant quest. So then I got to switch to Light Gun, which is where I was actually stuck to do the Deviant, because the chat was like, you should go check out what a Deviant is. And this is right at the time I rotated back into Light Gun. I was like, of course you guys would make me do a freaking Deviant. So I did Nojarella and multiplayer Light Gun, and then I went into the Red Helm Arzuros, and I'm like, I know what a hard Arzuros, like I fought Apex Arzuros in Rise. So I got this, and I'm using light bowgun, which if you remember my first journal, I'm like, adept style all the way. I can just dodge and do everything I need to do. So went into it with the biggest mistake right out the gate. I loaded up all my ammo that I needed, but I put it in my box. I bought it in my box instead of buying it into my gear. So I went off into the quest with a very limited amount of ammo, which screwed me over. And then going into the hunt, I was like, okay, you dodge the bear, pew pew, dodge the bear, pew pew. And I'm like, oh, watch, he's gonna swipe me. Adept dodge. And then he's like, swipe, swipe, swipe again. And it guards me. I was like, oh, you can't chain the adept dodge. You're screwed because of the animation lock. So this has completely changed my respect for adept playstyle. It's just no good if you can't maneuver on monsters that move as fast as a Red Helm Arzuros. So yeah, that quest went terrible. I ran out of ammo. I was shooting him with the baby ammo, and I just kind of gave up at one point. I'm like, this is not going to go anywhere. I lasted 10 minutes, which is like, that's all I got to say. I lasted 10 minutes. I'm proud of that. So I'm going to come back more prepared with a better weapon, and I think I need to fight these deviants to unlock Bloodbath Diablos, and I have to fight them to unlock levels. There's a whole system I don't quite understand, but I need special tickets to fight them. So I'm fascinated by it, but I don't want to touch it again for a little while until I get a little bit more comfortable and I get a little bit better spec'd weaponry. So from there, everything else was pretty much cleanup. Finished off my light bowgun with the Garuga fight, then switched into my heavy bowgun, which I was struggling to be useful in multiplayer. Like I was sitting in siege mode going pew 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 pew. I changed my controls to try to aim better. I'm aiming with the D-pad now, which does give you more precision. It was just so hard. These monsters move so fast, especially Nargacuya. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna shoot. Oh no, I'm gonna shoot. Oh man, this is why I don't play shooting games. I just suck at them. So Nargacuya was hard. We did a Rathian. That was a little bit better. Nibble Snarf. Now I had switched back into the bow. And this time I decided to go with the Valor bow. And I have to say the Valor bow is a lot more fun. So I've done I think I did Adept bow. Or no, I did base bow, like guild bow. I've done aerial bow. And now I'm doing Valor bow. I like Valor bow because like you're right up in the monster, you're charging, you're dodging, you're shooting. It felt good. And I also did the Astalos in multiplayer with the Valor bow, which also felt good. So at this point, I'm at Hunter rank 3 in multiplayer. My hub is pretty much leveled up to where I am. I've unlocked Elder Dragons there, which I'm just like, oh my god, like it's too early to be talking about Elder Dragons at this point. So I'm gonna go back in Village for a little while. I'm gonna hunker down. I think Village goes up to 6-star if I remember correctly. I'm just gonna focus on getting to 6-star. I'm gonna focus on getting my top tier low rank armor, top tier like weapons for low rank, and then we can worry about making the jump to high rank. So I think I'm about another, I'm gonna guess maybe another month and a half to jump to high rank. And I'm just taking my time because low rank is gonna be supposed to be the easiest part of all this. So we're gonna enjoy it while we're in the easy little kiddie pool. So that's where I'm at. Hopefully I'll see you on the next stream or on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. So I've come across what they call the Fated 4, more like the Defaded 4. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to another journal update on my journey to become an OmniHunter through GU by proving myself by slaying Bloodbath Diablos with every single weapon in this game. I've got another weapon progress update for all of you. I've gone around my weapon rotation almost one more time. I am getting close to finishing low rank in this game, and I am slowly getting better with these weapons. Now, I've seen some of you comment on, this is not a good way to learn weapons. Why are you rotating every 3 hunts? You should really rotate less often, or you should focus on one weapon till G rank, and then I hear it. There's a lot of ways to do this. There's no right or wrong way. So far, this is the way I chose, and I have no regrets. It's keeping things fresh, and it's really reminding me of my early days of playing Monster Hunter, my first game, which was World Iceborne, where it took, like, I just always felt at the mercy of the monster, and I was always feeling something new unlocking and developing as my skill was upgrading. Now, because I'm more familiar with the franchise, that unlocking and growth happens faster, and I'm actually feeling it unlock with my 3 weapon move set, like with my 3 fight rotations. So it usually takes maybe 2 to 3 streams before I rotate back to a weapon, at which point it's like a test of how much do you remember, because the muscle memory is in there, so it's a lot on memory. But some weapons now, after like the circuit is coming back, I'm getting more familiar, so I can feel the growth happening, and it's a good time. So where I was last time, I was wrapping up with Bo playing with Valor. So I have pretty much made Volvidon my hunting dummy. I've hunted him so many times with different weapons in this journal. You're gonna see him come up a lot. But one of the things I realized I really needed to focus on was upgrading my weapons. On average, my weapons were at about 80 to 90 raw damage. I've actually started a spreadsheet which I share with people of all the weapons and what their raw damage are at different streams. So if you want to see that, I'll link it in the not the comments, but the description below. And you can see the progress of the raw damage of my weapons from stream to stream. Now, I usually get to upgrade 2 or 3 weapons per stream, but I realized my hunts going 20 to 25 minutes in low rank was just not a good way to move forward. So instead of focusing on the next fight to unlock the next rank, I've started focusing more on let's get the materials for the next weapon. So if say I'm playing with Bo, I'm going to collect materials to upgrade my greatsword and so on. So I'm always thinking of the next weapon. And on average, since my last journal, I've upgraded most of my weapons by about 30 to 40 raw damage, which has brought a lot of my hunts to roughly the 10-minute mark. So growth is happening. Now, with the greatsword, I made the cutest dinosaur greatsword called the Lara Saber. It's made from a Laranoth or whatever those things are called. Has 120 raw damage. And just look at this thing. This thing is adorable. It looks like something you would give a kid as his first greatsword. So I was now in a 4-star low rank with this thing, and I decided to go with Tri-Aerial Greatsword. I did it on a Najarala, and it was so much fun. It's like literally climb the snake, charge, bonk the snake, repeat until Snake is dead. It was a good time. I really enjoyed it. Then I tried the Adept Greatsword with a Narga Kyuga, which also felt really good after a while to just like dodge through them, like dodge through the tail swipe and then just bonk and just bonk. Now I'm pretty new to Greatsword, so my timing was a little off of like holding the charge and bonking, especially with a fast moving monster like Narga Kyuga, that you can see a few times where I'm like charging and he'll just back up and I miss. I'm like, ugh, typical Greatsword movement. But this one, I started getting good at timing I think it's after Adept, you move and then you can like swing your sword back and like hit on the way back. So I got a few swings like that. So overall, getting a little bit more comfortable with Greatsword. Then we had to move to Longsword, which I have to say, I'm not finding my groove with Longsword yet. Well, I remember trying Adept and that was horrible. So this time I went Aerial because Aerial's my go-to for having a good time. And I went on the Shogun Senator with my Longsword Aerial. And again, it wasn't satisfying because I had to whooshy whoosh in the air, and whooshy whooshing in the air is not as fun as whooshy whooshing on the ground. So I just like couldn't quite understand the moveset, and people were like, it's such a basic moveset. Like it's so fun and rewarding. I'm like, none of this is fun. Like I'm constantly trying to charge my gauge. Not like these animations are slow. Nothing seems like it's flowing well. And overall, it just felt clunky. So I was putting a lot of hate on the Longsword. Now there's a quest that ended my Longsword rotation with 2 Kezus, which, you know, that's a good time. And I decided to go with Valor. In the first Kezu in that hunt, there was a lot of learning happening and it wasn't the best fight. But the second one, I felt things starting to click and it was starting to look good. Like there's a lot of times you can actually see me sheath as he's about to like do his electric discharge. And I'm just like, nope. And I just get out of there as I sheath. And someone taught me that if you hit R at the right time, you can guard point. And a big theme of this journal is I am learning to guard point on multiple weapons consistently in a way I could never dream of doing it in 4U. So you'll see that there's a part where like the Kezu's turning, I'm just like guard point and then smack. Whoop. It was really rewarding. I was like, oh my goodness. Now like I love guard pointing with the Longsword. So after this, it was the Sword and Shield, and again, upgraded this. Now I'm at a raw damage of about 100, and it was Valor again. I wanted to use Valor because someone told me try it. You get like this cool backflip. I have to admit, not my favorite style for Sword and Shield. I think I really like the base or the aerial. There's a lot of combos to Valor in Sword and Shield and it wasn't clicking for me. It's just not there yet. So I did Jan Garuga with the Sword and Shield. It was a pretty big struggle. I didn't realize Jan Garuga roared so much. It was just like roar after roar. And I think this was coming off after the 2 Kezu fight. So I was like roared out. I'm like, please stop roaring at me. And then I went into another fight. I think it was an egg quest or something, but there was an Ajarala in there and I had aerial Sword and Shield. I was like, I just want to have fun slicing up the snake. So once again, up and down with the aerial Sword and Shield. Oh, and putting the oils. That's another thing. I think it's unique to GU. Putting oils on your sword so you can do like different effects depending on what oil you do is a nice mechanic, and I'm surprised that they did not use that in more Monster Hunter games, especially World, because I don't know, it just feels like it adds more depth to the mechanics of Sword and Shield. So then I went to dual blades, which I'm a little screwed with the dual blades I went because I can't really upgrade them easily with materials required. I forget what it is. And for my dual blades, I mostly focused on playing in guild mode so I could just learn how to play better with them. And the biggest problem I had with was my momentum. So dual blades, you can do like a lot of damage and a lot of hits, but it's very stationary, at least the way I was playing it. And so I had troubles finding in guild style, how do I get like momentum moves? What are the things that let me close the gap with a monster so I can unload all these things? Well, my answer to this was really going to Valor. I have to say, in general, I think I prefer the Valor style for most of my weapons. Like aerial is my fun cheese, but Valor is where I actually feel like, well, I guess it's also fun cheese, but it feels like there's more skill. It doesn't feel like cheese, but I think a lot of people will call it cheese. I'm like, no, it feels like I'm a good hunter. I'm just timing everything. But it's like an auto like survive button. Oh no, it's gonna hit me, Valor, and then you get a cool move. Dual blades, I also learned that there's a guard point, just pushing R. And so there's moves that in Valor that let me run and close the gap with monsters. And then there's the guard point, which you go like, whoosh, like you see this real cool move on a Royal Ludroth where I just go like through a spit and then like come out the other side, just like, watcha. And then I just like start slicing them like crazy. It was pretty fun. The next weapon was a hammer, and I've crafted my Yankutku hammer, which I love because I used to use this in Monster Hunter Stories too. I remember vividly having like this head of a Yankutku on a stake, I guess. I'm just bonking other monsters with it. It's so primal, but I really enjoy it. So I've got this Yonkaruga hammer, and this is when I'm like, okay, it's time to take on the Fated 4 because I feel I'm starting to get comfortable enough with my weapons. And Gammoth is a monster I've wanted to hunt for a while because it's a big elephant. I like big monsters. I just want to have a good time climbing this mammoth and bonking its head with a hammer. And that's what I did. I went in aerial hammer, and all I did was choop choop bonk bonk, choop choop bonk bonk. It's probably not the most effective way to hunt, but it was such a good time. I had a good time. The music was amazing in Gammoth. It was such a fun fight. And then I was like, aerial is cool. What other monster that is like, could I really unleash this aerial bonk move with? I was like, Rathalos is always in the air. He's next on my list. Let's try this. Turns out you can't actually jump onto Rathalos when he's in the air easily with hammer. So my whole like idea fell apart real fast. And also chat was like, you know, the way you're aerial bonking is not very optimal for DPS. You actually need to use your base hammer moves more often. And I was like, okay, let's do this. And so when I would get Rathalos down, I would do like the triple bonk, the bonk, and then the golf swing bonk. And then I would, if he'd be away, I would like do the charge, run, smack bonk. And all of it was coming together. I'm like, I really feel I'm using the full moveset of the hammer here. And I broke his wing, I broke his head, I broke his back, I broke everything. I'm like, oh, this feels good. Like adrenaline hit everywhere. The only thing that was sad is I couldn't slice off the tail because I only had a hammer that wasn't sharp enough. I felt this great progression with the hammer that it just came together, and to be able to like destroy a Rathalos with my hammer, it was just perfect. So after this, I'm like, okay, let's kill another Fated 4. I had Astalos. I'm like, well, I just had a great time with Rathalos, so let's do this with Astalos. And I did. It was again aerial hammer, bonk bonk, destroy everything. Good time. Astalos has been felled. That is 2 Fated 4 down. From this point, went back to my hunting horn, didn't get to upgrade it, which is fine. It's 110 raw, and I've got like my own armor set for it. I stuck to guild again to just really kind of get used to hunting horn. It's a really weird weapon that I want to spend more time in guild form style just to get to understand it. And a new thing I learned with hunting horn is, especially in GU, every time you hit a monster, you get double notes. So if you don't hit the monster, you get single notes. And I've learned if you can play your song with all double notes, it will play the last 2 songs, keeping more buffs active on you at more time. And so that was a big discovery because I'm like, oh, okay, so it's strategic that I want to actually hit the monster. But actually, like, you know, not play my song unless I've got my double notes so that I'm not having to worry about rebuffing as often. So now I just got to get better at my rotation of which songs I want to play and stay active. I'm not at that point yet, but the double notes was a big breakthrough on my hunting horn playthrough. Now we're getting into the weapons where I'm less comfortable with, as well as my more familiar ones, the lances, as well as the switching weapons. So next up, we're now in 5-star, and I have the lance, and this, funny enough, I've upgraded to be my strongest weapon so far with 130 raw damage. I took some time to learn it a little bit more in guild style, so I've been switching between guild and striker. And what I've learned from lance is really, you stand your ground, you go poke poke, and then you either counter if it's going to attack, if the monster is going to attack you, or you do a charge poke. So poke poke, charge poke, or poke poke, counter poke, and then reposition and repeat. I didn't quite get into the rhythm to like really just go poke, 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 poke. So I practiced on a Tetsu. It was a pretty long fight, didn't do so well. Upgraded, did it on a bull drum, and I was shocked at how fast the bull drum died. It died in like 2 or 3 minutes, and I was like, what the heck? And people were like, come on, you gotta like really souped up lance here. So I'm like, okay, I'm feeling pretty confident with my lance. Like I can do some good damage here. Let's go after the 3rd Fated 4, Mizutsune. And I have to admit, this one I was scared of because the Mizutsune I know is from Rise, and it moves a lot. And I know that the lance's weak point are its sides, and I'm like, I can't like move fast enough as lance to take on the Mizutsune. And they're like, no, no, no. In its first iteration, it doesn't like move a lot. I'm like, okay, I trust you guys. So I went in with a lot of fear, and this fight taught me about positioning because the Mizutsune, my lance bounces off of its claws, and I was hitting the claws a lot at first, and I realized, so here are the claws, you gotta hit the face if you wanna have the squishy. which means you have to be perfectly centered between the claws. If you're a little offset, you're hitting the claws. So hitting the face meant really good precision positioning, and also being right in the face of this thing that's about to launch a laser like water cannon at you. So it was intense, and then sometimes when I get openings on the side, I would poke the body, but it was a really good test of where I was as a lance user, and I felt growth. So once again, getting better. I'm nowhere close to taking out Bloodbath Diablos, but I am actually learning these weapons and learning how to use them in basic ways. After this, it was the Gunlance, and if you've seen my Gunlance play, it's probably my worst weapon out of all of them. So what could I do to upgrade my Gunlance for more damage? The Astalos Gunlance was available to me. It is a wide Gunlance. I have learned that there is the normal, the wide, and I think the long Gunlance. I don't quite understand the difference between the three, but anyways, this was the one with the most raw damage. It had 120. I'm like, whatever, let's go into it. I went up against a 5-star Uragan, which I'm like, this is stupid. I suck with this weapon. This is a hard monster. And I went in after practicing Valor Gunlance on a Volvidon, and I have to say, it clicked in a way for me that was so satisfying. So I learned with Gunlance, it's all about getting into Valor mode. So then you can pretty much just go poke blast, and then you do this cool like where it like basically reloads your Gunlance, because you only got 2 shells. So it's poke blast, bam, whatever, bam, like the slap in the air to recharge, and then to get into Valor, I think I forget, it's like slap on the ground or something. So it's less, I don't know, it's probably not optimal, but it was really fun gameplay where I was actually able to like counter Uragan when he was spinning, and then poke and blast and poke. It was a decent fight where I felt like you could actually see the improvement in my Gunlance play, and that was such a rewarding feeling. So after that point, I think I unlocked Lagiacruz and Glavenus, the final Fated 4 and also the hardest. And so I decided to take these really tough monsters with my best weapons. And so I decided to build the Switch Axe. And at this point, I realized that there was an opportunity for all of you to get more involved in my playstyle as an OmniHunter. And so because at the bottom of the stream, you can see all my weapons so that you know how I'm rotating, I was like, oh, we could actually put a grade here so that the chat can decide, the community can decide where I'm scoring as a weapon user. And it's a democratically done vote. So all of the grades you see on screen were voted by the chat. And you can see my scorecard is pretty pathetic. I think I'm averaging like a C+ or something. Someone said my GPA is like a 1 point something, which is garbage. So this is actually a really good start because the goal is to get good. So outside of actually beating Bloodbath Diablos with all the weapons, I should have A's or S's on these weapons by the time my pledge is done. So this is another thing I hope the editor will bring up from time to time, is just so we can see the progression of these grades. And it's not always going to go up. I actually started with an A on my Switch Axe, and the community docked me down to a B after seeing me play in Valor Switch Axe, which to be fair was my first time doing it. So they were harsh with good reason. Another thing I forgot, I just realized I missed a note here when I was doing my longsword stuff. There is a style I have not really touched on, and that is the alchemy style. And I finally tried it with longsword, which is you get a barrel and it basically charges over time. And I think you can get 2-3 charges. Anyways, the point is alchemy is basically you get your moveset, but you get a barrel that you shake and then you get some items. And I guess this is OP with certain combos. I don't understand. I'm like, all I get are items, like you get free items, which okay, that's fine. You get charges so that eventually like you get you can like launch an explosion out of the barrel. This playstyle is not for me. It's like, it looks like a trolley meme or like high level playstyle. I'm not gonna touch alchemy for a long time. I've got plenty to eat with all of these other styles. So going into the Switch Axe, needed to upgrade it. I start off with a Reckless Hatchet, which I think had 120 raw damage. Eventually was able to get the Arzuros Switch Axe and upgrade that to 140, making it now my new strongest weapon, and also the Switch Axe where I'm most comfortable. Finally went into Valor, only to discover that the Switch Axe and Valor mode is way closer to World Switch Axe gameplay than anything else in the old world of Switch Axe. Like the move of the axe actually lets me move and dance. I was like, oh, here you are, my Switch Axe. I love it. And then when you are in Valor mode, you can actually run a little bit with sword, which is like, oh my God, mobility and sword mode. And then you get Trance Slash, which is this crazy combo that you can just unleash. So lots of like switching and swaxing, which is exactly what the Switch X was missing in Old Worlds. I love Valor Switch X mode, love air. I mean, I'm discovering what the moves that I'm liking here. Then went up against Laggett Cruz, which was good because there was a lot of cool like dancing around him. But I have to say, I don't know what they did with him since 3U, but holy heck, they gave him like a bunch of AoE attacks because I guess he can't go in the water anymore. And it is so annoying. He's got like balls of lightning swinging around him. He's got this insane AoE that I think requires like 3-4 rolls to get far enough from him, because it goes like it explodes in 3 waves that just pushes you so far away. It's just kind of crazy. It's too much. They went too hard on AoEs. I think someone was just mad that they didn't bring back water in GU or something. And then finally there was Glavenus, which was a really fun time, really challenging. I carded against them because holy heck, he sliced me in 2, and it was just a lot of pressure. So I went in with my best weapon, really strong raw, and I still was on my toes with this boy. So yeah, my skill check is pretty much following the difficulty of the monsters. So with Glavenus down, 6-star is open in village rank. I am now at the end of my low rank. I'm only a few streams away from wrapping up low rank and unlocking high rank, which means everything gets harder. I'm gonna have to now craft a whole new armor set. I need to level up my weapons, and chat is going to get access to all of these abilities to donate channel points or subs or whatever to hinder me or help me. Lastly though, I did end with the charge blade. I upgraded it a little bit. I got a cuddly cat charge blade for like, I think 90 raw, nothing too great. And I practiced guild style again, because I wasn't really liking, actually I do not like aerial with charge blade. And I wanted to get better at the charging mechanic, because now you have to like charge twice. There's no what they call the shortcut like there was in 4U. And I've learned that if I charge from axe mode instead of sword mode, I can go straight to red shield. So I've actually learned how to charge relatively quick compared to how I was charging before. And I also pulled off some guard points on Tigrex, because in Monster's story, they actually say Tigrex, and I'm like, oh, I have to say Tigrex as much as I hate it. But yeah, now I'm doing guard points with Charge Blade as well, even though I was trying so hard in 4U and couldn't do it. Now I'm doing it naturally. I'm like, oh, there's the opening, and then I think there's like a visual cue or a sound for guard points in this game, and it just makes it that much easier to execute. So I'm all about the guard points now. In 4U, they were really hard to do. So that's where I'm at. I'm about to enter another phase of Gunner mode, which that's going to be pain. So it's going to be my end of low rank Gunner series, and I'm going to have to do these solo. After that, I think it's just a matter of focusing on upgrading my weapons as I wrap up 6-star and just getting everything I can get in order before I go into higher rank. So this month in August, I will be off on a few vacations. I'm also going to be at Gamescom trying out Monster Hunter Wilds for the first time. And so expect slow progress, but higher rank is coming. I probably have one more journal in low rank, and then we're going to be hopping to higher rank, because I've already seen one set of credits. After beating Glavenus, I saw some credits, and it was cute. The cat lady is basically a pop singer. It's really cute. There's a bunch of cool backgrounds for your guild card, featuring like a bunch of anime and stuff. So yeah, there's a bunch of cool things I'm finding in this game. So I'll see you on the next journal, and until next time, keep it classy. Hunters, low rank is done. Nakarkos is slain. The Help Hinder system is coming, and I have put in over 50 quests as a Prowler. Welcome back, Classy Crew, to my 5th journal in my Monster Hunter GU journey to master every weapon and become OmniHunter. Now, the more I see the franchise of Monster Hunter, and the more that I'm appreciating all of the different weapons and their strengths and weaknesses, the more I'm looking at World and Rise and Wilds and being like, maybe I should become an OmniHunter in those games. But we're not going to get to that right away. I got to become an OmniHunter in one game. Now, I have absolutely zero desire to become an OmniHunter in 3U, 4U, so for all the old world veteran fans, I just don't think I have the patience. Now, when I last left you, I was sharing a lot of progress updates on my weapons, how things have been going, and I've put in a considerable amount of time since the last time we've caught up. I've now finished low rank village, so we have entered high rank. I have finished low rank hub, so I have fought the urgent, which is Nakarkos. And I was out camping at one point, and I brought Monster Hunter Generations with me. I didn't want to progress anything meaningful like my weapons off stream. So I ended up using the Prowler, and I played 10 hours while away. So I did all these quests in Prowler mode, not to upset the balance of my stats with my weapons. And I ended up clearing, I think, like four stars worth of quests in low rank, which is fantastic because this gave me so much materials that now when I'm looking to craft a weapon, for the most part, I've got like all of the fluff things. What I'm missing now is pretty much the monster parts, but the ores, the bugs, all that thing that comes from gathering, I got a lot of it. So I'm pretty set right now. And in terms of this journal, we're starting with Insect Glaive. We're going through all the range stuff. And I think I finished in Hunting Horn. So I have to say, I'm at a point where I am understanding and feeling comfortable with how does the weapon work. Now, executing said combo and said weapon is a whole different story. I am definitely not great with these weapons, but I know how to use them enough to feel comfortable picking up the weapon and being like, I know how to do damage with these things, which is exactly why I had held off introducing this help and hinder system on my streams until high rank. But now that we're entering high rank, I'm going to be introducing help and hinder system, which means the chat can donate cringe coins, which is the little bit stuff that you see on Twitch that you get for just watching the stream, to either help me or hinder me. Now, hindering can be anything from switch out your weapon to like a weapon we know you don't like, or you can't take potions with you, or you have to do this naked. There's going to be a list of menu items of what you can help and hinder. The help is like the white mage. You can cast like a spell and be like, nobody can hinder Jay on this hunt, which is, you know, help me out here. And we're going to do this throughout high rank. There's also going to be a wheel of pain with some really terrifying things on there that nobody can pick, but you can only spin the wheel, and you may be guaranteed to do something bad for me, like eating for a bad skill or going in a hunt drunk. All these things are in-game, not player-based. So now let me update you on what I've learned, where I'm at, and how things are progressing. Insect Glaive. So unfortunately, my Insect Glaive bug is still too slow because I did my Insect Glaive stream before I went out on my camping trip to get all of my materials. The good news is the next time I play Insect Glaive, my bug is probably going to be fast enough because I have accumulated so much speed jelly. So I am going to shove all the speed jelly into this bug so he can run around like crazy, because one of my biggest complaints with Insect Glaive is my bug is so slow. I'm like, go bug, and he's all like, am I doing it? It's slow, but I have finally understood properly the Insect Glaive combo, which is basically, you know, find your spots to harvest the essence, get your 3 colors, go into combo mode, spin all over the monster, and then when you run out of your essence, repeat. I have now crafted the Great Macau Insect Glaive, which gives me 130 raw damage. At this point in the game, I'm pretty much ensuring all of my raw damage is pretty much as high as it can be for low rank, and what a difference it's made. My hunts are all now, like, if I'm being pretty conservative, I would say in the 15-minute mark, which is where I feel I should be considering what I'm doing. I've also learned about this thing that I kept accidentally doing with the Insect Glaive, which is like marking the monster. It almost like looks like you're dropping a stink bomb on it. So that's like marking it with some kind of pheromone, I think, so that the bug always goes and eats out of there, which I think I used intentionally once. Outside of that, I don't really like using it. And for the most part, Insect Glaive in this game, I understand the loop. Not a big fan of it. I really find it a little tedious that I have to constantly be extracting like the colors so that my weapon can do the moves I want it to do with. But it's nothing, it's not an obstacle I can't overcome. It's just a little tedious for my playstyle, but at least I understand it now. Also with Insect Glaive, I'm sticking to pretty much aerial because why not? We're always up in the air. Let me be in the air longer with the aerial style. After this, we go into Light Bowgun. Light Bowgun, there's probably been the most work that's been done in terms of my skill. And I've also crafted an entire new armor set. So we've crafted the Senator armor because I was using some really weak armor. So I've got some proper armor. I got a skull mask on, which I think that gives you torso up, or torso, it doubles your torso skill. And now I've got ammo saver and critical eye. So I basically traded some defense skills for a little bit more offensive skills and just some little comfort skills. Like I'm not always using my ammo on every shot now. I've been playing Light Bowgun in Valor, which was really it was kind of hard to learn and understand. So basically in Valor, like you got a sheath which reloads your gun, and at a certain part you have to hit a button to like make sure the reload happens. And you're pretty much focusing on building up your Valor gauge, as is Valor style. And then once Valor once your Valor gauge is unlocked, that's when you pretty much unlock rapid fire, and then you just gotta dump like some ammo on the monster and rinse and repeat without getting hit. Range is just not my thing either, but the fact that I'm learning a little bit more on how to do these hunts is going to be essential for me to check off that box that I know how to use this weapon against Bloodbath Diablos. So I've fought a bunch of Senators because I needed to harvest for the armor, and now at least I look good and I have the light bowgun. Funny story about the armor. So at one point, as I'm building it, people are like, oh, get the mask as torso up. It's going to give you a skill. I'm like, okay. And there's two masks, like the skull mask. One is called a mask. One's called like a visage or something. I was like, what's the difference? And one clearly had more defense than the other. I suspected that it was, oh, one is the melee version, one is the gunner version, but it looks the same. Everything is pretty much the same except for that defensive difference. And the whole chat, which are pretty much veteran players, were all going, I don't know. Just get the one with higher defense. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? That why would Capcom put two masks that are the same? There's got to be a reason. They're like, nah. So I grab it and I go to equip it, and it goes, of course it goes, you cannot equip this because you are a gunner, and I just bought the melee mask. And then the whole chat's like, oh, whoops, there's the reason. I was like, oh my goodness, I was about to freak out because I had used some parts that I didn't have a lot of to do this. So I was upset, but then they're like, oh, wait, the game like saved after your hunt, just reboot, it was fine. And that's what we did. We rebooted. I rebuilt all of my armor, got the right mask. In that process, accidentally built a second gauntlet for Senator, so I wasted some parts. Could have resaved, but at this point I was too impatient. I'm like, whatever, let's just go. So hey, even what's the expression? Even monkeys fall from trees. Well, even hunters make dumb suggestions. After that, went into the heavy bowgun. Once again, Valor, very similar playstyle. This time I crafted the Meteor Bazooka, which has 120 raw. I know I'm missing out on the main guns. Like, there's this whole other aspect of crafting a gun that's important, which is what kind of ammo does it support? And it is like so complex, because you could look at a gun and be like, that's cool, that's got good raw damage, but then like the heavy bowgun, you have to look at the reload speed, you have to look at, does the wind impact, like does it like lean to the right when it shoots, does it lean to the left, does it support the ammo types you like to use? It's just a lot for this newbie hunter to process. Now I went into a Najarala fight because I think I needed Najarala parts to finish crafting something, and I for some reason just went aerial because I was like, what is an aerial gun play style? And I was expecting like you go up and you go like choo 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 as you're up in the air. No, it's you jump, pew. You only get one pew, and then if you don't want to pew, you can bash it with the gun. So that's what I was doing on Najarala. I was jumping up on it, I was smacking it. It was a really unsatisfying fight. It was a struggle, and I didn't even get to kill Najarala. I was looking for it because it ran away, and I was about to like, I don't know, I was exploring the map trying to find it, and out of nowhere the victory music goes off. I was like, what the heck just happened? Like just suddenly and I was like, oh no, the stupid Jan Kutku on the map must have killed it. And I'm just trying to run back to the nest because it's on the Monster Hunter 1 map, and so I suspected it died in the cave. I was 2 locations over, so I'm booking it, trying to get back to the cave, run into the cave. Of course, the Najarala is dead. The Jan Kutku is all smug walking out of there. I start carving. I get one carve. The Jan Kutku rams me. I was like, oh, you stupid bird. And then finally, I actually did get my 2 other carves, and then the like quest complete showed up. So it came in really close. Then I pretty much stuck to Valor. I did fight a Gormagala in Valor mode, and I had to learn how to use a gun in Valor mode. And it's a little bit different with the heavy bowgun. So once again, you are charging your Valor gauge, and once you have charged it, what you want to do is basically, after you roll, you can hold B to run. So you want to run to reposition yourself, go into siege mode, and then you just rapid fire. Well, siege mode is rapid fire, but apparently you want to rapid fire, and then if you get attacked, you roll out of it. Someone showed me a video of a veteran doing this on a Gormagala. It looks super slick. I'm like, okay, that's the goal. That's what I got to get to. I'm very far away from it. Then into our third range weapon, which was the bow. At this point, I'm feeling quite comfortable with the bow. I've pretty much understood what I need to do in terms of like, okay, you charge, you walk, you gotta be at a certain distance, you shoot, you go pew pew, you hold pew pew pew, rinse and repeat. It feels decently good. I built the Rathian bow, which honestly may not be the best bow I should have done. It had really good raw damage at 140, but on the bow, you gotta look at the types of shots, and I think I have mostly pierce shots, which if I remember right means I have to pretty much be sniping the monsters. So it could be better. The raw is good, but the positioning is bad. So with my newfound confidence in my bow, after like hunting some monsters and being like, oh, bow is so easy, I was like, it's time to take on another Deviant. Let's see what this is all about. And so I took on the Snow Baron Lagambi, which was the second Deviant I've ever tried. And I was like, this is Lagambi. Lagambi's easy. Sure, they dial him up. It'll probably be a little harder, but I've got the bow. I can stick from far away and just shoot him. Boy, was I wrong again, because Snow Baron Lagambi is no joke. This bunny has speed and strength. He throws balls at you constantly made of ice. He's got the ice roller. He's got two like ice balls that he throws at you. He's got the ginormous world, like he throws a moon worth of snow on you. And then when he's not doing that, he's closing the gap by zipping and zooping. Zooping? I don't know. Zipping and zapping all over you. As someone with a bow, I was just like, where is he going? And I was dying because he was also hitting hard. It was like pretty much 2 to 3 hits. And I was like, my entire health was gone. So suffice to say, I didn't kill it, but I lasted 25 minutes, and that's something I'm pretty proud of. So I think I was more focused on how long can I survive with the Snow Baron Lagambi more so than can I kill it. So 25 minutes, honestly, pretty good for my second Deviant with an underpowered weapon and skill. After that, Great Sword. Again, sticking with my Lara Saber, I didn't upgrade it or anything. I did use Aerial to just have fun with the Zinogre, and it was a pretty fun time. I was surprised at how easy it was to fight Zinogre with a Great Sword just by like bonking him, just jumping and hitting him. Something really weird happened in this fight where he jumped to the other map, and I looked in the sky, and he's just like flying like Superman for a good solid like 10 seconds. It was so wacky and weird. Hopefully the editor can find it to show you guys. After this is when I went on camping, so I got my 10-hour Palico run. You can see all the check marks in my quest list. So this was good farming. I need to do this more. Oh, and a little side note on Palicos. Palico makes this game in easy mode. Like the fact that you don't have to worry about your items, the fact that you start all your hunts and you can see the monster on the map at any given time, the fact that you have pretty much, for some reason, the monsters were melting to my Palico. Like my moves were just destroying monsters. Everything felt so easy. It was kind of ridiculous at just how easy everything was with a Prowler. So coming back from camping, got into Longsword, was using Valor again, upgraded my Mufa staff, so I went from 80 to 110 raw. With the Longsword, I went after Alaga Cruz, Braki, and a Shagaru Magala. The first two were a decent struggle because I'm still like trying to figure out how to use Longsword. But the Shagaru Magala, oh, this came together good. Like I was really able to build my Valor gauge, build my Spirit gauge. I was able to parry Gormagala, which I hope you guys can see the clip because it looks so good. And I was just up in his face and just swishing and whatever. It's not swishing and swaxing. And it felt good. Like this was probably the best Longsword has felt for me in GU so far. And I think it's just probably that it was a good matchup with Shagaru because he's so aggressive. He's constantly in you. So I'm just like, deny, parry, then swoosh. And oh, felt so good. And then coming off of that, went to the next great weapon, another weapon that started to go into my comfort zone, which is the Sword and Shield. That needed an upgrade. So I crafted the Jin Sword and Shield with 130 raw. And this came because this is the sword that I've been primarily using in endgame Monster Hunter stories. So I recognized that. I was like, oh, the Rathalos Sword and Shield. I want to use this. It's so good. So yeah, we're turning the page. That's how many notes I got. So we got Sword and Shield. I went back into Adept mode, which I had tried before, and I think it was, no, maybe it wasn't. Anyways, with the Sword and Shield, I had unlocked high rank at this point. So I did my first high rank hunt, which was Kongalala. Took 15 minutes, which I'm like, hey, this is a good sign. Like if I'm just entering high rank and I'm killing the monster at a decent time, we're doing pretty good here. And then I also unlocked the new hub for, well, it's not really a hub, but like the new area for high rank, which is an airship That's freaking awesome. And the music to this zone feels amazing. Like, it sounds like graduation music. So I'm really like amped up. Way better than Burna Village. Burna Village is like very campy, very chill. But now like on this, whatever it's called, the ship of whatever. And then I ended my Sword and Shield run by taking on the Fated Four in an arena, which is a challenge the chat threw down. And what a fun fight this was. This one, I definitely used Valor on the Sword and Shield, and it came together so good, especially with Astalos, where I was like backflipping and like shoo, 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 and just dancing all around the monster. It just felt really good, and it became very hard at the end with the Glavenus because fire weapon against Glavenus wasn't as effective. But within 30 minutes, I slayed all 4 Fated Four, and that was such a thrilling hunt. Really had a good time. And I think in a previous journal I said I did not like the backflip of the Sword and Shield. Now I like it because I understand it has iframes, I know how to use it. It helps you reposition, helps you get out of the way. It just felt really good. For Dual Blade, I can't talk too much about it. I did a bunch of multiplayer hunts because now I was grinding the low rank hub to unlock our friend Nakarkos, which I took him on with the hammer, but before we get into that, I had to upgrade my hammer, so I decided to build the Astalos hammer. I've been trying to learn Valor and hammer. Valor is kind of becoming the theme here of how I enjoy playing. This one with Valor I don't like, so I've learned with hammer you got the hit once, hit twice, golf swing, and you're out. With the Valor, you lose the golf swing. You get the golf swing when you're like when you're sheathing and you hit the attack button. But if you just hit like X or whatever the main attack button is, you only get 2 bonks. So I had to rethink how to bonk. I have to charge more now because now the charge is a combo. So I had to rethink that. Killed Steve, Glavenus with it. And then Nakarkos. Was not expecting a whole new monster at this point. Looked cool. I remember like vaguely, I was like, are there Hydras in Monster Hunter? And someone had mentioned this monster. Totally forgot it was in GU. Was really like pleasantly surprised we had a double-headed monster. But also by the time I finished the hunt, I was like, this was a little underwhelming. Like, it's kind of it was a bit of a letdown. It was very atmospheric. The arena was very cool. The fact that you could target each head individually was interesting, and they shifted and the body attack. But overall, I didn't feel very threatened by this monster. I felt like I had fallen at its home. It's just kind of wandering around, like looking for something in the kitchen as I'm bonking it. And I think there just wasn't enough tension. There was like this blue goop that he would constantly shoot, which if I got hit by it, like all the bones on the ground stuck to me, which I'm like, okay, thematically that's kind of all right. But otherwise, yeah, this Nakarkos, like I killed it and it wasn't like, yeah, it was like, all right, let's move on. What's next? I think I have to say Nakarkos was a bit of a disappointment. I'm sorry to say. I don't know if there's any lovers of this 2-headed bone dragon. Cool in concept, just didn't quite make it in execution. And then to wrap it all up, went over into Hunting Horn, and here I'm starting to like go out on my own and stop asking chat for this is when I really believe that you make mistakes or you learn by making mistakes. As I get more comfortable with something, I don't ask chat. I was just like, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to do this. I was like, Hunting Horn. I need to craft a new horn. Oh, here's one with good raw damage. I'm going to craft it. And I crafted the Cornupian, which is, a cool looking hunting horn. But I've learned the raw damage doesn't matter. You got to look at the song list. And I crafted something with the worst song list. None of the songs on here I wanted to play except for self-improvement. And so everybody was like, whoa, my God, he crafted the worst horn, blah, blah, blah. However, so I've learned, this taught me it's important to look at the song list before crafting. Second, when I went hunting with it, because I wasn't worried about playing songs, I actually was able to focus more on the moves of the hunting horn, and I basically learned how simple it was. The hunting horn is a very simple weapon when you don't have to worry about the songs. So I got really more comfortable with how the movement of the hunting horn works without having to worry about playing the music. And so I fought the high rank Great Macau, the high rank Celtis. I'm just like, okay, I know how to like maneuver and bonk with the hunting horn. This feels good. And then after that, I asked the chat, I'm like, okay, which hunting horn should I build? And they're all like, get the Arzuros hunting horn. It evolves into the Tigrex one, and that one's going to carry you till the end of high rank. So I'm like, all right. So I got the Arzuros one. It's leveled up to like 130 raw or something. This one has a lot more like attack up songs and stuff like that. And yeah, I forgot what I killed with it, but I went out and hunted with it, and it did feel good. So now I'm over in Lance territory, so we're going to do the Lance, the Gunlance, and I forget what's after that. And we're just going to keep going. Now we're plowing through high rank. chat is more motivated than ever to stop my progress. We're going to do this through high rank. I can't promise I'm going to keep the hinder system in G rank because G rank is enough of a hinder system. But we're going to have some fun, and this is just going to push me to be better and continue plowing through GU so that hopefully I can finish this pledge before wilds drop. So I'll see you on the next journal or on the stream if you want to help hinder me. And until next time, keep it classy. Walls, walls, walls. We're back in a very familiar territory as I just cannot make the progress I want in higher rank, meaning it's time to grind again. Welcome back, hunters, to another journal entry in my quest to become an OmniHunter and get good at all of these weapons. Things were getting pretty good at the end of low rank, and I expected a little bit of a difficulty spike entering high rank, but I have been humbled. I have been humbled so hard where the game is like, stop your progress, get back into low rank, and grind out the 1,000,000 parts you need for your 14 weapons so that they're all upgraded and your multiple armor sets. This is the part that I have severely underestimated in terms of how much time it would take me to keep all of my equipment up to date. And I've shared this before in previous journals where this was definitely the part I underestimated or completely forgot when I made the pledge that, oh yeah, I gotta maintain all these armor sets. I know I have to grind at this point. I have been grinding parts, but I've also been trying to like push forward the line of progression in high rank. So I'm in the first kind of like sector of high rank. I don't know, I think that's 7 stars or something. And every now and then I'm knocking off a monster off the list. I'm like, okay, I could do that one, 10, 15 minutes, not bad. But then I met a crab, and this crab, oh, he bullied me. And it doesn't help that I introduced the help hinder system, which makes my chat either help or hinder me. And you can all take a guess at what the chat did right away. They, of course, hindered me most of the time. And then there's my own incompetence where I forget to eat or I forget to put ammo. So overall, it's a 7-layer cake of BS, pain, and suffering. But you know what? It feels exactly like my original world playthrough, and it makes the highs even higher despite the lows being so low. I'm learning, and that's what's important. And although this journal is going to cover 3 or 4 streams, and I was a bit on a high where I actually moved some of my grades, so you'll see on some of this stream stuff that I have a grade below each weapon. That's the chat that grades me when they feel that I have either improved or decreased in my skill with a weapon. And I'm happy to say there are 2 weapons I have I have improved with. One is the hunting horn, which I went from a D to a C, and the other is the insect glaive, which I'm very proud of. I went from a D to a whole freaking B. So huge progress on the insect glaive. Now, worth noting, I also lost a grade on the light bowgun from a C to a D, but I think that's just my chat. Also, based on your feedback, I have changed my weapon spreadsheet from showing the raw numbers to showing what state all of my weapons are. So I'm actually sharing with you the weapon I've crafted per stream so you can see the progression of my weapon choices on the spreadsheet. It's in the description here if you want to see. And the reason for this is I realized the raw damage number means absolutely nothing when you start talking about guns, hunting horns, and all that, because there's all these secondary things to those weapons, like what songs can you play with them, or what are their attributes and things like that. Even the bow, what kind of shots are they? So it's easier now to just say which weapon I'm crafting and which one I'm at, and you can kind of see the progression there. You can also see how close I am to actually having a properly equipped weapon for where I'm at. So last time I left you, we were about to enter the lance, and here it's all I've really had to kind of get down to. So I'm using triple arts. I've been juggling them a lot for the weapons, and I've decided that I'm going to start settling on one art now that I've dabbled in them. It's the only way I'm going to be able to focus and get good and build the muscle memory, because juggling arts on top of all these weapons just makes it freaking impossible to remember how to play them. So for lance, I'm going to stick to striker, and now I've pretty much learned about the 3 strike and shuffle. Or I have to say relearn, because I feel I say I'm learning this and then a journal later I'll forget about it. I'm like, oh, I'm learning this again. So anyways, yeah, I had to relearn the poke, 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 shuffle. And it took me a while, but I'm really happy with how this turned out. So I fought the Yankutku in a high rank, and I hope the editor here can show you guys the start of this fight where I'm getting hit and not playing well at all. Towards the end of the fight, where I'm actually attacking the Yankutku and landing more hits in a regular fashion of 3 pokes dodge, 3 pokes dodge. Now, I've also had a skill called Enrage Guard, which I pulled off by accident the first time. You have to basically parry to activate it, and then it like makes the tip of your spear all glowy and stuff. So I think it does more damage. Other than that, Yankoku was a little bit of progress. Then I had to fight the, I don't know if I pronounced this correctly, the Gaiadrome. And there was also, I went to do a Baroth, and then this was the first time where people are like, you are using the wrong weapon. You have used your spear 3 times already. You have to rotate. So I had to abandon that quest and go over to the Gunlance. But overall, with the Lance, made progress in learning the poke shuffle, or the poke shuffle. Shifting over to the Gunlance, I'm using the Astalos Gunlance, and now I went into Baroth with the Striker. Didn't like that one as much, went back to Valor, and Valor is where I think I'm going to stay at home with my Gunlance. So I did Baroth, Kechawacha, and Tetsu. Not much to mention here because the Gunlance is still kind of hit or miss depending on the monster. Like with the Kechawacha, I was struggling a little bit, and then with the Tetsukabra, that was a much smoother play, like much smoother fight, because I actually enjoyed the Tetsukabra fight better. I kind of know the monster's patterns, and I could get in I think this one's 3 pokes and a blast, or 4 pokes and a blast, I forget off the top of my head. That one was fun. Then over to the Switch Axe. So this one here, I was using the Arzros Switch Axe, which inflicts poison, and by the end of the stream, I actually crafted my good old friend, the Dios Switch Axe, or whatever, basically the Brachadios one. So this one was, again, a combination of progressing as well as harvesting parts. So Gypsaros knocked that one out of high rank. Not much to say here outside of I tried the Tempest Axe skill on the Switch Axe, and this one threw me off because basically it's a skill that when you unleash, you get access to another ability while it cools down. And it's one that I've seen in World where it's like you go the whoosh with your axe, and then you do a flip and you land your axe down. And it took me a while to actually understand what Tempest Axe was and how to actually do it. But when I did, I was like, oh, I don't like this, because I think I was using the Valor mode. So you have to get up to Valor to like, this is one thing I don't like about GU is you can build a very unique play style if you know what you're doing, and like some moves are locked behind a skill, like say Valor, and then you can have another move unlocked behind the actual like art, which is, let's say in this case, Tempest Axe. So now you're managing not just your base weapons, gauges and files and all that, but you're managing 2 other bars of energy or whatever to unlock special moves. And so your fight and your play style has to adapt to, how many, like, what moves do I have unlocked at this point of the fight? Okay, I got like my Switch Axe gauge is full, so now I can like use sword mode. Okay, now I'm in Valor mode, so I can use like this other ability. Oh, now I've got Tempest Axe. No, I gotta reduce the level of complexity. It's just too much for my brain. On top of managing the chat and managing everything else I'm doing on the on stream. So with Switch Axe, I actually ended this one with Adept mode, and I think Adept mode is going to be my home for Switch Axe. It just feels really good and natural to be able to dodge into monster attacks in terms of maneuverability. That's what I really like about the Switch Axe. Not just that it feels like satisfying to like smack them with the axe and move around with the sword, but it's that maneuverability and dancing, which doesn't properly unlock until Monster Hunter World. But at least with Adept, I get a little bit more of that maneuverability that I'm craving. So after that, the help hinder system was properly introduced on stream. So you might see some parts where there's a wheel that viewers can use their cringe coins to spin the wheel, which inflicts things like removing my palicos, preventing me from eating. Anyways, you can see what's on the wheel. So going into Charge Blade, this one, I got a lot of progress, and I'm a little disappointed. Like, why didn't my chat upgrade me in my score? Oh, it's because I'm already at a B. So with the Charge Blade, I've started trying to make the Tigrex axe, and I really like Adept style. So Adept is the style that I tried using for Charge Blade for the first time. And this one here is all about charging your shield by like parrying the monster. And I was practicing on Tigrex. I know I'm gonna use Tigrex interchangeably. And it was just so satisfying to see him come at me and just go like, boom, parry him with my shield. And then once the shield is charged, just going into axe mode and just like unleashing all of my axe moves on him. And then when he's coming at me, I can just dodge into him. So it's a combination of dodging, and blocking that was just really satisfying. So adept mode for Charge Blade felt great. This was also one of the fights where I had no Palicos as part of my as a hinder, and I think that actually helped me because now Tigrex was all aggroing on me and I was actually able to like dodge or block him a lot more. And then I also got to try the Ripper Shield, which I think is something that comes back in Rise, where like you basically use like a pizza slicer and just like and it just like cuts up into the monster's face. Overall, had a lot of fun using Charge Blade in adept mode here. This was great. After this, unlocked a whole new mechanism in Monster Hunter Generations, which is the supply drops. So the lab is now open. I'm collecting these burnt husks from Valstrax, and I was able to basically, I haven't used it yet. This is going to be part of the help system that chat can redeem these supply drops, but now I can pretty much get a supply drop to come into my mission for extra items at one point in the fight. That's really cool mechanic. I like that. Afterwards was Insect Glaive, and this one was mostly, again, part farming. At this point, I'm trying to pretty much upgrade my other weapons, my armor, because I'm still using pretty much a low rank armor. And it just really clicked. So Insect Glaive, I've settled on aerial, and I really started understanding the ground combo, not just like jump, hit, but jump, hit, and when knocking him down, there's like a 5-part combo that just recycles into itself. And it's just so much damage to the monster. And I've also complained last time that I wasn't liking the extract for the bug. I found a skill that when it unlocks, you just shoot the bug and you get all 3 extracts at once, so that helps a lot. And I'm also getting a little bit quicker. Well, I think my bug is also getting a little bit quicker now that I've upgraded it. And I've realized that if it wasn't for the extract system that I don't like, this weapon would be way too overpowered in terms of damage. So the brief pause in damage that you have to have just to collect your extracts balances out the weapon a lot more, so I can appreciate the phase that I didn't like before. I was forced to do a naked hunt. Luckily, it was with Insect Glaive, which I'm pretty good with now, and it was against a Bull Drome, so I did not struggle at all, even though it was a high rank Bull Drome, to be naked against them. And then finally knocked out a Royal Ludroth, progressing the game a little bit further. That too was pretty comfortable. Now after that, we went into so much pain. I probably had the worst stream of my Monster Hunter GU journey here. This was a stream with all range weapons, light bowgun, heavy bowgun, bow, and I played like garbage, and I tried to put myself up against monsters that were just too strong for me. So the stream started with me getting my light bowgun. I went against a Kezu with the light bowgun in Valor, and I learned that once you're in Valor, you can basically, after you shoot, you can hop 3 times and go like pew pew, and then you can do like a backflip and pew again. Love that mechanic. Light bowgun Valor is probably my favorite. And I thought I'd try it against Kezu, a monster I usually hate, but I've only fought with a melee weapon. And I was shocked, pun not intended, about how easy Kezu is with a ranged weapon. His attacks barely impacted me outside of his roar, and I just sat back and just like shot him, bounce shot. Like I just kept shooting him and he couldn't do anything to me. It was a long fight, which, you know, that's probably more about my aim or the level of my gun more than anything, but it was fun because I wasn't getting like shocked the whole time. After that though, starting a new stream, this is where it got bad. I decided to go after the Daimyo Hermitor in high rank with my light bowgun, and I was a little too eager and I went in without bringing in my ammo. So I spent the first 10 minutes of that fight gathering ammo around the map. People were like, oh, you gotta commit. And I was like, all right, let's try this. And I did not, I had like level 1 ammo the whole time. I'm pew-pewing. I still have low rank armor on me. It was terrible. It was 30-35 minutes for the crab to finally cart me 3 times. Just terrible playstyle. I don't even want to talk about it. So then I went back, and then boom, hinder system hits. One of the chat says, nope, no food for you. You don't get to eat. So anyway, I'm like, whatever. I got my ammo. I go back in, and it took 42 minutes to kill the crab. I killed it, but oh, was it painful. I was getting hit everywhere. I was just like shooting it. My ammo inventory was running low. I was just... So people said it was because I was hitting the wrong thing, that the crab just has bad hit zones, and I was hitting like the big shell, I was hitting the legs, and like I wasn't hitting him in the squishy part, which is I think its face. So overall it was just a really massive struggle, and I was just like 2 hours into my stream, I'm fighting this stupid crab, and it was just pain. Afterwards, got to upgrade to the heavy bowgun. And at this point, I needed some Teostra parts, and I don't know why, but I decided let's go fight a Teostra with a heavy bowgun in Valor. It didn't go so well. This is hard because Teostra has like this fire shield most of the time that absorbs bullets, so you can't actually shoot its face. You have to shoot its tail or its legs, and he's facing you most of the time. So for me, it was a struggle to actually get access to anything I could actually shoot, and my supernovas kept missing. Overall, I timed out. It was a 35-minute hunt, and I did not do so well. So this was like on the coming back off of 2 crab hunts that were hard. Teostra that I timed out on, it was just, I was demoralized and I was not in a good place. So I went and just hunted Gypsyros and low rank to bully him. And after that, it was a bow. I switched from my Rathian bow over to the Hunter Stout bow to get better shots, because I forget, the Rathian bow was just not good because it used like the sniper shot or something, whereas this other one, the Hunter's bow, let me do a lot more different shots. And at this point, it was multiplayer because I decided I really needed some help grinding out all my parts. Like, I'm still in low rank armor. All of my weapons are just not upgraded and I'm struggling. So in multiplayer we went, I'm trying to build the Buja Buja Boo armor set for higher rank. I've got 3 out of the 5 parts. I pretty much upgraded my defense by like 75 points, which is significant when I start at 150. So, you know, that's almost a 50% increase in defense. I've been punching up all of my weapons. So there's my great sword is actually pretty good. I went with the Rathian great sword. Long sword, not much here to mention. I upgraded it once, but nothing too great. The sword and shield was worth noting because I got to fight a tiny Gammoth, which was an event quest that someone picked for me. It was so cute, but it did so much damage. And I thought that afterwards that if you win this quest, you get to like have a baby Gammoth as a pet in your room, which I'm like, oh, that'd be so cool. But alas, no, Capcom didn't think that far. So yeah, then I kept switching over to dual blade, hammer, and this was pretty much just grinding out parts. I fought like a Gormagala so many times because I needed the feelers to upgrade the hammer. And I gotta say the hammer felt good too. I'm also gonna be sticking to Valor mode with hammer now that I kind of know what I'm supposed to do. So it's pretty much bonk bonk, and then you can like golf swing when you go to sheath. And once you're in Valor mode, you pretty much just combo your charge, which is a different way to fight. Another thing I did was my decorations. I had the parts to build attack decorations, so now I have attack up large with my Buja Buja set, which is pretty good. Just gotta punch up the defense, of my gunner set, which I need to build a whole new one for that. And my hunting horn set also needs to be moved over to high rank. So I'm now juggling 3 armor sets on top of having to grind out my 14 weapons, but we're getting more refined, like I said, with which skills I'm using. And for the next few streams, I'm just going to play multiplayer, get all the parts I need before progressing more, because high rank right now just feels too big of a wall. And I just need to really get all of my stuff up to snuff for upgrades. And then I'll be back with some more updates as I progress in my skill. Because honestly, my average score, like my report card, is a lot of D's and C's. So I don't think that's going to carry me through Bloodbath Diablos very well. So got to keep pushing the skill, got to keep getting the grind going. So if you want to join in on multiplayer, that's what we're doing for a while over on twitch.tv/AJOfficial. I will see you there. Hopefully I won't be struggling as much the next time I see you all here on this journal series. But we'll see how things go. Until next time, keep it classy.
I apologize, since the last journal, it's been a while. When you want to become an OmniHunter, you require a lot of time in the field, fighting monsters and fish. So much fish. Welcome back.
Welcome back, hunters, to another journal in my quest to become an OmniHunter and master, well, at least play competently, all 14 weapons in Monster Hunter GU, and maybe even the Prowler while I'm at it. The last time in my journal entry, I shared that I was stuck on walls, which is why I have been away for a while. I have been grinding away with my community for at least 20 hours, trying to get out of low rank equipment into proper low high rank equipment so that I can actually progress, because I was just not having a good time against these high rank monsters. And I'm happy to share, we're back with some decent weapons. So I have armor sets and weapons that are low high rank caliber, which should be able to get me to high rank Rathalos, which I think is a 9-star rank of quests. And then from that point on, I'm going to focus on a whole other grind so I can get a new armor set for end of higher rank, as well as getting my weapons to that point. So let's do a little update on the weapons. I think that we've never done this on this journal series before, but I think it's important for all of you to know where am I in my weapons, because this whole journey is about weapon building. So editor, make this fun for me, please. So last time with the greatsword, that is now the Lacerator Blade, level 1, increasing my raw damage from 140 to 160. That thing can slay some monsters. And it did. It actually beat up a Lavasioth quite well. We're going to talk about that more in a bit. Last time with the long sword, I had the Mufa staff, level 3. Now it is a Tigrean edge at level 2, increasing my raw damage from 130 to 170. If you want to know affinity details, sharpness details, we're not going over that. I'm just giving you the highlights. You can go look at the weapon. So now the Tigrean edge can slice and dice everything except apparently a Dread Queen, Rathian, and a Drill Tusk. Tatsukabra, whatever, Tatsukabra. My Jin level 2 sword and shield last time has now been upgraded to level 4, increasing my raw damage from 130 to 190. And this is probably one of my best weapons. This is my best weapon, actually. And it's also one of my best grades. I am graded a B on this weapon, whereas the grades were, I actually don't know. I didn't write the grades for the other weapons. Going down to the dual blades, last time I was with the Corny Wagai, I think it's called, level 1, which had a raw damage of 130. That has now been upgraded to the Plesioth Cutlass level 1, which is now a raw damage of 170. The Emerald the hammer, I'm still with the Emerald Beater level 3. Nothing has changed there. With my Hunting Horn, I'm still at a Strip Draganga level 1. Nothing has changed there. Those weapons were already pretty good last time I was using them. Then over in the Spear land, I went from a Spike Spear level 3 to a Verdant Tail level 2, doing absolutely nothing. For my raw damage, it's still 130. However, it's a lot easier to upgrade a Verdant Tail, which only needs Astalos parts, than grinding the Spike Spear, which requires all sorts of gathering items that I don't often get. Going over to the Gunlance, big moves have been made here, going from the Verdant Rook level 2, which was a 130 raw damage, upgrading that to the Red Devil level 4, which now has a 170 raw damage. And it went from a wide shelling to normal shelling, which means I can do so much more blasting now, which is all good. My Switch Axe went from Deus Ex level 1 to 2, increasing my raw damage by 20 points from 120 to 140. Finally, the Charge Blade, no changes, still a good raw damage of 140 with the Tigrex Divide. Going over to the Insect Glaive, my new beloved, we now have the Hidden Scythe going from a 120 to a 140 raw damage. Going into the choo-choos, the poop, not the poo-poos either, the pew-pews, the guns. We've got the Hidden Eye upgraded from 120 to 130. Still not great, honestly, but I'm working on it. The Bite Blaster, which is my heavy bowgun, is now doing 180 raw damage from the 150 before it, which is pretty significant. Probably my hardest hitting range weapon. Actually, no, my bow matches it. I upgraded from a Hunter's Stout Bow level 5, which had a raw damage of 140, going to a Silephus level 1 of raw damage 180. And it's got better like range. I think it's got like the rapid shot or something. Again, you can look up the weapons. All that to say, we're now aiming at about between 150 to 200 raw damage on my weapons, which is where I feel I should be. And it is actually allowing me to make progress at a decent state. Over on the armor front, as you may recall, I've been relying on the Buja Buja Boo set, which stands for the Boldrome Jagras, Boldrome Feet armor set. And I was working my way to grinding that into the high rank set, which is now done. But I did do a little mistake, and instead of doing the Buja Buja Boo at one point, I actually did the Buja Boo Boo Boo, which ended up with a pretty slutty outfit, if I do say so myself. My cheeks were showing, let's just say. Another thing I did off stream that I didn't do, that the community wouldn't have seen, is I've actually cleared out all of my low rank Prowler quests. So I just enjoy doing that on the side sometimes. All the low rank stuff in Village is done, not the hub, and now I'm slowly grinding out the high rank Prowler quests, as well as the Village, as well as the hub low rank ones. Oh, and then actually, before we talk about some of the hunts, I also have a new gunner set, which was recommended to me by Ads, one of our moderators, which I am dubbing the Clown Gunner, because look at these shoes. These are the ugliest shoes I have ever seen. I got the 2 skill sets with this clown suit. One is Expert, which gives me critical hits with my guns, and then I've also got Fast Charge, which lets me reload my guns a little bit faster. Both very cozy and comfy to help me do hunts better when I'm shooting things down. This is the best set the community came up with that I could have in my early high rank part of the game. Apparently more better sets will unlock as I get closer to the end of high rank. So this is what I'm going to be using for now. Going over to some of my hunts, so I decided to go a little bit heavier into the Deviants. If you all remember that last journal that I covered with the Deviants, I got spanked hard by a red helm. And I was kind of like, I'm not touching these Deviants until I get into high rank. So after quite a bit of grinding, now I have a full high rank armor set. I've got some decent weapons. I'm like, it's time to revisit these Deviants. And unfortunately, I shouldn't have done this when I was using the longsword because I'm still not very proficient with the longsword. Anyways, I decided to go against the Dread Queen Rathian against my better judgment because people were like, it's Rathian, just harder. You fought this thing in Rise, basically, whatever. So I was like, yeah, all that makes a lot of sense. Let's give this a try. And I got destroyed. The Dread Queen is so aggressive. It's got that little disco ball, like, turning maneuver that I hate. And the poison hit so hard. I don't remember if I brought antidotes or not, probably not. But like the poison was just not going away and it was just taking away all my health so fast. Yeah, so I died very fast to Dread Queen. I was like, okay, no poison monsters. So the next thing on the list was the Drill Tusk Tetsukabra. And I was like, well, I like Tetsukabra, so Drill Tusk is probably a harder version. And I went up against that with also the longsword and I got destroyed. They just hit so hard and they have new moves. This boy, he gets like the big rock either horizontally that explodes or he's got like a super jump now which just squishes you. Somehow I survived it. But yeah, just doing so much damage, moving so unpredictably, and me with my longsword just not being good enough. I couldn't defeat either of them. But luckily, I felt a lot of confidence going up against the Red Helm Arzros, which I don't know why my chat was like, don't do that. He's actually harder. You should do these other ones that are like low rank, the Tetsukabra and the Dread Queen. I was like, no, I know my bear. He swipes. He's pretty easy. And I went in later when I had my sword and shield in the rotation. And oh man, was this night and day. It was so much better. And I can finally say I killed my first Deviant solo with my sword and shield. I used the Jin sword. I just went like, and just like back flipping because I was using, what's the mode? Valor. So flipping on the bear, slashing at the bear, dodging the bear, flipping at the bear. It was a good time. And then I also took on the Silverwind, not the Najarala, the Nargacuga. I did that one in multiplayer though, because I needed parts for a weapon, and I was like, there's just no way I'm doing this solo. So we just went in multiplayer to farm the weapons. If I have to do this solo again, sometimes I will when I'm equipped up, but right now these Deviants are just a little bit too hard for weapons I'm less familiar with. With all of that, I was actually able to make a little bit of progress into high rank. So now I fought the Nursilla, which was the first time I fought it in this game, and I was fighting it with, again, the longsword, and at first I was struggling, and then it finally clicked, and also someone pointed out something that I forgot, which is when you jump off a ledge with the longsword, I can actually go swooshy swoosh by hitting the right button, and that creates a lot more like mounting damage, I think, and it just feels better, like it as an extra attack to my arsenal. So now I could swooshy swoosh off ledges, and I started getting more into the flow of things, especially with Valor, to actually like anticipate an attack. And Nursilla is always so linear in its attack that it's pretty easy to figure out when it's going to hit you, and that went down. Also got to absolutely destroy a Celtis. That was like a palate cleanser from all the pain I did. I had the sword and shield, aka one of my best performing weapons against one of the weakest monsters in the game. Poor little Celtis didn't know what hit him. I think I got him in like 2 or 3 minutes. It was a good time. Then with the bow, I went up against a Nibblesnarf, which was probably not my best idea. This thing took 30 minutes to slay, and it's mostly because my ability with a bow is still questionable. No, I tried to make a pun there. It didn't work. Just the fact that Nibblesnarf is always underground is kind of a waste of time. You got to kind of chase him with the bow, and just getting my distancing was not so good. I had just rotated into the bow, so it was a little rusty there. It's not the best matchup, but still made it happen. And then after that, I got to unlock Basarios, which I loved taking down Basarios with the bow. And I was just shooting, broke his chest, and then there I could like shoot some any kind of shots in there into his squishy, and I got him down in 15 minutes, even though chat's like, oh my god, bow with Basarios, what are you doing? It's gonna take forever, especially after that Nibblesnarf. I'm like, oh, come on, you haters. Sometimes, you know, my chat is very loud, and sometimes you just gotta say, shit, you just gotta put a pillow over their faces. Yeah, the Basarios fight I really like. It's kind of like Kezu, where these monsters are so slow that being at a distance is a huge advantage, and you can just like shoot them off. It's really easy to do. all of this unlocked the next kind of stage of the story, which is we need to upgrade the ship to be able to outmaneuver Valstrax. And so there's 3 monsters. I forget what the third one is, but one is a Plesioth, one is a Lavasiath. I was actually quite worried about these. So glad I got to take it on with the Great Sword, especially with Plesioth, because this thing is absolutely ridiculously big. Like, I can't get over how big it is. Even someone came in on chat and they're like, is that a mod? Why is he so big? I don't know. They just really love to give this fish super long thighs. It's crazy. So with the Great Sword, it was good because I could actually reach. I can stay between his legs and just go like boom, boom. One thing I did not know, or at least I forgot, Plesioth is actually able to put you to sleep, which I didn't know. He bit me and put me to sleep. What? I thought this was a water monster. I would have never have thought Plesioth was a monster that invokes sleep. And after washing that, I got to fight Lavasiath for the first time since Monster Hunter World. And it is only now that I realize that there is a version of Plesioth in Monster Hunter World which never registered for me. I thought Lavasiath was simply Gyarados in the lava. And even in this game, seeing Lavasiath, I'm like, this looks like Gyarados. What's going on here? Is he supposed to be a Plesioth burnt, or is he supposed to be an entirely different monster? So anyways, I went against the Lavasiath with the Great Sword, which was way easier than the Plesioth. And another thing I had forgotten with my Valor moveset with Great Sword was the fact that you can, I think you can run with it. I forget how to describe it, but you can basically unsheath into an attack, which was something I wasn't doing properly. Hopefully you guys can see it on screen because I don't remember how to explain it very well. But that was a game changer for just creating even more opportunities to hit the monster. And the Lavasiath doesn't move around that much, so he's perfect punching bag for a Great Sword. So this was, again, another great matchup. So I'm loving when my weapon is a good matchup with the monster and the difficulty is just right and it's not a slug just to try to chase down the monster. And this is another main reason I want to do this pledge, was to freaking appreciate the monster matchups, because when you're only going through all the monsters with one weapon, you're gonna get one experience. But then when you start understanding that, oh, I don't have to be frustrated with Kezu if I just shoot him because I can just switch out to a light bowgun. Bloodbath Diablos is going to be interesting though, because I got to deal with him with all of my tools, which I'm sure will not go evenly. And the last notable thing I want to point out as a progress update to my journal here is I finally got a level up in one of my ranks. So my dual blades have been leveled up from a D grade to a C grade, and I forget what it was. I think it was a hunt with a high rank Rathian that earned me that bump, where I can finally start using these weapons a little bit more regularly. The reason that I think that they were in D for so long is because I kept pulling them out in multiplayer, and my chat does not grade my skill when I'm only in multiplayer. They only do it when I'm playing single player, and that I do something that they go, okay, he actually knows how to play this weapon. They're pretty tough teachers. I have yet to see an A, but I really hope that we're going to start collecting those. We're getting more Bs, so slowly the Hey J report card is starting to increase in value, so we're getting there. So yeah, next up is pretty much progress until I make it to Rathalos high rank, and then I'm going to do some more grinding, get a whole new armor set for high rank, and then we're going to wrap up and get to the end of high rank, and then hopefully finish the story before Christmas. I want to finish the high rank story before Christmas, opening up G rank for early 2025, and then who knows how far I'll get into G rank before Wilds drop, but you're all here along with me, so we'll make it as far as we can, and we will do our best to finish this pledge. I'll see you all on the next video or the next stream, and until next time, keep it classy. It's actually starting to happen. All the dopamine hits are starting to trigger. Things are starting to click when it comes to other weapons. I can finally say I'm having fun playing Monster Hunter with a gun.
Let's get down to business to become OmniHunter.
Okay, so it doesn't quite work yet. Still working on it. Welcome back to another journal as I continue my progress to become OmniHunter and learn how to use every weapon in the Monster Hunter, at least in GU. And I will prove so by defeating Bloodbath Diablos, which is inching closer and closer as I continue to progress. So in the previous journal, I was a little blocked by the fact that my armor was a little poo-poo and squishy, and I was getting knocked around a little too hard. So the first thing I needed to fix was getting better armor, but the problem is my goal was behind more quests, which was Rathalos. So what I did is I grinded in a hub up until hub rank 6, which is where I'm at now, that I was able to access Rathalos, and from there I was able to grind out all the parts I needed to now make a higher rank Rathalos armor set for my melee builds as well as a gunner build. The melee build came together a lot faster than I thought. It took me less than 2 hours because I apparently had most of the Rathalos parts already. The longest part was farming the frickin' Fusium ore, which I went on a quest. I needed 4, and it took me like a 30-minute of mining just to find this ore. So with that said, I didn't go full Rathalos set thanks to an awesome comment in my last journal. I forget your name, I'm sorry, but if you go back, you'll see them. And it's basically using the full Rathalos armor set, but you switch out the braces for the Senator brace and the boots for the Bnahabra boots. And that, when you slot in some decorations, will get you weakness exploit, razor sharp, and an attack plus large, because I had a good talisman that had attack plus 7. On my gunner set, I went full Rathalos, which gives me weakness exploit as well as attack up large, and that's what I'm using for gunner. So once I get into G rank, I'm going to start optimizing all these sets so they are more weapon centric. But for now, just to progress, I need kind of a vanilla set that I can carry that's good enough for all my weapons and helps me get further along. And then when we're in endgame, we can actually refine that. Oh, and all of this armor has been upgraded to the max. If I wanted to upgrade it further, I would need to fight a Hyper Rathalos, which I haven't unlocked that. I think I fought a Hyper Tetsukabra, and they basically look like the Monster Hunter 4U blighted monsters with like the dark breath. I did it in multiplayer, so I can't really comment on it too much solo, but yeah, they look like basically souped up monsters, which is crazy because we already got Deviants, now we got Hypers, and like the flavoring just keeps changing on it. So anyways, with this set, I do expect I can make it to the end of high rank, roll credits, and then I can focus on my G rank grind, which is coming up very close because I only have 2 quests left and I'm done village high rank. So I basically have a Barioth left, and then we're going to finally face down Valstrax, and I will be rolling credits on a high rank village. Afterwards, I really got to get my Hunter rank unlocked because Bloodbath Diablos is behind Hunter rank 60 from my research. Right now I'm at Hunter rank 6, and it unlocks after I finish Hunter rank 6 and 7, which I have 12 quests, key quests to do there, so I can unlock my rank. And then once my rank's unlocked, I have to go and unlock a bunch of Deviants, which are locked behind some G3 rank quests. So there's quite a bit to do before I unlock Bloodbath. But anyways, it's not a rush. I mean, it is a rush. But anyways, I'm enjoying the journey. I'm progressing on my weapons. I got my first A, which I am so excited to share with you. You'll notice on my Insect Glaive, I finally got an A, and that was because I defeated a Grim Claw Tigrex by myself. And that was from the Wheel of Pain. So the Wheel of Pain actually helped me grow as an OmniHunter. So thank you, Wheel of Pain. Not such a bad thing. Last time I had switched out, just before I was grinding out the armor, I was on Longsword. And I went Longsword Valor against Uragan, and it was a terrible fight. Longsword has been kind of a love or hate relationship with me. Like, I play it all the time in Monster Hunter now, and in GU, I get some fights where I'm like, okay, I like this weapon. It's clicking. And then there's some I'm like, this just sucks. There's so much like animation lag. And so this time I was fed up with it. I was like, I am going to sit down and finally watch a tutorial video to learn what the heck I'm doing with Longsword, because it's such a mechanic. Like, I just don't know how to build Spirit Gauge. And also I've learned it was really dumb of me to put Sakura Slash on my Valor build, because Sakura Slash is completely useless, because Sakura Slash is there to get you more Spirit Gauge, but when you're in Valor, it doesn't matter. You don't go white, yellow, red. You only go blue. So you don't need Sakura Slash. So I learned that. And after watching one of Eric's videos, I learned that I don't understand Valor Longsword. And I'm like, this is a lot to understand, and I can't process it right now because I don't know enough about Longsword. He advised go with Adept mode because it's kind of a easier way to learn Longsword. And so I went Adept, and it finally makes sense now. So I understand the bread and butter combo, which I believe is, I can't say it off the top of my head, but it's like XXY or something. Anyways, it's basically you open up and you go hwacha, and then you go hwacha again, and then you go poke, and then you go up, and then you go hwacha, and poke, and up, and down, and poke. And you can just keep comboing like that, which I've been struggling to figure out how to do that for the longest time with Longsword, because I'd always get locked up in animation. And then if you need to like sweep aside, you hit both face buttons and you just do a little slash and a little sidestep. It's really elegant. So I now have the bread and butter combo down, which feels great. More importantly, I learned how to build Spirit Gauge with Adept. So you want to be dodging into the monster attack, which then lets you run into the monster. You give it a slash, and then you do another slash, which goes like choop choop. And if you can do the choop choop, you get Spirit Gauge. You get a level up. I went up against a Zamtrios for the first time to learn this, and it was such a struggle. He used the big balloon form, and I'm doing it. I'm going like shoot, shoot, and it kept missing 3 times in a row. I was at yellow gauge. I'm like, please give me that red gauge, and I would just go and be like, poke. Okay, you hit him, shoot, shoot, and he'd bounce back or he'd maneuver. I'm like, why is this so freaking hard? And then finally I went red and then slash, super slash, and it just died. Then I went up against Gravios, which this boy was a little bit slower, so it was better than Zamtrios, and I was able to finally pull off my full red like spear gauge over and over again and do a lot of damage on him. It wasn't the smoothest fight because I'm still figuring it out, but it finally clicked where I'm like, I know what I'm trying to do. I've got my bread and butter combo. I know how to unlock more damage with this weapon. It's finally clicking, and it was so fun to do. After that Gravios fight, you get sent straight into a fight with Valstrax, which I was definitely not expecting. And I had used up so many items on the Gravios fight. I was like, oh, geez, I can't go up against Valstrax with like a newly learned weapon and no items. And people are like, go, you can do it. And like the game's like, you can go back to village if you think this is too hard right now. I'm like, I would like to do that. And the chat's like, no, you get back out there and you fight that Valstrax. So I went and fought it. And it was fun. It was tense. And I was expecting something a little bit different than the Rise Valstrax. And maybe it's because I haven't fought him enough yet. But he's got a lot of moves that Crimson Glow, Valstrax, and Rise has. I was like, what's the big difference between these two monsters? You know, he's using his arms, he's blasting, he's punching, and it was tough. I was happy I had Adept. Luckily, I repelled him. I don't know if it's because I did so much damage or if you just have to last a certain amount of time with him. But I repelled him. I'm like, oh, that was a close call. I did not think I was going to make it through that. So then we go back to the Soratorium, and everybody's sad because Valstrax like almost got people killed, and the White Academy dude is like, oh, it's all my fault, which brings about the best change in the Soratorium. So up to this point, the Soratorium's been like this triumphant music that, like, you know, it's good the first time you get there, but when you're constantly queuing up for quests here and you're trying to progress, like having these trumpets being blared into your ear of like, dun, dun, it's like, okay, can we just like take it down? We don't have to be on epic mode all the time. But now with the Valstrax thing done, the music is this nice, subtle, soft, like a little sad, but a little heroic. And I'm like, ooh, this is really good. And I thought that it would stay like this. And like some other people who have played GU for a long time were like, what is this music? They had completely forgotten about it. And apparently it goes away once you get your confidence back, once your crew gets its confidence back, and then you can never switch it back, which is absolutely like, ugh. Okay, so from there I went to back to my sword and shield, which is a pretty comfort weapon, and I went up against the Zinogre, which was my first, I think it was the high rank 6 or high rank 5, whatever that, or maybe it's 8. The next one in village where I was, didn't have my full Rathalos armor at this point, so this was a really hard fight. I think I went like 20-30 minutes against this Zinogre. It was on the beach level, which I had been introduced in Sunbreak, which was really cool, but oh, this was hard because it was just, he was hitting me so hard because my armor was too squishy. But luckily made it through, and then afterwards I actually got my armor set. It made such a difference because after I got my armor set, I went back to grinding the 8 or 9 star village quests, and now I could actually fight things. So I'm here with my Charge Blade now at this point because I did a bunch of multiplayer, so I skipped a bunch of weapons. I did Tigrex where I think I was doing it instinctively, but I didn't know how to do it, which was how to charge your shield. And now I've learned that basically because I'm using Adept Charge Blade, so when you're like in sword and shield mode and you block, you have the choice of hitting the side face button, which gives you a slash, which helps you charge your files, or if you hit the top face button, that's what lets you basically charge it into the shield, from what I understand. So now I actually have learned the mechanics a lot more and repeatedly, because I've been doing this on Tigrex a lot, which is a great monster to practice Charge Blade Adept with because he's constantly charging at you. So it's easy. You see him coming, you block him, you charge up your shield, you charge up your files, you switch over to your axe, and then you basically just Adept dodge into him, and then you just bam, bam, and you dump all your files into Tigrex. But now I had to also do Rathalos and Astalos, which was interesting because these are flying monsters. Rathalos was a lot harder for me because just the fact that I learned I didn't understand the pattern in the way that I need to be in the way of his attacks for this weapon to work. So, you know, when I'm using like the switch axe and stuff, it's all about dodge and hit him. And actually that's most of my strategy most of the time is dodge the attack, hit the attack. So now that I'm using Charge Blade, I have to actually figure out where the attack's coming from, how it's going to attack, what the timing is, then it's parry the attack, and then punish the monster. It's a whole different approach to fighting this monster, but it makes me appreciate and understand the moveset so much more. Same with Ostelos, where usually I'm just dodging him and hitting him from the side or hitting him from the back. Now with the Charge Blade, I gotta be looking at this boy in the face, and it's good because he is aggressive, but like he's constantly like boom, 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 and I don't have any charge skill, or not charge skills, defense skills on my Charge Blade yet. So I guess I can't like properly block all of his moves, so I get pushed back and stuff. But people are saying like, oh, once you slot in some more defensive skills, you're going to be able to like take that punishment and then deal it back to him, which is really exciting stuff. So like this is, I'm so excited to share like how much the game is opening up to me, and I'm just seeing, it's like before I could only see like the color red in the rainbow, and now like I'm starting to see that there's other colors in the spectrum, and it's really cool. Now I moved over to the Insect Glaive, which was great timing because the Insect Glaive aerial style is one of my best weapons, and at this point the Fated 4 have been unlocked for high rank. So I went up against Gammoth, which was a really fun time of just like jump, choo 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 choo, and like then I went up against Mizu, which was super like bullying. I loved it because I could actually call like, okay, it's going to roar, we roll this way, she's going to attack, we dodge, we're going to jump on her, okay, now we're going to take the tail comes off, and like it's just so cool when you can actually call out the attacks that you're going to do, and then it actually follows through, and you can call out what the monster's going to do. And actually I'm realizing I was playing, I did this community stream with a player who has like 999 digits in Sunbreak, and he was like, he's a speedrunner and stuff and can pretty much destroy all monsters, and he was doing that while I was hunting with him. He was calling out the monster attacks like, it's going to spin 3 times, it's going to do this. I'm like, this guy has fought these monsters so many times, he can call it before even seeing the move, and it's such a level of mastery that I'm just like, wow, I got to get to that point. Like, that is true OmniHunter. And it's funny because that guy also plays all the weapons. He was featured on the Dark Side channel. I really am embarrassed that I can't recall his name right now. It starts with an H, but I guess I'll drop it in the comment afterwards. I don't remember what it is. So Insect Glaive, Gammoth is done, Mizu is done. I'm like, all right, let's get Glavenus done before I have to hop it, because after Insect Glaive is when I go into the guns. So I'm like, okay, I gotta like knock out as many hard fights as I can while I have the Insect Glaive. And as I was about to go after Glavenus with Insect Glaive, the chat spun the wheel and it landed on Deviant, which means I had to fight a Deviant at that moment. I was like, no, you're wasting my Insect Glaive move, and I have to fight something so hard. Off I went. This was a really tough fight. I really love the design of Grimclaw. Like, the little blue highlights over him look beautiful. It gives him so much more character. And I'm glad, I was expecting like a super sped up crazy Tigrex, but the Deviant leans more into his strength. They made him bigger and tankier, which is actually the way I prefer Tigrex. I'd rather he be a heavy tank instead of a speedy train. So anyways, I went off and I was getting some good like combos into it, and I was also failing in some cases, and it was a struggle. I went through all my hot drinks, I went through all my potions, I had to like remake new potions, and then he was hiding from me, and I had like 10 minutes left to fight him. His tail was busted, his claw was busted. Like, this was one of those good fights where like both of you, like both the stamina of the hunter and the monster, are just getting low, and we're running out of time, and we just gotta end this fight. And I ended it with I think 5 or so minutes left. Finally, and that's what kind of prompted the A, where it was on the cusp. People were like, B plus, A minus. I was like, well, we don't do pluses or minus here. You have to pick one. And so ultimately, chat decided to give me an A for my efforts with Insect Glaive on the 2 Fated 4, but Grimclaw is what pushed it over. Like, oh, he actually knows what he's doing with this weapon. So now we go into the guns, and I'm like, oh, the guns. Like, I've just been having so much fun with Longsword, with Insect Glaive, with all my other weapons. Like, things are starting to get easier, and now that I have good armor on, I'm like, oh, okay, now it's time for the guns. What's gonna happen here? So I go with Light Bowgun, and it's Glavenus of all things, because that's the next one. I'm like, all right, let's try Valor, because I really love the little like jump, pew pew pew, and then the little like skip, and you shoot. It's really satisfying, and people are like, don't do Valor, you should have been doing Adept. I was like, whatever. So I'm shooting Glavenus, and I was really terrified of this because I know how aggressive he is. But I was managing to, like, because he he projects his attack so well, and I'm always keeping a distance because I'm shooting him, I was actually able to Valor dodge into his attacks a lot of the times. What I was struggling with was creating openings where I could actually shoot him because I'm so busy running away and Valor dodging. I got some good shots, and it was actually quite fun, but it did last 30 minutes, which was pretty long. And then people were like, you should have totally done Adept with this. I'm like, okay, let's go back to Adept with Light Bowgun. And, you know, I don't get my, like, jumping Q, but what I've learned, and the next fight was against a Gormagala, it actually clicked that you want to dodge into the monster, which then gives you a reload animation. And then if you hit X, you can actually run while your weapon is out into a position that you can shoot. And against Gormagala, I never realized how good of a matchup this is with gun. Like, I was having so much fun, and I was having a lot of fun with Glavenus too, of all things. Like, both Valor and Adept were giving me so much good times with Light Bowgun in a way I've never had with guns before. And it's because I think I know too what to do. I brought all my weapon, I brought all my ammo, pierce ammo, and the gun itself comes with slicing ammo. It was fun because especially Glavenus, I know like when his throat is red, you want to hit him there. And when I have a melee weapon, it's hard because you got to deal with his tail. But when you have a gun, I just got to focus on my aim, and I can shoot him in the throat, and then like eventually he just falls because I'm shooting him, and like poof, dopamine hit. So that was really fun. Gormagala is perfect because, you know, I always want to hit his head, and I struggle when I'm doing a melee weapon against him. But with a gun, I can just sit back, shoot him. He comes up, and then he like, you know, tries to bomb you. I Adept dodge, I reload, and then I start shooting him again. Like, he's in the air, I don't care, I'm shooting him in the air. It's just such a good mechanic, and I'm like, huh, I finally understand guns in Monster Hunter. It's not just, I mean, it is simple pew pew, but it's satisfying when you can. It's the aiming. The challenge is in the aiming. It's a different kind of challenge. It's not about so much dodging and you know, you're doing your combo. It's really about dodging and aiming properly so that you're actually hitting the monster where you want, and actually creating the part breaks you want, and creating the monster to stagger where you want. So it's just really good. Now we're going to see if all of that translates over to heavy bowgun and the bow, which are my next range weapons that I usually do not play so well with. And then we're going to cycle back and start with greatsword. So by the time of the next journal comes out, like I said, I'm 2 key quests away, or Barioth and Valstrax, and then I'm finished high rank. I'm excited to see how the story's going to end in GU. We're going to be done the story by the next journal. And then it's pretty much doing a lot of multiplayer to upgrade, to unlock my hunter rank. And at this point, I don't really know how I'm going to split things, because my growth comes a lot from playing single player, and I'm not sure how much of G rank I want to do solo and how much of it I want to do multiplayer. Because on one hand, it's intended for multiplayer, but on the other hand, I need to continue playing solo to level up. So I don't know how I'm going to divide it. I really like doing multiplayer when it comes time to leveling up my weapons, but solo is where I experience growth, and it's where I actually like learn how to play better. So I'm going to have to balance those out in a interesting way as I enter G rank, which is coming up in a journal or two. We're going to be in G rank, and just in time, because I've only got a few months to finish this before Wilds comes out, and there's a lot of content to get through so I can get Bloodbath unlocked, and then the grind begins of how do I fight this thing. So join me on the next journal as I continue my progress. I'm glad that you're all around here for me to share this with you, and until next time, keep it classy. Hunters, we've made it to the peak of the mountain, the peak fight, and editor, play that music because it is the peak theme song in Monster Hunter. Welcome back, hunters, to the Monster Hunter Academy, where we become OmniHunters here. I think I broke my zipper. Anyways, welcome back to another journal. I have finished high rank. Valstrax is no more. I shot him down quite literally because I was using a gun. And I am now getting ready to arsenal this whole body up with G rank ready equipment so I can step into G rank and start knocking down the obstacles between me and Bloodbath Diablos. Now this sounds simple, but from what I understand, it will not be a simple matter because there's a lot to do. I just finished making my high rank armor so I'm not squishy. I'm still kind of working on my high rank weapons. They're not really optimized at this point. And now G rank's like, you really want to step in here? And I'm just like, no. And I actually just finished unlocking Hunter rank, or Hub rank 7, Hunter rank 7, whatever that means. So I just have about, hang on, I wrote it here, 7 quests left before my Hunter rank becomes unlocked, and I will somewhat be into G rank, and it also means I have one more kind of like boss fight to finish with, which I think is a rematch with Narcalos or something. I forget his name, and I did not write it down. So it's been a pretty short week. I didn't get to stream as much, but I thought Valstrax, finishing off Valstrax was a pretty big milestone, which warranted a journal. And also, I thought it would be fun, now that I've finished low rank, I thought it would be a good time to stop and actually rank all the weapons I've played, which is, oh, I didn't put Prowler in here. You know, we're not going to count Prowler. I'm going to re-rank all the weapons because honestly, I didn't have any idea which weapons I would like, which I wouldn't, which I would actually gravitate towards. So we're going to rank them again. And spoiler, Switch Axe did not even make it in top 3. So we're going to talk about that in a moment. First off though, before getting to Valstrax, the last fight I needed to do was Barioth, and I was a little bit wary going into this, as I am with most things. I had a light bowgun. I had never taken on Barioth with a bowgun, with a gun, and I've always struggled with Barioth to some degree, especially like in 4U with Charge Blade. He's just been always a challenge because he's hopping everywhere. I think I played him in 3U if I remember he was in there, and I think he was the one that caused me to like abandon Longsword, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Either way, Barioth has always been a bit of an intimidating monster, and I was very surprised that with a gun it was a lot more fun. And I'm seeing a theme here that there's a lot of monsters where I'm like, oh, not this monster. But then when I start shooting it, I was like, hey, that was actually pretty fun. And Barioth is one of those monsters because he moves around so much. Being able to stay at a distance and just shoot him is like, oh, you want to jump there? I'll shoot you there. You want to jump there? I'll shoot you there too. It's fine. And another big breakthrough that happened was I got my settings changed on my camera. So now with just the click of a button, which is basically recentering, my aiming reticle is like almost instantly locked on the monster all the time. So it does make aiming and shooting a lot faster. I'm so glad I finally figured out how to do this. So yeah, Barioth went down, and I want to say he went down fast because I was having a lot of fun, but it took me like almost 30 minutes, and I'm having so much fun. It's not like, oh my god, this fight's taking forever. I'm just enjoying fighting him. And then after a while, like I'll look up into the corner. I was like, oh my goodness, how did so much time go by? Like this literally felt like 5-10 minutes. And usually that's why I look up. I'm like, I'm doing pretty good here. This is a good fight. And I look up, it's like 20 plus minutes. Like, holy, it's just because I'm having fun, which is a nice feeling to have. So I'm not going to knock long fights if they're fun. So with that unlocked Valstrax, and I had to rotate out to my heavy bowgun. I was like, oh, heavy bowgun, it's been a few streams. Do I go for a practice fight or do I go right into Valstrax with my heavy bowgun? I was intending to go and do Duramboros with it as my practice, but I was talking to chat and I was just selecting things and people are like, oh, I guess you're not practicing? Like just my instinct, I don't know, went to the urgent, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm fighting Valstrax then. And I went in with my heavy bowgun. And it was not as bad as I thought it'd be. Sure, I forgot a lot of Valstrax movesets, but once I got back into the flow of things, it was pretty good. Another thing that messed me up was going from light bowgun's adept dodge to heavy bowgun's adept dodge. The heavy bowgun adept dodge, you can dodge into your siege mode, which threw me off because the aiming on siege mode was always pointing another way, and I was slow to move the reticle. Sometimes it would go into siege mode, sometimes it wouldn't, so I was making some mistakes there. So that part messed me up. But otherwise, like reading Valstrax after about 5-10 minutes with him, I started to understand what his attacks were. It's like, oh, now he's gonna grab me, now he's gonna shoot me, now he's gonna like fly towards me. I could really appreciate the Valstrax fight a lot more using a gun, because usually Crimson Glow Valstrax was always fought for the most part with a Switch Axe. And to fight him with a gun meant I could actually see all of his moves, whereas when I'm fighting him with a Switch Axe, all I see are wings, 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 wings. And I couldn't really understand what his moveset is. But with a heavy bowgun, I'm like, okay, he's doing this flip. Okay, he's flying there. All right, now he's reaching out with this wing. Now he's reaching out with that wing. Okay, now he's mad. Now he's like charging up. And it really made me appreciate the monster so much more. I was like, okay, that's move A, B, C. And I could just start like building the monster fight so much clearer because I'm at a distance, I can see what happened. And I think I ended up breaking everything on him with the heavy bowgun too, going like, choo. And he's a little bit squishy, he can break. This fight did last longer than I wanted. I had made a prediction I could do it in less than 30 minutes. Unfortunately, it went over 30 by just a little bit. And I think that's because, well, I got lost once, I carded twice, and I was struggling with remembering how to play heavy bowgun. That said, that second cart happened, I think after he was limping or just before he was limping. So I was down neck and neck where I'm like, okay, he's limping, I'm on my final cart. Let's not be a hero, let's be safe. And it was just a fun fight. That one I enjoyed as well. So those are the major milestones. Barioth, Valstrax, all done. For the next few streams, I'm going to really focus on finishing Hub. And then after that, the next real goals are getting my entry-level G-rank armor, leveling up my weapons because they are held back by hyper parts. I need like hyper monster parts. And I've only fought one hyper monster, so I do need to fight a lot more hypers to unlock other hypers so I can get their parts and then build up my weapons and stuff. So that's going to be quite a bit of grind. And I think, yeah, I won't have much time to stream in November. So it's going to be a bit slow to grind and actually make progress in G rank. But that was expected, and that's just where I am now. So let's get to the weapon rank, because I'm sure a lot of you will not predict how I'm going to rank these. These weapons are entirely ranked based on my preference, my taste, where I'm feeling right now at almost 200 hours into GU, and things have been shaken up a lot. So at number 1, my favorite weapon to play in GU right now is the Insect Glaive in aerial style. And I have to say, it's because I can continuously be so aggressive with it. I'm flying through the air and I'm just closing the gap with the monster, and I'm just styling on these monsters. And now, like, I used to complain that the bug getting the essence was a problem. Once you feed all that speed jelly into your bug, it's all fine. And my bug hasn't even eaten that much speed jelly. I could cram a lot more speed jelly into that bug's throat, and I'm sure it would be even more fun. Next up, and this one was hard, this is a very close second, the Charge Blade. The Charge Blade just really grew onto me in 4U, and I'm playing it in Adept style here in GU, and there's just something so satisfying about the methodical approach to hunting with a Charge Blade. You see your monster, you pull out your sword and shield, and then it's like you parry, you charge, you parry, you charge, you switch out to your axe, and then you dodge and you smack, you dodge and you smack. The only thing I will say is I do miss dropping my Saids and my AEDs. I'm barely doing them at all in this game. And I don't know if that's a mistake or if I should be relearning how to do more AEDs. Because I remember that people were saying that it was just not worth it to, damage-wise, it wasn't worth to unleash all of your files through a Said. It's better to just do the basic axe combo. So correct me if I'm wrong there. Number 3, Sword and Shield. This has been my best weapon for the longest time. I love when I'm in Valor, I can backflip and I can go like chi-chi-chi, chi-chi-chi, backflip. Like I just feel like I'm owning this monster until it slaps me around. Number 4, I put finally Switch Axe. I have to admit, I was starting to worry that maybe I didn't like Switch Axe anymore. And I'm so glad I went back to Sunbreak for a Capcom Happy Hour stream not too long ago. Because I was playing Switch Axe there. I was like, oh, it feels so much better here. And it's not that I don't like Switch Axe, it's the old world Switch Axe is nothing like the new world Switch Axe to me, and I just do not enjoy old world Switch Axe as much as I do new world. They are very different weapons to me. Love it in new world, not so much in old world. So Switch Axe, and this one is Adept style, is how I played in GU. I put it 4th because of my familiarity with it, but by the end of this, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 6th or 7th. Going next to number 5, and this one really surprises me. It is the light bowgun. After having so much frustration shooting a crab with this and hating on this weapon, I've made so much progress of just understanding the mechanics and appreciating what goes into a good gunfight. And the last few fights with the light bowgun have been just so fun for me. This has gone up a lot in ranking, and I just really enjoy. Like, it's no longer, oh, I have to go with a gun. It's more like, oh, what do I get to shoot with the gun? It's been a huge change. If you want to see more of my thoughts of enjoying the light bowgun, you can check out the last journal, which is when it really clicked for me. 6, we're going to Greatsword in Valor style. I really love the maneuverability of Greatsword in GU, where in Valor mode, once you're charged up, you can like charge it while you run, and you go like, you kind of like roll into your first hit. It just feels so freaking satisfying. I love the big damage, and even though it's not as like aggressive and doing a lot of damage, I can feel the power of every hit. And I just love the golf swing and just smacking the monster in the face after like doing a down thrust and then just like bam right again. Oh, I just love it. The reason it's not higher actually is because I know that I'm not as effective with it as I want to be, and my skill is holding me back from the weapon's full potential. But I love playing it. Very close behind, 1, 2, 3, what is this, 7, I think? We've got the bow. The bow is a weapon I do enjoy with. I do enjoy playing with. I just wish I could do more damage with it. I don't know if it's my skill, or if it's just the nature of the bow, but I feel I can't do a lot of damage with my bow. But I do enjoy just like running around a monster, holding back, just being like choo choo. Like I was fighting an Agnactor in multiplayer with it, and it's got like a shiny bit on its neck, and like just aiming for that and being like choo choo until it like breaks. Oh, it's just so satisfying to do that when you're like, I want to shoot that and break that, and then it happens. Really satisfying. Going next is the longsword. So longsword, again, I made a bit of a breakthrough. It's fun. Not as fun as the others yet. I'm missing something about longsword. Like now I can appreciate longsword. It's fun, but not as fun as the others yet. And I don't know if I would find that extra fun in Valor mode yet. But right now that's just where it is. And that's another big change because longsword, I actually abandoned that from my 3U journey. So to have it be, in the single digits of the ranking is a good sign. Right under that, this one was hard to classify, but it was easy when I realized what I didn't like about it. Hammer adept style. I enjoy the bonk. However, what I don't enjoy is the bonk does not let me cut tails. And I really like cutting tails, so the hammer actually gets a huge demotion because I can't cut tails. Now, a fair trade-off is I can break and smash things, which is almost just as satisfying, but I need those tail pieces for my tail collection at home. The hammer is, I don't know what to say much about the hammer. It's just fun. You just bonk. Like I've always been a fan of bonking. If anything, if I remember my old world journals, the hammer was in my top 3 weapons. But now that I've played all these other weapons, it's a lot lower than the other ones. Going into, what is this, 14, 13, 12, 11. It's faster to go the other way. 11th place. We've got dual blades. I've got really not much to say about dual blades. They're okay to use. I don't crave them. I don't despise them. They're just a really okay weapon that I really can't say much about it. It's a nice weapon. I would just rather play 10 other weapons instead of that. So going into 12th place, Lance. The Lances, I know this is a skill issue. It's a matter of my play style. I'm just not used to being so immobile and just being like a tank and taking the damage and poking back. I think my Lance and Gunlance gameplay will probably improve when I can actually build a better set in G rank where I am slotting in more defensive skills, just to be a better tank. Going into 13th place is the Hunting Horn. Despite some Hunting Horn fans saying they want to see me play it more, I'm not enjoying anything about Hunting Horn yet. There's nothing about it that pulls me in. Like I don't want to play the songs. It bonks pretty good, but the hammer bonks better. So really the Hunting Horn is just something that doesn't give me anything I enjoy doing with. And that's why it's so low. And then finally, this is definitely a skill issue. Bottom of the barrel, the Gunlance. It's come a long way since my hate video on it. And I play this one in Valor style. I can play it a little bit better, but I recognize I'm not as good with the Gunlance as I would like to be. And so it's totally a skill issue. I still have to figure out the power of the Gunlance. But right now, out of all the weapons, if I see a Gunlance, I'm like, oh, I could have so much more fun using any other weapon. So that's where my ranking is today. These will probably change as I go into G rank and as I get more experience and more skill with them all. I really look forward to seeing what this ranking looks like after I've done Bloodbath Diablos with all of them. But for now, that's where I am. What surprised you most, and what do you agree with? What do you disagree with? Let me know, and otherwise I'll see you on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy.
Do you have ugly ass armor? Do your friends make fun of you because you have 0 drip? Well, I got just the thing for you.
Horn coins for the brave. Monster hunting we all crave. Horn coins forge your gear. Power up and face your fear. In the wild or near the hearth, horn coins light up the path.
Horn coins! Say it with me. Horn coins! Welcome back, hunters. I have breached
the wall of ignorance, and I now know what horn coins are, for I have entered the cusp of G rank in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. This is the first time joining. It's a really weird time to join this journey. You should go back to Journal 1 before you go back to watch this one. If you are new, I have been journeying for now 10 journals, many streams, 30 exactly, of which I'm trying to become an OmniHunter and prove myself that I can use every weapon efficiently in Monster Hunter by slaying Bloodbath Diablos. And spoiler alert, I have now slain my first Diablos. It's not a bloodbath, but I've mostly been working and being sick in bed, so I haven't been able to stream too much, but I have made some progress. I believe I had just finished the village rank of Village Valstrax, therefore ending my high rank village run. And so the next thing was really to finish off hub high rank so I can unlock G rank and get ready to fight all the G rank goodness and get through all of G1, G2, G3, G4 so I can unlock Bloodbath Diablos. I really hope the editor makes that look cooler than me just moving here on my desk. So the first thing that was needed outside of clearing the key quests is of course to upgrade my armor so I'm less squishy, and I also need better weapons so I can do more damage. So the first thing I needed was realize because I have Rathalos armor sets for both my gunner and my melee builds, I need hyper Rathalos parts because all of my armor is all locked to hyper parts. But hyper Rathalos wasn't available to me because first you have to fight a whole bunch of hyper monsters until you get the quest to unlock hyper Rathalos. So off I went with my multiplayer buddies, and we have slayed many hyper monsters, which honestly is just normal monsters that you don't get exhausted, that hurt you more if the hyper part hits you. So it's just a dialed up, painful monster, really. There's not much more to say about the fight. You just don't have as much room to be sloppy. So another thing I learned while playing multiplayer, in a few journals ago, I mentioned how I had gone much better with longsword in adept mode, and I actually understood how to build up my spirit gauge, and I'm like, okay, I can play this weapon now. So I brought it into multiplayer. I was like, all right, I just got to adept. And the monster was hunting my friends over there. I'm like, oh, come back here. I'm going to adept. And he goes over there. And what I've learned is adept longsword, or probably adept anything, absolutely sucks in multiplayer because a lot of weapons hide some of their best abilities behind the dodge. And if you cannot dodge a monster, you cannot unlock said ability. So it was very hard for me to charge up my longsword in multiplayer. So I switched over to Valor to continue the grind, which worked out way better. Because you don't need to spirit charge, you don't need to dodge the monster and all of that. So off I went, unlocked Hyper Rathalos, grinded a bunch of skills off that boy, and I got to unlock my armor significantly. I can't tell you exactly how much defense I got. Probably somewhere between 50 to 100 more defense, which that's pretty noticeable when your armor is like 400 defense or something. I'm just spewing numbers, but it was significant. So after that, I thought I would try, I needed Astalos parts. And I was like, well, you know what? I've been playing multiplayer so much. Let's try going in with a weapon and soloing a hyper. And since I need Astalos parts, let's do a hyper Astalos. It didn't go so well. I triple carded to hyper Rathalos, because those parts hurt a lot. He one-shotted me. I can't really say he one-shotted me because I think I was at half health when he one-shotted me, but it was an intense fight. It's wild when they don't like actually get tired, and I was struggling. I went pretty long against him, but in the end he got me good. I thought I was going to win that fight. After that, this stream was just like pain, because right after that fight, my viewers spun the wheel of pain, which I am really regretting putting in this entire pledge. I really shouldn't have done that. And I had to go in with multiplayer, do a naked fight against Gammoth and Astalos, which I thought was an arena fight one after the other, but no, it's both at the same time. So yeah, we didn't last very long there. Between Gammoth sniping us, and I think Gammoth, that was the main attack. Gammoth sniped 2 of us, and the third one probably carded to Astalos, just ramming through everything. So not fun, big time waster. That prevents me from progressing and completing this pledge. But after that, after grinding all of that, doing the key quest, I finally unlocked the high rank boss, hub boss, which is Nakarkos. And this one I have been really curious about, because the last time I talked about Nakarkos on this channel, all of you were like, he doesn't know, ho ho ho, he thinks it's a bad fight. Like, you guys are the worst crew for keeping secrets. I was like looking through the comments with one eye open, and my mods are like, don't read the comments, it's just spoiler territory. Honestly, nothing was spoiled. All I knew was the Nakarkos had a gimmick or something, so my imagination went wild, and I was like, okay, he probably evolves into something. So I was like going into it innocently, and I'm like, okay, what is this big like 180 gonna be on Nakarkos? Sorry folks, I think you hyped it up too much because I, again, was disappointed. We went from a slow, double-headed monster that like skulks around bones to the same thing with a little bit more upbeat music and this like, I don't even know how to describe this mouth. It reminds me of the brain bug from Starship Troopers, and you have to like go and face it down in its mouth and attack your weapon in there, and it's just gross. There's teeth to this hole that is a mouth, there's slimy stuff, and more importantly, there's a massive laser that comes out of there. So you're literally playing chicken with this Nakarkos and hoping that you can get some damage in before the laser comes out. The disappointment is up to my expectation. Compared to my expectation, I was disappointed with Nakarkos. But it was still a pretty interesting fight in the sense that I've never had to fight a thing like this before. Once I understood the mechanic that, okay, first, if he's like shining blue or something, you have to attack the heads, and then eventually he will come. This is in phase 2, by the way. Phase 1, you just hit the 2 wiggly heads. Phase 2, when he's blue, you hit the 2 wiggly heads. When he turns red, you hit him in the kisser. That mechanic I enjoyed because it was so stressful to get inside of him. And just like, okay, so the first thing, I did this hunt twice because the first time I timed out. Spoilers, it took me 45, 50 minutes. I timed out. It was embarrassing. I went in with a hunting horn. It was a decent hunting horn, but it wasn't leveled up enough. And I definitely don't know how to use a hunting horn efficiently enough for this fight. I was not prepared for it, but I wanted to go see what Nakarkos high rank was all about. I went in there and I was like, doot, but I wasn't dooting fast enough. And so I lost. But I made it to, I think, what is the 3rd phase where he shoots 2 lasers in succession, showing he is really low in HP. But unfortunately, I timed out. So that didn't go so well. I decided, okay, I'm going to keep this aside and I'm going to come back and destroy this monster using my switch axe or my charge blade. Well, as I was rotating into Gunlance, we had a super Nakarkos fan in the chat who also loved Gunlances, and he's like, I want to see you take on my favorite monster with my favorite weapon. Here's some gift subs, go do it. So I mean, I can't say no to that. And so off I went with Gunlance, one of the weapons I am the worst at in this game. And I'm like, okay, I think I can do more damage with this than Hunting Horn. I really did believe that. And I went in and I did. I beat the Nakarkos with a Gunlance, and it was such a good experience. And again, I just want to highlight, this is some of the best moments of these pledges. It's the fact that we don't know. I would have never have thought I would have fought a monster I didn't know with a weapon that I am arguably the least good with. But it happened because all these things lined up. And because of that, I got to have a memory unlock and a special moment with this weapon that I think everybody thinks is trash, except Rurikon, which I don't understand now because I associated Gunlance with Rurikon, and I associated Rurikon as a good YouTuber, and so therefore I was like, okay, the Gunlance must be a good weapon. But what I have learned in my travels as a hunter is the Gunlance is seen as the worst of all the weapons in general. I think it's the one that people are like, this is the worst weapon in endgame. And so I was like, is Rurikon just being a troll and choosing this weapon to piss everyone else off? Or is he just a bad YouTuber? We don't need to answer that question, but it really made me wonder. So anyways, I went in with the Gunlance, and it just works so much better with this. Like, poke the head. Oh, and when I got into the mouth part, and you can just like slam and shell into the mouth, and I had double A flare skill equip, so that one's so cool because like you literally punch with your Gunlance, and it goes like boom, and then you recharge it and it goes boom, and it just explodes everywhere. It was the best thing. And then when you actually knock him out, he falls flat on his face, and there's like 3 arrows that are like, yo, get on top of the shell, you can go hit some squishies. And so I went up on the shell, and then there was like a little rainbow thing I learned that I could hit. Eventually I learned I could use my bombs there, and I was doing more damage there. And I learned all these small gimmicks that people were telling me about, like you can actually interrupt or slow down the charging of the laser by throwing trank bombs into his mouth, which that was cool. I didn't know that. And overall, just the whole thing, like the laser, timing the laser was probably the scariest thing. Like, do I keep doing damage in the mouth, or do I step away because he's about to laser? That was intense. So after that was done, I finally unlocked the final area of Monster Hunter GU, which is the G rank ship, aka the G rank hub, with some of the best music in this game. There's like a jukebox where you can pick songs, and there's at first there's like 4 songs that rotate through, and the first song that plays, instant classic to me. Like, I loved it. There's like a little chorus piece in it, a little melody that goes like I'm terrible with music, but I hope you can hear what I'm trying to convey. I was like, why does that sound so familiar? And I really, like, it was bugging me like crazy. I'm like, I know this melody. What's it from? And thankfully, there was someone in chat who also recognized it. They're like, that's the Final Fantasy 13 battle theme. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? I go on YouTube, I got the clip, and everyone's like, oh my goodness. For the first time, Jason's right. So I hope the editor can play 2 songs so you guys can actually hear the difference. The little clip from Monster Hunter and the little clip from FF13. It's the same melody. So that was cool. We also got introduced to Horn Coins. Horn Coins, which, I mean, what a fun segment, but what a weird thing. So this entire mechanic of Horn Coins is there to transmog, aka like layered armor, and I can appreciate how much layered armor has evolved, because now it's just layered armor. There's none of this like in-game description for how does it actually happen. And I do feel in GU there's more like in-game lore to explain how can you wear one armor that has the skill of another. Oh, it's through transmog. By trading these Horn Coins, you can transmog the skills into this armor set. The reality is, because of the nature of this pledge, I'm pretty much in and out. So once I get through all my Bloodbath Diablos, I don't care how I look. I could look like a clown. So I will probably not spend much time, if any, investing in how cool I look. If there was no Monster Hunter Wilds, Worlds, Rise, and all that stuff that had come out, sure, I would totally dabble with customizing my armor look. But really, I just gotta slay that Bloodbath Diablos, and then we're gonna go style in Wilds. Another thing that happened, so before you can actually take on G rank quests, you are faced with a gatekeeper, which is appropriate. Diablos, the first Diablos in the game that I got to fight. He will not let me go take on his granddaddy Bloodbath until I fight him. And so I'm like, perfect. In my rotation, I had my Switch Axe up next, the Brachydios Switch Axe. I'm like, oh, I love the poeticness of this. So let's go in back in the sands with my Switch Axe, just like the song says. If you guys remember my original GU song, rising up back in the sands, got something, got his classy and his Switch Axe. I forget my own lyrics. Got to go in there, but before I did that, I was like, I think I'm not understanding the Switch Axe moveset playstyle properly in old gen, because I don't like it. I'll be honest with you guys, I just don't like Switch Axe in old world. So I went to my old mentor, Gaijin Hunter, who, by the way, I'm going to be meeting in the real world soon. And I listened, and he taught me the ways of Demon Riot and all of these other skills I had completely ignored because I did not properly realize and understand that the ability of Switch Axe is to be aggressive and to, in his words, to stick to the monster like fly on poop. And I think I naturally did this in World because I am an aggressive mindset in some ways. Like I just want to get through the game. I want to get through things, not because I want to rush through it. It's just like, I got all these things I want to try. I gotta get this done. But I've been more hesitant to be like that aggressive in the old world. And so anyways, I've learned about Demon Riot, which is freaking awesome. It basically charges up your sword mode for the Switch Axe. So when you have an opening to slash the monster a lot with your sword, you want to unleash Demon Riot. Now, unfortunately, I never unlocked Demon Riot 2 and 3, so I only have Demon Riot 1. I'll have to work to unlock that. So anyways, now it's all about fighting the monster, getting the opening, you unleash it, and it's such a cool animation. Like your Switch Axe just like, and then it just like explodes, and then it's just like charging with energy that you can just like, it freaking turns into like some hyped up anime like character of its own, and then you can like just go JoJo to town on the monster. So I did that with Diablos. I think he may have carded me once if I remember. No, he did not card me. Anyways, and I beat him. It was like a 25-minute fight. It was a good fight. It was hard. The Switch Axe is definitely not up to endgame high rank. It was pretty under-leveled, as a lot of my weapons are. So I'm going to hesitate going much further into G rank because I really do need to upgrade these weapons. But I will be away for a little while, so expect a pretty long delay until the next journal. I'll be back around the holiday season, so probably a month before I can make more progress on this game. And I will see you in G rank. Until then, take care of your Horn Coins and keep it classy. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate is too big. 8 months ago, I pledged to get to Bloodbath Diablos, hoping I could do it before Wilds, but with Wilds being 2 months away, this game just will not let me get to Bloodbath Diablos. Welcome back, classy crew. It has been quite a while since my last journal and my quest to complete the pledge in Monster Hunter GU. If you're just joining, that quest is of course to get to Bloodbath Diablos and slay it with every single weapon in the game. But here I am at the gates of G rank, and I'm just like not progressing. I have been grinding materials since my last journal. I've also been traveling Japan, so I mean, it's not like I have been playing 24/7. And all that to say, I have really come to appreciate how hard this game is in terms of content. Like, I knew going in that there was just under 1,000 quests to do. I know that trying to play all 14 weapons and the Prowler is a daunting task. And then I learned that, you know, upgrading and maintaining all of those weapons and an armor set for those weapons just took it over the top. So overall, this pledge is too big, and I'm pretty confident that there's just no way I will defeat Bloodbath Diablos 14 times before Wilds drops. I have just started G1. I'm struggling against Jan Kutku, which has taken me 25 minutes just to slay. Between the 4 quests I have left in G1, the 21 other G rank quests I have to get to the end of the game to unlock my Hunter rank, to then grind who knows how many more quests to unlock Bloodbath Diablos, to then have to build 14 armor sets and upgrade 14 weapons, to then try to slay Bloodbath Diablos 14 times, assuming I'm successful on the first time, to do that all in the span of 2 months, 2 to 3 streams a week. I think it's time. I think this boy here has finally met reality, and it's just not going to happen. I think we can all throw the fantasy, whimsical hopes and dreams out the window. It's not happening, guys. And what does that mean? Does that mean I'm going to delay my Wilds playthrough? Does that mean I'm going to put GU on the back burner along with the Sunbreak pledge? No, we're not going to do that again. I'm going to go back to how I started this whole Monster Hunter channel format, and we're going to continue playing the GU pledge on Tuesdays, and we're going to be playing Wilds on Thursdays when it eventually comes out. So I'm going to be playing 2 Monster Hunter games in parallel like I used to, and once that's done, something else is going to replace on Tuesdays. And that's fine. That means my progress through Wilds is going to be nice and slow, the way I like it. I like for all of you to like go ahead of me, play the game, knock out all the bugs, tell me how to play. That's how I like to play it. So anyways, here's an update on where I'm at in GU. Now that I've made it to the gates of G rank, I've slain the Diablos, not the Bloodbath one, which opens up the quest list for G rank. G1 is before me. There are 5 key quests, including the urgent to unlock G2, and I think that's going to be my focus going forward, as I have been pretty much just working on getting materials to get all my weapons to maxed out high rank level. And I can share with you the status of all those weapons. They're either at max level for high rank, or they're 1 level away. And all of them require like ridiculous mats, like either a Rathalos Ruby or some kind of hyper part, which I have come to absolutely despise the hyper parts. So hyper monsters, which is just basically a monster with more HP and a little bit more attack damage and a little 2 shiny bits to them, are monsters that do more damage and take more time to kill, and they drop these hyper parts, which can only be won from the reward screen. You cannot carve a hyper part off a hyper monster, I've learned. And I think for every like spot on the reward screen, you have a 23% chance of getting things like hyper scales, hyper teeth, every hyper part you want. But to my experience and from what I've seen online, it seems like most of the time you're getting one of the hyper parts that you're looking for, which makes it exceptionally grindy because you just got to do these over and over. And I'm doing this in multiplayer, so it's not quite as bad as if I was doing this solo. If I was doing this solo, I'd be here for another 5 years. So I've been hunting a lot of Grimclaw, Tigrex. Actually, it's the only deviant I have hunted all the way up to level 10, which I think eventually something makes it an EX, or maybe 10 is an EX. I'm not quite sure about that. And I've learned the pains of hunting a deviant weapon. So I've got 3 deviant weapons right now. One is when it comes to the Grimclaw Tigrex, I am doing the Charge Blade and the Hunting Horn. And what I don't like about this is you have to level up your weapon like 10 times, 1 time for every deviant level. And it's such minuscule upgrades. It's like, oh, here's a little bit more sharpness. Sometimes every like 3 or 4 levels, we'll give you 10 more damage, 10 more raw damage or whatever it is. And it just feels really unsatisfying to see your weapon inch up in power so small and so incremental. So I do not like the deviant grind. And what I've learned, Rurikon mentioned this when I was on chatting with him, but I didn't quite register him until I played the game. When it comes to grinding out deviants, if you're playing in multiplayer, the deviant quest unlocks for the next deviant level only if you are the quest bringer. So if you're the host that's posting the quest, then you finish that quest, only the host does that, even though there's 4 hunters that go. So if all 4 hunters want to get to level 3, all 4 hunters have to do the level 2 quest 4 times, each individual hunter posting the quest their own time. That's just ridiculous. So on top of this game's immense bloat, there's a lot of decisions that just made it really grindy, and I'm glad a lot of those decisions were completely reversed in the next gen of World and Rise, where they're pretty much just throwing parts at you and carve whatever, make whatever monster part you want, make any armor part you want. It's just way more relaxed. And maybe having been born in that generation has spoiled me, because every time you dip into the old world, which is where I've been for the last 3 years, it's just pain. Saltus Queen for Insect Glaive, which I maxed out, by the way. I've been using the Nargacuga Insect Glaive, and it needed some Saltus Queen parts, so that's done. The Hypers, oh my goodness, the Hyper Astalos, the Hyper Nargacuga. My armor is 1 piece away from being maxed out. Every slot of armor needs a Rathalos Ruby, which I'm like, I'm not going to be like harvesting. I think I'm missing 3 rubies for 3 parts of my armor. I'm like, I'm not going to be grinding those out for a little bit more defense. At this stage, I think I've grinded everything out enough that I'm like, we're just going to go for it. G1 has 4 monsters left for me to hunt. One is a Gyps Roast. I'm like, okay, that's going to be pain, but whatever. There's a Cephadrome and Hermitor, which also pain, but whatever, I can hunt it. A Geodrome and a Bulldrome, which that's probably the easiest. And then 2 Royal Ludroth. And then G2, it's a little bit more painful, where we've got a Rathian, a Plesioth, a Congalala, Nursilla, Volvidon, and a Great Macau, Basarios, and Baroth. Painful, but, it sounds doable. It's not until G3 where we get into the Fated 4, and that's some serious damage there. So I'm tempted to try to just plow through G1 and maybe a little bit of G2, and then we're going to bulk up our armor, bulk up our weapons into the G rank grade, and then really prepare again before we take on the Fated 4 at G3 rank, and then there's G4. Oh, I've also learned through this grind that Lagia Crews, or Lagia, whatever you guys call them, that when you bring a gun to that fight, it is a lot easier. And this is one of my major takeaways about this whole GU pledge of playing all the weapons. The gun can really make a fight much easier. A lot of fights that I used to hate, like Kezu fights, yeah, they're pretty much trivial with a light bowgun. You're just like, oh, Kezu, you're not fast enough. 2. Now, I was in multiplayer when I did the laggy fights with the guns, so a lot of the aggro was on my teammates, but it was still a lot easier because I'm away from all of that AoE spam. And if I was doing it solo, probably a different story. So here we go. This is where we're at with all the weapon updates. So on the Great Sword, we are going in with the Spartacus Blade level 2. It's 1 away from being maxed out higher rank. I don't think I care at this point. Long Sword, we're at the Tigran Edge. Level 4, again, 1 level away from being maxed, don't care. Sword and Shield, we got the Blazing Falchion, which is the Rathalos weapon. That's 1 away from max. For dual blades, it's the Nightfall Daggers, which is hunted. You get it from doing the, what's that? It's a Nargacuga. It's a Silverwind Nargacuga. The hammer is maxed out. It's the Astalos Smasher, built from Astalos parts, of course. Hunting Horn is with the Grimclaw, and it's 1 away from maxed out, so in pretty good shape. The Lance, I'm using the Verdant Tail, which is an Astalos build, and it's 1 away from being maxed out. Gunlance, I'm just using the Red Devil Smasher, which is made from the Tetsukabra. It's 1 again from being maxed out. It worked okay on the Nakarkos, so I think it's ready for G rank. On the Switch Axe, we've got the Dios Axe, my classic Switch Axe model. It's at level 4. Needs to be level 5. This is from Brachydios, of course. Charge Blade, we're using the Grimclaw, and we're again, this one we're actually 3 levels away from being maxed out. So I just need some more parts from the Grimclaw. Insect Glaive maxed out using the Nargacuga build. Light Bowgun also using Nargacuga, also maxed out. So what I'm seeing here is Nargacuga parts are actually easy to come by. And then the Heavy Bowgun, I'm going the route of the Zinogre build, which is why I needed the Laggy to build up into the Zinogre tree. That's at Usurper's Tremor, and I think it's 1 or 2 levels away from being maxed out. And then finally the bow is also maxed out. I'm going with the Herald's Bow, which is not a specific monster. It's like using all sorts of miscellaneous parts, and it gives me a really heavy arrow, so I always shoot it above the monster, and then it just goes like choo-choo. It's like rocks falling on the monster. It's really satisfying. So that's where I'm at. I think I just cannot keep grinding. Like, I want to progress and grind in a healthy amount. So that's the weapons I'm taking with me into G rank. We're going to take out G1 next, and then we're going to try to make some progress in G2. And if these are just absolute pains and walls, we're going to grind out a G rank armor set. I might need to get something to make me a little bit less squishy. We'll see how it goes. And also there's some high rank village quests I still want to try. Specifically, I saw a Matsu's available there, which I've never hunted in the old world. I want to try that one. And our good boy Alatreon is here, which I have heard he's absolutely atrocious in this game. So I got to check that out. Another thing I learned thanks to a database online is actually the average health pool of a lot of, or HP pool of these monsters at the like G1, G2, G3 rank. And so for reference, my hub Nakarkos, which I hunted solo with the Gunlance in my last video, that thing has 12,000 HP. Going into G1, all of these monsters, on average, the quests, you have to deal about 8,000 damage. So it's either the monster has about 8,000, or if it's a double monster quest, they each have 4,000 to 5,000 HP each. So that seems pretty comfortable with what I have, because I am dishing out 12,000 damage in a half hour of hunt. And then when you get into G2, that goes up to closer to an average of like 9,000. And then when you get into G3 with the Fated 4, you're now in the 10 to 12,000 HP category. And then once you get to G4, you're in absolute disgusting territory. Some stuff goes above 15,000 HP. I don't know really how much like my weapon does damage, but I think it's just a good indicator knowing the cargoes took me like 30 minutes and I did 12,000 damage there. So it gives me a sense of what I can do on all these other monsters. So that's where we're at. Want to give you an update. It's been like a month and a half since the last video. I'm going to do as much progress I can before Wilds, and then we're going to be dual playing two Monster Hunters, Old World and New World, which should be quite interesting to compare them. Because in Wilds, I will be playing all the weapons. So I look forward to seeing what that's going to be like side by side. So I'll see you on the next journal update. Thanks for watching as always, and until next time, keep it classy. Clock's ticking against me, the odds are against me, but G1 rank is done. I've only got 3 ranks left and about 18 monsters. We're going to talk about that, but we are getting close to this Bloodbath Diablos. Welcome back, hunters, to the Hunter's Pub, where I am reporting live. We got Maurice on the floor over there. We got weapons getting crafted, and we are going as fast as I can to get to Bloodbath Diablos. And a lot of progress has been made this past week. I completed G1. I am halfway through G2. However, I have grinded to a halt in G2, where these monsters are either just carting me or taking 45 minutes to hunt. My Rathian hunt almost timed out, so I've pushed as far as I can with my current equipment, and I just need to grind to be able to finish off G2, get into G3, and push towards the end game to get Bloodbath Diablos. So as a reminder, my pledge is to slay Bloodbath Diablos 14 times, once with every weapon that I have learned throughout the course of the last month playing Monster Hunter GU. And what's left to do, I have to get to the end game. I think I have to unlock my Hunter rank. I don't know about that exactly. And depending on who you ask, I either have to fight 4 Deviants or all the Deviants, which would be another 14. That one, I still don't know exactly what the rule is. If you have to only slay the Fated 4 Deviants to unlock Bloodbath, or if you have to slay all the Deviants. Everybody seems to have a different take on that. Now in G2, I've only got 4 monsters left. G3 has 7, G4 has 7, and I will be done. So here's a recap on what's been going on over in my streams, over in my hunts, and my experience through G1. So nothing has really changed since the last journal, where I shared all of my updates on the weapons. Those are the weapons and the armor I took to these G1 fights. I was with my Gunlance. All right, Gunlance G1, look at my list of monsters. What can I take down with a Gunlance? And I felt pretty comfortable with the double Royal Ludroth. And that one actually went not as bad as I was expecting, given I'm not that familiar with the weapon. It's G1, I'm under-equipped. It took 36 minutes. And actually, I was having quite a bit of fun with the Gunlance moveset, which is a far cry from how I used to. Actually made a short on how terrible this thing was in the game. So I'm using Gunlance in Valor style. It feels a lot better now with the poke, poke, boom, and then the slap in the ground, more boom, and then every now and then I do my double boom, which is like an aerial bombardment or something. So it's maybe not doing as much damage as I would like it to do, but I'm feeling like I can actually maneuver with this weapon a little bit more. And I would like to request from my Canadian roots that we start dubbing this thing the Gunlance, because it just sounds funny. Now I know none of you will adopt it, but from now on, anyone who uses a Gunlance, I'm calling them Goon with the Gunlance, because why not? It's against Rurikon, you're a Gunlance user now. So that was my experience with double Royal Ludroth. I still had 2 more Gunlance hunts in my rotation. Did not feel comfortable going up against another G1 rank monster. So I decided to knock out some bubble quests from low rank. So I took on a low rank Brachydios with it. And I have to say, this matchup of weapon to monster, terrible. Because Brachydios is always repositioning himself after every single move, whether he's backing up, whether he's pivoting, which makes the Gunlance, which is almost immovable, really hard to close the gap with Brachydios to give him a good pounding. So I really would not want to try fighting Brachydios in G rank with a Gunlance. Went also against a Zinogre low rank with the Gunlance, and it was a good time. I'm just really getting a good flow with this weapon, which really shows how things can change when you actually commit to a pledge. So next up, we switched into the Switch Axe, and I was like, all right, this is one of my comfort weapons. I should do as much progress as I can while I have this. And so I went up against, there was a Boltrum Geodrome combo. I'm like, okay, these are like weak monsters. I should be able to do this. Went in with the Switch Axe Adept, and this was my best hunt in G1. I finished it in 12 minutes. After that, up the ante a little bit. We went up against a Cephadrome and a Hermitor, also G1. This one was a nice, solid, comfortable zone. The Cephadrome is what I targeted first, and it took me about 15 minutes. I don't hunt this monster often. I was happy to go in 15 minutes with a Switch Axe that isn't even fully maxed out in high rank yet. And then it took 33 minutes for the whole thing. So probably another 15 minutes for a Hermitor. So not great numbers by any means, but I'm still happy. I was actually able to progress with what I had. After that, there was the Gypsaros. Again, went up with the Switch Axe, and this one went surprisingly well again. I did it in 14 minutes. I'm just getting really comfortable with the moveset of the Switch Axe Adept, dodging into everything. And also these monsters, they don't hit quite as hard as some of the others that were coming up around the corner. So very comfortable hunt, was able to progress nicely. And then that unlocked the Urgent, which was surprisingly a Baroth. And this thing made me sweat a little bit. It was also the time I had to rotate to another weapon. I rotated to my Grimclaw Charge Blade using Adept style. And this one took me 31 minutes. I carded. And what I was struggling with is Baroth's moveset with the Charge Blade. So I was used to going up against a lot of Tigrex where I was able to block an attack in Adept mode and then instantly charge my shield with the follow-up, like you hit A or X, whatever it is. So I wasn't able to do that with Baroth. I just couldn't get the timing right. So I struggled to charge up my shield, and it's not until like 3/4 of the fight someone in chat said, why isn't he charging his shield through the Axe mode? I was like, what? You can do that? So once I was able to do that, I felt my skill against the Baroth go up. I felt like I was getting the Charge Blade mechanic a lot better. People were arguing I should be scored down for that, and I think I did. I lost a point for that on my score, on my report card for the weapons. Chat's really serious when it comes to my scorecard. They're not giving me my grades easy. So then Baroth was done, and with that I opened up G2 rank, which was really important, not just for progress, but also G2 holds a lot of monsters that I needed to grind to actually upgrade my weapons and my armor. Specifically, the Senator has a really good armor set that I want to grind out as kind of a holdover to get me to maybe either end of G rank or end game, probably not end game. And there's also Nargacuga, which is there, which will help me upgrade some of my weapons to G rank finally. So within G2, I'm like, all right, let's see how much progress I can make into G2 before we have to look into grinding stuff. The first up I went against is a Congalala, and I think this fight would have went a lot better if I had not forgotten to bring my Dung Bombs. So there was also a Rathian on this level, and that was making everything from just bad to worse. Like, I was maybe struggling a little bit with Congalala, nothing too bad. I was getting some good hits in, and I had also thought to bring my deodorant, so it was good. When I was getting the stinkies, I made me unstinky, and I was able to continue like healing and fighting, and it was good. But every time the Rathian came, it just messed up my tempo. I had to run out of the zone. I had to basically wait for them to stop, to fly away, and then find the Congalala alone again. My paintballs would run out on him, so I missed out on my Congalala, and I had to find it all over again. So I wasted a lot of time. It took 42 minutes to slay this thing. I was not happy with it. So from there, I decided to take a break from progressing through G2, and I wanted to try, I said this in the last video, I want to try some endgame high rank monsters, including my boy Alatreon and Amatsu, which I had never tried in Old World. So I went in with my Charge Blade against Alatreon, which is a matchup I've never done. I've always fought him with the Switch Axe. And after one cart, I abandoned this quest, and I'm not even ashamed of it because I really did not enjoy the challenge of Alatran and Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for multiple reasons. First of all, the weapon matchup felt terrible because he's almost always in the air, so my Charge Blade can't really reach him. And then the other part is there's no artillery on this map. It's the kind of same moveset and everything as the Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate match with Alatran, except you have no artillery to bring him down. You don't have a ledge to fight him like at his height, so it's an even worse fight in that regards. And to make it worse, it's on one of the worst maps, which is Ingle Isle, where half the map's on fire. And there we go. We got a sub that's coming into the Hunter's Pub. Was not expecting that to show up. Half the map's on fire, and then like the middle collapses and gets on fire too. It was a horrible experience. He was always out of range. I couldn't hit him, and when he finally got close, he would just like swipe and kill me. I did not enjoy it. So I'm like, okay, I saw what it was. I do not need to slay this monster for my pledge. Amatsu, on the other hand, was a whole different experience. So I know Amatsu's a flying monster, so I went in with my insect glaive. And it was such a serene fight. It was a beautiful soundtrack playing. Its moveset was nice, slow. The whole thing just felt very meditative. And with the insect glaive, I'm just going and like mounting this thing and choo. Like I was doing so much damage to it. What I didn't know was the tornado move, which caught me by surprise the first time. So that's basically an instant death when you die to the tornado. And then the second time I saw it happening, but I realized like it sucks you so hard you just can't run away from it. You have to sheath your weapon and run away. So I had my weapon out and I was trying to run away and it wasn't working, so I died that time. And the third time I finally had made it to phase 2 of this fight. The music changes and everything, and I didn't know what was going on because the camera was weird and it just looked like a monster was stuck and going like and what I didn't know is that I was releasing another tornado, so that killed me again. So I'm pretty sure I could have gone back and killed it knowing its moveset better. I had already dedicated 15-20 minutes to that fight. I'm like, I've seen what it is. I appreciate it. Again, I don't need to finish this hunt for my pledge. I may come back to it later, but for now, back to the progress. I looked at my list of of hunts I needed to do for G2 and saw what would be probably doable with my weapon. So now I'm in Insect Glaive, I believe. No, still in Charge Blade, because all those failed hunts with the other monsters doesn't count towards my guild card. So there was a Volvodon and Great Macau hunt, which I'm like, okay, this easy monster is comfortable, I can do it, and I did with my Charge Blade. It would have been faster if I had, again, remembered my dung bombs. I thought I put them in my pocket. I had bought a whole bunch, crafted a bunch, and something happened, I didn't put them in my pocket. So I had to struggle a little bit with the two monsters on the screen at the same time, but I did slay them. It was fun, it wasn't too stressful, it took me 25 minutes, went well. After that, we really went to harder monsters, so I went up against a Plesioth with my Insect Glaive, which I thought would have been a good matchup, because my Insect Glaive is maxed out in high rank, and Plesioth's a tall monster, so I figured my Insect Glaive could really get up there. It was a good fight going back and forth for about 25 minutes. I was getting hit just because it's a big fish with a dumb hip check and a stupid water laser, and at the end that's what happened. He sniped me with the water laser. So because my armor isn't upgraded enough, it's just too easy for me to die. So if I had a bit more defense, I'm right around, speaking of defense, I'm at about 500 defense. I asked the chat like, hey, what are you guys at in the end of high rank? And a lot of people said they were at 600, and in G rank you go up to like 800-900 defense. So I'm quite squishy right now with my armor set. The last one that I did for progress is the Rathian. And again, this was a good fight. Like, I was hitting the Rathian quite a bit with my Insect Glaive, and it took me 45 minutes. So I'm just like, okay, I am definitely not doing enough damage. I have to rethink. I have to upgrade these weapons, and I got to just grind. So we opened up multiplayer, started grinding, and what it did, like, I haven't tested these weapons. For example, just the Nargacuga upgrades after farming some parts in G2, upgraded my light bowgun. It added 50 to the raw damage, and my Insect Glaive increased by 70. So like, those are significant bumps in attack power. After that, I hunted a Kezu, some Hypers and Ogres to upgrade my heavy bowgun, and we finally switched out from the, oh, I forget its name, but we finally switched over to the Zinogre heavy bowgun, which is the Super's Tremor. And then I've also been I did a few more Grimclaw to really upgrade my Charge Blade and Hunting Horn. Charge Blade's at level 9, Hunting Horn's maxed out at level 10. Xenotor started grinding that out, but I have to get all sorts of random other assortments to start building that armor set. And I thought I did Cantor, because why not? Let's see what a Cantor is all about. Carded to it, unfortunately, because he drooled on me and knocked me out. But, oh right, I actually needed an Cantor part for my longsword. So we're just grabbing all sorts of random pieces now to kind of really like increase my chance of survivability. In terms of gatekeeping for G2, I still have to fight Plesioth, Nursilla, and an Urgent, which is a new monster that I haven't fought yet, so I look forward to seeing what that's about. I'm pretty sure I can get that done with a little bit more grinding. And then G3 is where it really gets hard, because that's where I gotta fight the Fated 4, plus all sorts of other monsters. And then G4, we're getting into territory with like Rajangas and stuff, which that's just gonna be vomit. I'm pretty sure I can get to endgame before Wilds drops, but slaying Bloodbath 14 times, that one's gonna be a lot harder, because I gotta do a lot more grinding. So that's the progress update. Hopefully I'll see you on the next video on the next stream, and until next time, keep it classy. Have you heard the legend of the siege fight Lao Shun Lung? Which I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
No.
Apparently it's the most boring siege fight in the Monster Hunter universe. More boring than the Zor Magdaros. Well, I have tried it, and I'm here to say I can understand why it's boring, but I had a lot of fun with it. Welcome back, classy crew. We're here a week after the last journal, and I'm happy to say I have now progressed through G3 as I have slain, I have to look at my notes, the Lao Shun Lung, because this thing is way too many foreign words to me. It is a fascinating dragon fight, and it has a really interesting setup. I completely understand why it's slow. It's like watching a constipated poo come out. Like, I was gonna say it's like a slow train, but I think a constipated poo has a more descriptive thing. It's a really cool setup where you have like this gauntlet, and he's just basically barreling down the gauntlet really slow as you just pummel him with cannons, with artillery, with pretty much every artillery weaponry that you have. And then he breaks through the first wall, and then you have a second chance of stopping him in a different container. It's really interesting, but compared to all the other siege fights, it's a little underwhelming. Like, Gogmazios was, I think, a way better siege fight in Monster Hunter 4U. My expectations were probably really low, because everybody's like, oh, it's just a really boring wall, like, he's probably not even going to repel it and stuff. So I was happy that I actually was able to repel it, which means just doing enough damage in 35 minutes. But yeah, as a solo hunt, probably not the funnest thing. But multiplayer, I kind of, like, as a one-off, great. I think it's a great one-off fight. As a fight that you have to grind, oh boy, I don't think it's very appealing. I love that as soon as I got into the map, it's very obvious what you need to do. It's like you're at the edge of a gauntlet, there is a dragon coming in, there's a wall at the other edge, and as you step right in, there's the cannon thing, the cannon platform that's clear, that's like, okay, I gotta load some cannonballs into this thing. I love that compared to Monster Hunter 4U, this platform, you don't have to load 10 cannonballs in. You load 3 at a time, which makes it a little bit less tedious to be loading balls into this platform. Don't like that then you have to pretty much wait or go down and tussle with Lao Shun Lung. But then you just blast him, and really all he does is pretty much just create tremors by like stepping near you. He roars, and if you're in the wrong place, he'll belly flop you or like slowly walk over you. That's like the most damage he can do. So it's not anything too crazy. The artillery, you can bind him, you can like just shoot his head a bit. The second arena is probably more interesting, although the first arena has the Demolisher, which I may like more than the Dragonator, and I'd love to see the Demolisher return, because I just love launching a massive cannon, firing a massive cannon on this thing. That's fun. He breaks through the wall, makes it to the second area that has a bridge where you can actually cross the bridge, jump on his back. You can actually carve him at this point, thanks to the chat telling me that, and you can drop some barrel bombs on him on his back and just kind of break his back. I did do that. And then what else? There's a Dragonator, which you can only use once, which sucks. Like in every other siege fight, the Dragonator usually recharges, reloads. This one, it's a one and done. The rest of it, I had a charge blade, and all I was doing was just like cracking a bunch of like Saids and Naids on him, on his belly specifically, and it was just rinse and repeat, just kind of like charge my shield, bam, 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 charge my shield, bam, bam. Oh, he's belly flopping. I can understand why people say it's boring, but I think I'm happy that this kind of fight exists. I think there's a lot of ways that they could make it interesting. Like, I'm just thinking if they had brought this back for Sunbreak, let's say, where you can wire bug everywhere and making the dragon a little bit more dynamic with more attacks, and maybe even having, well, you could have like a second invader monster that just comes in every 5 minutes or something to add to the fray. You could have the monster having some kind of range attack. There's a lot of ways that you can do this. So I would love to see this fight remade in the modern gen. It was fun. I liked it. It has been a rough week for me on getting through G2. I have made some pretty big mistakes in my journey through. So last time I was stuck and I couldn't get through Plessioth because I didn't have any G rank armor, I didn't have any G rank weapons, and at G2 you pretty much need to build something. But it's hard to build or upgrade my existing stuff because I don't have access to those G rank monsters. One of the things in G2 that was available to me is Nargacuga, so I was able to get some G rank parts thanks to a multiplayer hunts. And I was able to level up my light bowgun and my insect glaive to G rank status. So those are my 2 weapons. Oh, and I got a charge blade G rank to do Lausch and Lung, and I just went with the Elder weapon because I could buy it. It was pretty easy to get. The other 2, yeah, I just upgraded from what I used to have in high rank, and I finally took more time to upgrade my bug on my insect glaive. So I just gave it a bunch of jelly plus, and this bug is so much faster now. It went from like level 4 to like level 8 or something like that. So it's not maxed out yet, but it does make quite a bit of a difference that I can shoot my bug and it's almost instant that it's like, yes, get the jelly, get the stuff. So the Plessioth fight went pretty good. I mean, it was 25 minutes now with, before the Plessioth fight, I decided I was going to make the Senator, the Shogun Senator armor set because it's accessible first of all in G2. It's recommended by Gaijin Hunter. It has quite a few skills, including you can get expert, so you can get crit +3, you can get repeat offender, which means that the more you hit a monster, the more I think your affinity increases, like in succession. But to get the full set, you need some Plessioth scales, and I can't grind the Plessioth until I do it myself. So I got a few pieces of armor from the Shogun Senator, if I remember correctly, went with the insect glaive, fought Plessioth, finally gave him the punishment he deserved. Now that I was actually able to deal more damage, finished him off in 25 minutes, which let me grind the last pieces to build my Senator Blade Master set, which is now what I'm using, and it is actually helping me survive a lot more. From this point, I remember there was some discussions of, okay, well, what are you going to get for your G rank gunner armor? And at one point somebody mentioned the Rust Razor, the deviant basically of the Shogun Senator. I was like, okay, and then a lot of other people are like, no, you don't want to do that. And one of the skills that's useful in the Rust Razor is the Pierce +1, which is really compatible with my light bowgun, which uses Pierce ammo. Everyone else was saying, no, you want to do either the base Senator or the Malfestio, and there was all these recommendations. Well, between that stream and the next stream when I actually started grinding, I totally forgot what we landed on. And in my head it was, go do the Rust Razor. So I go in, of course it's a deviant, I can't grind it in multiplayer until I hunt it myself. It's a capture quest, and I was trying to go, like I was struggling with it, but I ended up killing it, which I was like, no, after like 30-35 minutes, it had died unexpectedly. Like I wasn't beating on it that hard, and it just kind of died. Like I didn't even get to see it limp or anything. Anyways, it counted as me killing it, so then I was able to bring in my multiplayer crew and we just went in and captured it. And then we grinded for hours to get all of the Rust Razor parts, and I finally built the gunner set, and everyone's like, why did you build that? I was like, I don't know, why did I build this? This doesn't look good. It's basically a good armor set for guard. I think it has guard up or something in it, but I made a mistake. I had completely forgotten which one I was intended to build, and honestly it's the Senator gunner set, not the deviant version. And the worst thing is deviant armor, every upgrade you have to basically grind the rust rate. Like you need the tickets, you only get 1 ticket per hunt, you need a ticket from every level for every piece of armor, so it's just like, oh, it's such a big grind. I was like, I messed up. And anyways, so I went with that armor because it did give me a little bit more defense. And I took my light bowgun that's now a G rank light bowgun. I went up against Basarios because I know he's weak against gun, especially Pierce. And I just went, and oh my goodness, he was able to pretty much kill me in 2 hits, which I'm like, I was regretting the armor even more, even though now in hindsight, I'm just like, I think it's just the G rank reality of these monster hitting hard and gunner armor not being very good. He carded me twice. Gypsaros scared me on that. It was a really tough fight, but in the end, I was able to slay him in about 30 minutes, knocking off another key quest of my G2 progression. Another thing I forgot to mention about the Rust Razor real quick was that I do find the Rust Razor fight way more fun than the Shogun Senator fight. One, you get like this really cool mechanic with his skulls. So if he uses the Gravio skull, he's basically going to be trying to shoot water at you, and then you want to be close to him, and he keeps like trying to get away from you so he can shoot you. And then he switches out to another skull, which is Glavenus skull, which he puts like his crab hands claws into it to sharpen it. Oh, if he does one claw in the back, then he comes out with like this huge swing that can just like, it's basically like the Link spinning attack in Zelda. It's a more fun fight. It's harder, but once you start understanding the timing and the mechanics, just like any other monster, it really clicks and it makes for a fun hunt. So now with Basario's done, I had pretty much one hunt left to finish G2, and that was the hunt against Nerscylla. And at this point, I decided my rule of my pledge of rotating my weapons every 3 hunts didn't make sense in the way that I've now gained enough experience with all the weapons in the game to understand that there are good weapon matchups and bad weapon matchups, and I think that I should be rewarded now for understanding the abilities of all the weapons, that I can choose which weapon to bring to the hunt to better balance off my chances of hunting, because that's what an OmniHunter would do. So I'm tweaking my rules where I can choose my weapon for the hunt. However, I have to progress all my weapons still evenly. So before I would do pretty much 3 hunts, change 3 hunts, 3 hunts. Now I have to do still 3 hunts with all the weapons before I can use them again. So on my guild card, you'll see like right now, I think I'm capped at 30 hunts with a weapon, and some are at 27. I got to get them all up to 30 before I can get into the next iteration of using my weapons, if that makes sense. So it ensures that I'm still using the weapons for everything, but now I can just pick and choose for the better scenario which weapon to use, and I think that just makes more sense. So I went, got the G rank Charge Blade against Nerscylla. That's always been a good matchup for me in 4U, and this one was tough. I don't know how I managed to kill Nerscylla with the Charge Blade. I felt like she was one-upping me everywhere, but I think she's just not doing enough damage, or like she doesn't follow up enough that I was able to just knock her down a lot, make her twitch and stuff. The biggest problem in this hunt was actually the stupid pink monkey. Congalala, he was like swinging everywhere and farting. It's the most insulting thing. Like, you're trying to have a hunt and there's just this big balloony pink monkey just swinging by, farting all over your face. And I was throwing poo at him, but like, what's it gonna do throwing poo at a guy that smells like poo? It doesn't really do anything. Good hunt, managed to kill. I was like, all right, it's urgent time. Let's go against the Lao Shenlong. And I go, and I was like, where's the urgent quest? Why isn't it popping up? Only to find out. And again, this is the night I screwed up with killing the capture show, the Rust Razor, and building the wrong armor set. Only to realize at the end of the stream, I had hunted the wrong Rathian like a week ago. It wasn't the key quest. There was a Rathian key quest and a Rathian non-key quest, and I did the non-key quest. I'm like, oh. So I had to go and do Rathian, and at this point I had the Charge Blade for G rank, so I'm like, all right. I had 2 more turns with the Charge Blade at this point before Lao Shenlong. So I'm like, let's go Rathian with the Charge Blade. I don't really have anything to talk about. It's Rathian, unlike the Lao Shenlong. But man, at this point, I have hunted so much crab, and I upped my streams over the last week because I'm going on vacation again when the video, not vacation, I'm going on a business trip. So when this video drops, I'm still away from home, so I can't stream for another week because of work. And I really wanted to not get too far behind, so I upped the number of streams this week so that I could catch up. So I'm in G3, there are 7 monsters to fight here, and then there's another 7 in G4. Once I kill all of those, I then have to go and fight Malfestio in G2 so that I unlock his Deviant form, because after finishing the G3, G4, I still have 5 Deviants left to hunt. From what I understand, Bloodbath only requires you to hunt the GU exclusive Deviants to unlock. So that means I've already done the Rust Razor, which was one of them. The other one would be the Malfestio Deviant, and then the other 3 or 4 are the Fated 4 Deviants, which those are going to be a pain in the butt. So 20 monsters remain. I've got about 5 weeks of streams before Wilds drops to get to Bloodbath. I really think I can at least get to him so that I can get to him before Wilds drop, and then pretty much all I have to do is just do my 14 hunt attempts and many more, because I will certainly fail against them, and finally slay this Bloodbath and get this pledge over with, which, it's due time. It's been a while, but almost there. So thank you for following. I'll see you on the next stream when I'm back from my business trip or on the next journal. And until then, keep it classy.
Welcome back, Hunters. Your boy's been busy, and I've made it all the way to the end of GU and unlocked the final boss, which is a tall Ka, or more like a tall pile of trash.
Welcome back, classy crew, to another journal in my quest to defeat, what's his name? Bloodbath Diablos 14 times, once with every weapon. I am getting closer. Once I defeat this Atal Ka, I will have my hunter rank unlocked, which is one of the requisites to get to Bloodbath. And then I am just about 5 monsters away, 4, 3, I'm 5 monsters away from unlocking this Bloodbath Diablos, and then we can start sparring with this beast and getting this pledge underway. But let me tell you a tale of a mantis that wanted to be a spider, and I'm talking about Atal Ka. This is the boss that everybody was hyping up, especially soon before I was fighting it. They said this is the best boss fight in all of Monster Hunter. It's the best thing you're ever gonna get. And like the guild people are all like, oh, it's a moving fortress. This thing likes to build a fortress on itself. And so I'm expecting Goliath-sized monster here. And so I'm like, okay, I like Goliath-sized monsters. I like them big. We go into the fight, and GU is famous for having the most anticlimactic intros to every monster. It's like slow camera pan, monster name underneath. That's just what it does. And so same thing here, even though it's the boss of the game, no cutscenes, nothing, just whoop, Atal Ka. And it's like, all right, go. This is a little squirt. He's a little mantis. And I brought my switch axe because I felt I should be fighting with my iconic weapon style. I crafted an Elder switch axe blade and I didn't upgrade it. So I had 250 attack, and I'm playing in adept style, so I can dodge through attacks, which lets me have more maneuverability in old world with a switch axe. And anyways, I'm fighting this thing, and I'm like, I don't get it, guys. It's just a small monster. It's got a cool mechanic. I love that it like shoots web and picks up trash, puts it on its back, and like moves it around and swings it at you. That's a very cool mechanic. And I have to say, why didn't they bring that back for Rise? I mean, we had Silkbind, and it pretty much looks like this mantis is using Silkbind. So why couldn't they have had that kind of monster in Rise? And I know some of you are like, well, there was that arachnid that shot out its offspring. It's not the same thing as picking up trash. You can't call your babies trash. Another thing I noticed as I was fighting it was there was a Dragonator on the wall. And I walked up to him and I was like, should I really push this button? The mantis is tiny. The Dragonator is pretty high up on the wall. Why is that? And I was like, oh, and the chat went on full emote only. So I'm like, there's a catch. There's a hook to this fight. Something's going to happen. So we're not going to touch the Dragonator right away. And so the fight started really good. I was switching and swaxing and smacking this thing all over the place. It was like trying to throw a beam at me, and I would just adept dodge through it. And then the music picked up, and he's like, doo, 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 doo. He like spits everywhere, and he just like morphs into, like, he pretty much summons a Zord, if we all know what Zords are. What's another common word? He mech, a Gundam, call it what you want. He builds out this massive like dragon fortress thing, which I'm like, this is what the Dragonator's for, and this is what I wanted to fight. This part I loved even more, and I kind of wish I didn't have to beat up a little mantis to get to it. So here you're, so I hit the Dragonator, hit him down, and then you can like climb on top of him, and pretty much anything that is glowing yellow or orange, you smack it. So there's an egg on it, you smack it. There's some webbing, you smack it. Just dismantling this pile of trash feels so satisfying. And then eventually he like the mouth of the big thing falls. You go inside, and there's an egg there, and you smack the egg, and eventually you pop his fun. And he goes back into Mantis mode. So now we're in phase 2 of Mantis mode, and this is where I had some troubles, because now he's taken my Dragonator, putting on his back and swinging it around. I got Dragonatored once myself. Maybe it was even twice. He was really good at throwing Dragonators around, which now it makes me wonder, if you don't use the Dragonator, does he still have access to it in phase 2 of his fight? Let me know if you know. Other than that, was there anything else that was worth mentioning? No. I failed. I carded 3 times. I don't know how I'm going to do better next time. I know the mechanic. Oh, I think I want to go in with my longsword against him, because then I can parry and do some really cool stuff. So I think I just need more practice against it. It was also the end of the night when I got to him. So let's roll it back to the last journal, because last journal I was all like... So let's fill in the gap. There's a lot that's happened in the last week or so. I have fully made it to the end of G rank. I've grinded out some weapons, but honestly something, I kind of had a light bulb moment where it doesn't really make sense to upgrade all my existing weapons anymore, now, because people, for example, they were like, wait, why are you like looking to upgrade your Rathalos weapons when they're not effective against Bloodbath Diablos? And I was like, oh, that's a good point. Like, we are turning the corner where I should be strategizing to have all my weapons be effective against Bloodborne Diablos. That'd be interesting. He's weak, I think, to ice and lightning, just like Diablos. He might be weak to other things. So it makes more sense to either build for a lot of raw damage or to have an elemental type weapon. So now I'm actually going to take some time and study like what are the weapons that I want to finalize with to go against Bloodbath Diablos, and then from there, what are the armor sets I should actually be seeking to match up with those weapons so I get my final gear to go against Bloodbath, so I'm not just winging it like I try to do all the time and fail. I've also realized my weapon rule, which I changed last journal, already needs another update, because at this point, because I'm in the end game of my pledge, it really does not make any more sense to rotate my weapons out. I need to get the weapons I need. At this point, I've gone all the practice I'm going to get naturally, and it's pretty much go time. Like I'm there. It doesn't make sense to rotate the weapon. Grab the weapon that makes the most sense for the hunt. That's the OmniHunter way, and off we go. Another thing I want to point out is I built a new longsword. So I think before I was using the Tigrex one, I've now built the Razor, the one from the Crab, Rust Razor longsword, which is apparently the meta. All the speedrunners use it. It looks like a scythe. I actually really enjoy it. So that has been fun. And in part of my G3 journey, there's a lot of stuff that happened. And I just want to comment on the longsword against Glavenus, because that pairing was heaven. Like when you find the right weapon and that matches with the right monster, it's such a fun fight. And I was so terrified of Glavenus, and I was like, this is going to be the worst fight of them all out of all the... He was actually the easiest, most fun fight I had compared to the other three. So I went in with Valor style, and I was just like in a good flow. Like I actually understand how this weapon works now. So I'm like going like the Valor sheath and then the smack, building up my Valor gauge. And then when the Valor gauge is like full, I was building up my Spirit gauge, and like he'd throw his tail at me and I'd just be like, parry, and then just go in and slash him again, and he hits me and parry. It was just like, and then after, when you're like really close to him, you just unleash the full Spirit combo. It just flows so well. I can't believe I used to hate on Longsword at the beginning of this pledge, because it's good stuff when it matches up with the monster well. It's good stuff. Oh, Malfestio. So I did kill Malfestio. It wasn't much of a fight. I did it after I got punished fighting Astalos and Gammoth, and I just needed something easy, so I cleaned out Malfestio, and I needed that fight to unlock his Deviant form in G rank. So now I've got him, whatever his name is. Now let's talk about the other Fated 4, which were not as fun. So I went up against Astalos with a Charge Blade. That one wasn't too bad. It's what I usually fight him with. It was just a matter of, I don't think I hit him enough. Like, it was a long fight. It was like 30 minutes. Although these are G rank fights, and I'm going at them solo, so I think it's normal that they're kind of long. The next one was Gammoth with the Aerial Insect Glaive on the Frozen Seaway. And the map made this so bad, because all the places where you have a slant on the map, you try to throw your bug. If you're at the bottom of the slant, the bug goes into the ground. If you're at the top of the slant, the bug goes to heaven. So you have to now add an element of targeting to your play style, where you're like zapping the monster of like, go there, bug. And half the time it doesn't even go there. Like I was hitting Gammoth in the head with the targeting spray so that my bug would go to the target. And it would just sometimes go like, I'm going to go this way. Like it's trying to be an independent bug. Like now is not the time to find your independence. We have big monsters to fight. The G rank Gammoth has a new move, which is she sits on you.
What? It sits
and
on you?
I was
didn't
not
know that.
expecting it. And it's not just like if you're behind her, she'll sit on you. Like what's another monster that does that? There's a few monsters that do that. I think a monkey does that. No, she sits on the entire map. Like, you know your mama jokes? Gammoth is your mom in those jokes, because when she sits, the whole map gets squished. It's just ridiculous. You could be like, Gammoth is this mug, you're here, she decides to sit, you're getting hit. It's just ridiculous. So once you accept the ridiculousness and you see the sitting coming, you just bolt it out of there, and it's pretty easy to work with. Outside of that, it was the map. in the cramped space, putting a massive elephant in a small cave was not a pleasant experience with an aerial insect glaive, let me tell you. The worst, this was probably the worst of them all. I thought I'd get creative, and I'm still trying like different weapon matchups because why not? I brought a hammer to a Mizutsune fight, a guild-style hammer, with the theory that, it has really hard claws. I'm going to break the claws with the hammer. I have reasoning behind my choices. But it moves so much, and my hammer has so little reach. I really struggled to connect my hammer to Mizutsune. Mizutsune would be close, and I'd be like, oh, let me hit you, and then, oh, there you are, let me hit you. I did get a few cool swings where, like, you get, like, the golf swing. There's one point it went to jump, and I, like, golf swinged it in the head, and it fell down unconscious. Moments like that is what makes the hammer worthwhile. Afterwards, Barioth, again on the Frozen Seaway, terrible map, and I don't know why I did this, but I went with Aerial Insect Glaive against Barioth, which that is a bad matchup. Frozen Seaway map, bad matchup. Barioth is so low to the ground, I don't know what I was thinking. I would constantly vault over him, and just the way I play Insect Glaive, I usually try to, like, climb the monster, and I just kept overshooting him. He was just so low to the ground, I kept missing him. It didn't stop me from breaking pretty much every part of his body, but it was a hard fight. Then there was Gravios. Went in with a light bowgun because Basarios is weak to the light bowgun. I'm like, well, his daddy's going to be just as bad. It went okay until a lot of problems. I got zapped by his freaking snipe laser. It was really cramped in some cases. You're in the volcano from Monster Hunter 4U, that level. I forget what it's called, Volcanic Hollow or something. There's some areas that just having Gravios in there is ridiculous. And when you're a gunner trying to have a lot of distance with it, and they're like, how about we put you in the closet together? Like, no, that doesn't work. I came back with Insect Glaive after some recommendation, and this was a big game changer. But not Basarios. Gravios is good enough that he's big enough that my aerial Insect Glaive can easily climb him and constantly hit him. And what's great is when you break the top of his back, so usually he has like his laser beam, and then he discharges all of his energy after he's like bam, and then his reactor discharges underneath him. If you break the top of his back, he discharges upwards, making it safe to attack him from underneath. So that is very strategic. Another thing I like is when you mount him, and I think when you break either his back or his stomach, I forget which one, he turns over, and so you mount him on the belly, and you're like stabbing the belly and giving him tummy tickles. He doesn't like that. With G3 cleared, I think I covered everything. Yeah. We went after Valstrax, which was the Urgent from G3. I brought in my Switch Axe, and honestly, Valstrax, I was terrified because he's the Urgent, and I'm progressing further. I'm like, oh, shoot, this is going to be hard. But no, my Crab Armor is really like pulling its weight so far. And Valstrax was just so good with the Switch Axe. I feel it's a good matchup because he doesn't move so much, so that the Switch Axe, you can dance around him, you can dodge his moves, you can read him pretty good. But I don't think I was like hitting him enough because it's a 35-minute Urgent. You have to either hunt or repel him. And I finished it with 36 seconds left on the clock. It was very nerve-wracking, and I finished him with an adept dodge, like whooshy whoosh, for lack of a better word. So it ended pretty cool. But I had so much adrenaline going into that fight. My heart was beating like super fast. It was just crazy. And after that G4, I had a bunch of monsters to go through. And I looked at the chat. I was like, do you guys really want me to solo these? And the chat was actually unanimous in saying, we don't want to see you like spend an hour hunting these monsters we know you can hunt, probably, that just have massive health pools. Use the power of friendship. Let's get you to endgame so that we can move this pledge along. So these are monsters like Rajang, Devil Joe. There was one that was Gravios and Glavenus, which I had hunted previously. There was a Tigrex in there. So I summoned the power of friendship. We bolted through G4, and at Atal'Ka, I'm back on my own. Once Atal'Ka falls, power of friendship comes back. We grind all the materials and weapons I need. Then I take on the Deviants. Then we take on Bloodbath Diablos. And then we play Monster Hunter Wilds. No, not in that order. I will be playing Monster Hunter Wilds in parallel to Monster Hunter GU. GU on Tuesdays, Wilds on Thursdays. But I really want to see Bloodbath before Wilds starts. So that's the goal. And that's where I'm at. We're getting closer. Things are coming together. So I'll see you on the next journal or on the stream, twitch.tv/HeyJayOfficial. And until next time, keep it classy. I can taste Bloodbath Diablos waiting for me around the corner, but he's being guarded by the 3 most obnoxious guardians that I have to plow through, and I've just seen the darkest depth of despair trying to fight them. Welcome back, Classic Crew, and welcome to the 15th journal. I think it's 15th journal in my Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate Journal on a quest to slay Bloodbath Diablos with every weapon type except Prowler. And it has been now, I don't know, 8 months on this journey. I've beaten Atal Ka finally. I'm in the end game building out my final sets, getting ready to enter the arena with Bloodbath Diablos. But I am gatekept by the most obnoxious beasts known to man, named Deviants. So I destroyed Nightcloak Malfestio. He's out of the way. The 3 that remain, Bolt Reaver Ostelos, Soul Seer Mizutsune, and Elder Frost. What's the elephant's name? Who cares? Nobody remembers the elephant. Capcom doesn't remember the elephant. Gammoth, there, that's what it is. I just got absolutely destroyed. Like, if Atal Ka was a 9 out of 10 on difficulty, Bolt Reaver and Soul Seer are roughly 16, 17 on the scale of difficulty out of 10. It's just disgusting. The last time I felt this kind of, this is impossible, not counting the Dark Souls game, it was probably facing, it was Alatreon, Fatalis, Arc Temper Volcana, like those monsters from Iceborne. They made me feel this way, which I didn't think I would feel this way again. And to be fair, I was kind of chasing this feeling again, but now that I'm face to face with it, it doesn't feel good to be so humbled. Like all these years of monster hunting, all this training, and it just means nothing because I don't know the pattern. I don't know the monster movement. I'm like a baby waggling my rattler at this thing, and they just don't care. They just massacre me. So before we get too far into the despair talk, let me share with you the Atal Ka stream, because this was good. So in the last journal, I had only made it to phase 3 when I recorded the last journal. The initial Mantis fight, followed by the the Gundam fight, followed by the Dragonator on her back fight. I hadn't seen phase 2 of the Gundam and phase 3 of the Mantis form with proof of a hero fighting, which really like hypes you up. So let me share with you how I actually got to that, because Atal Ka was a bit of a wall for me. The first fight I went in last time was with the Switch Axe, which I shared on the last journal, and it didn't go so well, but it was at the end of the stream, right? So now going into a fresh stream, fresh stamina. And I made the same kind of progress as with the Switch Axe, but I did it much faster. So I reached phase 3 in like 15 minutes versus with the Switch Axe the first time, I think it took me 30 minutes to get to phase 3. So there was some improvement there, but I still got smacked around. Pretty sure it was a Dragonair that killed me again. So boom, dead. So now like, all right, well, OmniHunter, let's pull out another weapon. Let's try the Charge Blade. This thing never lets me down. And I went in, and Charge Blade is what I almost got her with Charge Blade. I made it to phase 5. There was 40 minutes into the fight, but I got Dragonatored again. I keep getting Dragonatored. And I can confirm, by the way, if you do not, I was asking this in the last journal, if you don't use the Dragonator, can she actually pull it out of the ground? The answer is yes, because she's pretty much pulling a bunch of like rubble and old unused Dragonators. The Charge Blade attempt was where I got a lot more experience with Atal Ka, because I saw the second version of the mech, which this one here requires you to just do more destruction on the top to reach like the little golden egg to destroy it. Honestly, it's a little bit more annoying. Not a fan of that version. Like a phase 2 of the mech was not as good as the first one. And then afterwards, like when you destroy the mech, the music stops, and I'm like, no, this fight's not over. I know it's not over, but for a moment, like your instinct feels like you did it, you won, the music's over. But what happens is she's just regrouping, and proof of a hero triggers, and it's the song I've been using in my stream starting soon on Twitch. So like I've been listening to the song to hype me up for the last 8 months, and I'm like, this is where it shows up. It shows up in this fight. I'm like, oh, let's go. But at the same time, I'm like, oh my god, I'm about to die. So I went in, things were getting tough, and then she pulls out this new thing, which is the wheel. For those who were following the journey, at one point I introduced the Wheel of Pain to make my journey a little harder, which honestly was not needed. We retired the Wheel of Pain. And here I am with a Atal Ka who's like, bringing back the Wheel of Pain. She's got the wheel on her back, and she's flipping it, and people are like, you thought the wheel was gone, but Atal Ka's bringing it back. So I like when things become poetic that way. And there's another big poetic moment coming up soon. And then she did a new move. I think it's in phase 5 where she does the Dragonator Tornado, where she pulls up Dragonators vertically and they start spinning around her and then they go like outwards. It's a move you see Narwhal. I think it's not Narwa something. I don't know. It's a move you see in Monster Hunter Rise. I was quite pleasantly surprised to see her. I'm like, oh, it wasn't in Rise that they did this for the first time. It was actually here. And yeah, for some reason, I had troubles dodging that tornado. And it's when I think I made it through. I'm like, I dodged it. And then she like throws a Dragonair into my face. I'm like, oh, come on. So that was the experience, my first experience with phase 5. And then finally, I'm like, all right, no more messing around. It's time to go back to my roots and finish this. And I reached out and grabbed my switch axe in adept mode. And I went in and it just like, I zoned in, locked in. And I was feeling back like I was an Iceborne with my switch axe. And I was just going around, smacking her, going into sword mode, dodging. It felt great. Took about 35 minutes. And finally, I got the little notification that I defeated her go off. And it just felt so sweet. And after that, I was like, power of friendship. And then all the multiplayer hunters came in. And we just destroyed a Talca after a Talca after a Talca because I needed armor. And I built the full Talca armor set, which is a set I wanted to go against the Deviants with. It's known as one of the best sets. When you get the full set, you get 2 skills, one of which is Talisman, double Talisman. So it doubles the skill points that you have equipped in your Talisman. And then you get skill +2. So it adds 2 points to any skill you have. So using that build, I was able to get 4 skills on top of those other skills. And I built it around a longsword build. So I got a crit eye +1, I got razor sharp, weakness exploit, and critical boost. With the armor set and the talisman, which it was a 3 slot, I had 15 slots worth to put decorations in. And so I just slotted decorations. There was one I needed to do a special fight to unlock a deco for, which was the critical boost jewel. I had to go and fight a Yangaruga in the arena, of all things, to get this random piece. And I went in with a bow, and it actually went pretty well. Like, I got into the cycle of understanding what Yangaruga's moveset was. Like, it was so simple next to all the other monsters I've been fighting. And I would just kind of let it like do its move, dodge it, shoot it here. And I just felt very aggressive with the bow, more so than I ever have. And it just made me appreciate like how much I've learned on this journey and how arena quests used to be so terrifying. And I'm just like, I know how to use all these weapons now. Some I know how to use better than others, but like I'm comfortable in arena with any weapon you put on me. So it feels really nice. So yeah, I got that part, did a few multiplayer to grind out the part I needed even more. So my defense now is over 800, which is pretty up there for endgame. I could probably get it to 850 with one more round of upgrades. But for now that's good. And then I did a bunch of Razor, the Deviant one, the crab, and I leveled up my long sword to the second last level, which gives me a raw attack of 310, which is pretty good. If I could upgrade it one more time, I'd get 330. And so at this point, I'm like, all right, I got my gear. My hunter rank unlocked, by the way, after I beat Atal Ka. And I think it unlocked and went from like hunter rank 11 or 12, whatever it is before it unlocks, all the way up to like 83. So my concerns about grinding my hunter rank for Bloodbath, which I had heard rumors unlocks at like 65 or something, completely unnecessary. Like I meet the hunter rank check, no problem to fight Bloodbath Diablos. So off I go into the Deviants. So I go in after the Nightcloak Malfestio with my long sword, and I'm going in with like some pretty raw attack power. And this one was was harder than the regular owl fight. It was a little frustrating because I kept getting turned around with the stupid thing, but I prefer the moveset of the Deviant than the regular owl. And I know with more practice, I could dodge it a lot more reliably. But what was fun, I also changed out my skill for the longsword from the absolute evasion into the parry one, which I forget the name right now. So I was getting pretty good at sometimes where the owl was like gonna bomb me, I'm just like parry and then just like slash. So the longsword was feeling really good. What I hate about these Deviants is they are all capture quests, which I hate, because you have to be like, you can't just go crazy. I killed the crab by accident the other day because I killed it instead of capture it. So Malfestio, I went pretty hard on it, and then like at the 50-minute mark, I'm like, okay, like it might start limping at any moment. It went all the way up to 30 minutes before it finally limped, and it finally fell asleep, and that's when I captured it. So really cool fight. I knew that this would be the easiest of the deviants. Everyone's like, oh, Soul Serum Mizitsune is actually the easiest. I'm like, I don't believe that for a moment. So we put it up to the chat. I'm like, who do you guys want me to fight? The Astalos, the Mizu, or the Gammoth? And of course, everybody wanted Bolt Reaver. And I lasted 15 minutes before I lost 3 carts. And I can't say how many hits I actually got on the Astalos because I was mostly healing the whole thing and Superman diving and running away from everything it's shooting at you, and it's just so aggressive. And I was absolutely defeated. Like, it wasn't a fight where I even felt like I had a chance. I just felt completely outclassed. I'm like, okay, let's try to learn some of the moves. I wasn't there to like try to hunt it at all because I just felt so outmatched by it. I'm like, this is a whole different level of fight. And that destroyed my soul a bit and my spirit. And then I'm like, okay, let's go Soul Serum Mizitsune if it's the easiest one. Let's go. People are like, you just got to not touch the bubbles. So off I go, and like the first thing that happens is a bubble. I pop a bubble. I'm like, how do you dodge this? Like, she shoots, or he shoots walls of bubbles at you, and you're gonna tell me that like you can just, okay, maybe if you're good with Valor, sure, whatever. I'm not there yet, but and then like it just jumps in the air and it just lands on you. Like, it can clear the gap between you and it wherever it is. So I lasted like 10 minutes against Soul Serum Mizitsune, which I mean technically is worse than Bolt Reaver. At this point, my stamina was done, my patience was done. I actually semi-rage quit the stream. Like, it was 11 p.m. I usually go to midnight on a good night, and this time I'm like, I don't want to mess with this. I don't want to touch with, like, there's nothing else for me to hunt except the elephant. I'm just like, I don't want to, I just don't want to. I'm tired, I'm miserable, and these monsters have humbled me to the point where I'm like, this won't work. In fact, I have a pattern when this happens. This always happens. First, I feel despair. Then I'm like, why am I doing this? This pledge is so stupid. And then I get angry. I'm like, why did I get into this franchise? That's all your fault. And then I start watching videos because I'm like, well, I pledged it. I got to do it. And let's see. So I started watching some Bolt Reaver videos, and I'm starting to learn its moveset. And, you know, so I'm sleeping on it. So I'm trying to do like some image training with my brain. So when I go to bed, I can see other players like kill it, and my brain can absorb the knowledge so that when I go to play, I can actually just do it. I believe it works. And I've also kind of built confidence where I'm like, you know, the longsword is not my best weapon. I'm like, I should probably go in with the switch axe. I think the switch axe, I could move around these monsters a lot more comfortably just because of my play style with them. And I'm like, the switch axe lets me be more aggressive, has more mobility, I can like hop some stuff. And I was thinking of fighting like all these fast monsters in like Rise and Sunbreak, and I was using the switch axe and I was able to do stuff. So I'm like, you know, maybe with the switch axe there's a chance. So I'm rebuilding my spirit. The next time I face these monsters, I will try with the switch axe, my true main weapon. And I really need to farm up a proper switch axe because I've been using the Elder Blade, I think it's called, which is the cheap one that you can buy off the corner store. No, I need to like grind out a proper switch axe. We need to go find my boy Brachydios and be like, give me that blast switch axe because I need to go make some booms. So that's going to take me a while to grind out. I might see at switching some of these skills for maybe some evade or evasion skills. And we're going to lock in. We're going to learn these moves of these 3 deviants holding me back from properly facing Bloodbath Diablos. And then we're going to lock in and kill that boy 14 times. It ain't going to be easy. This territory is beyond anything I honestly could have expected. But the good news is it brought me to the same level of emotion as Elatreon and Fatalis and our Tempered Velkhana, which is something I've been seeking for many years. So here we are. So I'll see you on the next journal. Hopefully these deviants are dead and the bloodbath is before us. If not, it'll be a sad journal, but I will keep you all updated. Or I will see you on the next stream. Until next time, keep it classy. We're now entering the end game of this pledge. Bloodbath Diablos has been spotted, and it's time to hunt it with the Eye of the Hunter. Welcome back, classy crew, to the ending journals of this pledge to completely defeat Bloodbath Diablos with every weapon and prove myself as an OmniHunter. I'm happy to say, 1 down, Bloodbath Diablos has been slain with the switch axe. Last time I ended the journal on a bit of a sour note, where I just felt completely defeated, beholden to the powers of these deviants, and I just felt like I couldn't progress. And honestly, I think it was just the weapon problem, because I just switched out to the switch axe, buffed that thing up to an endgame switch axe, and the Deviants fell one after the other, and then Bloodbath fell after he carded me 5 times, but hey, he still fell. And so here we are now entering the hardest part of my pledge, which is going to be to defeat Bloodbath Diablos 13 more times, this time not using the switch axe. So this is going to be a chunky, meaty journal, lots of good stuff to cover, starting with the preparation. So last time I was like, oh, I got to go back and try taking on these deviants with a switch axe. And actually, before I get any further, I have to say, if I sound funny, I'm just recovering from a pretty nasty cold I got, which also happens to be the moment I defeated Bloodbath Diablos. I ended up with a really high fever the next day. And if you know anything about Bloodbath Diablos, he is a steamy boy in the way that he just heats up a lot. So I always have this really weird thing that happens to me in the real world as I'm doing pledges in Monster Hunter. Like when I was fighting Velkhana, my PC froze. It had never frozen before, but the scene where it shows up and it like freezes everything, my PC froze during that scene. As I was farming out Arc-Tempered Velkhana, I was dying time after time, and I ended up in the hospital during the month that I was fighting Arc-Tempered Velkhana. And I still to this day have like these wounds, these scars on my abdomen, which kind of match up with how its tail would look like if it pretty much stabbed me in the gut. It's just a really weird coincidence. And now becoming sick after fighting Bloodbath Diablos, I'm just like, these are very strange coincidences, which scientifically have no reason that they are correlated. But hey, it's kind of fun to believe that things happening in Monster Hunter World is impacting me in the real world. Kind of weird, eh? So anyways, switch axe. I was working off this, the one that you just buy on the market, entering G rank, which wasn't good enough. I was going to go the Brachydios route, but then I started like planning out what I would need to build the super Brachydios axe. I was like, holy heck, that's like 4 hours of grinding alone. What are my other option? And people are always recommending the Atal Call weapon. So I'm like, okay, let's go and do that. And do that I did. Plus, I need to farm out my gunner set for a tall cost. So I'm like, I'm going to be fighting this thing many, many times. I might as well, get some weapons out of it. Had to go off on side missions to go and get the parts I needed to fully upgrade my switch axe, including Devil Joe. I needed some Devil Joe spit from high rank, so I got some of his spit. There was a big monkey involved, which I was not expecting to go fight back the big monkey. Oh man, I hate monkeys. But once I was all decked out and now my full gear, full switch axe built, I went back up against Soul Seer Mizutsune. And as I expect, I'm like, oh, it would probably be easier to like dance around a monster that moves as fast as Soul Seer Mizutsune with a switch axe. And I was right. In fact, I was having such a grand time. I ended up killing it by accident within 15 minutes, roughly. It was around the 15-20 minute mark. And I was caught so off guard to have killed the deviant so fast. I was just surprised it died. And if you remember, the G1 quests are all about capturing. So I pulled in my friends. I was like, let's go. I don't want to have to hunt this solo again. Let's just go ahead and capture it multiplayer, because I could show now that I can slay it. I just had too much power in the switch axe. After that, I took on my first Elder Frost Gammoth. I don't remember the name this time. And it was comparably easier, I felt, than like my first G rank Gammoth. She does less of the like blowing snow around her on her legs and stuff. What I felt was the real new gimmick. She plows through the field like crazy. I was gonna make a your mom joke there, but I figured that was not mature. So that's a pretty easy move to dodge. And then she also like sucks and blows through her trunk in a very strong way. Like she vacuums you up like there's no business. Like you're trying to run around, she's like, get over here. It just sucks you up and then pounds you or sits on you, whatever she prefers. So overall, this wasn't too bad of a fight with switch axe. I was just pretty much like hanging out around her legs and just like boop boop. Oh, and I'm in adept mode the whole time, so I'm just dancing around, chopping everything. This one took me 25-30 minutes. She has a lot of HP, so overall, I'm pretty happy with how this one went. And I did get to capture her. I did not kill her. I saw that she was limping, set the trap. And the best move, she used her butt stomp in the trap. So she sat down in the trap. And I'm just like, boop, boop, captured the elephant. Then Bolt Reaver. So I was like, there's no way I'm taking all 3 deviants down the same night. Like I was aiming for Soul Seer and Elder Frost, but I'm like, whatever. Let's take on Bolt Reaver and see how we do. And once again, maneuvering with the switch axe felt so much more comfortable with Bolt Reaver. Once again, this boy went down in 25-30 minutes. He was a really good, challenging fight. I know he gets way harder if I go EX form, but I'm not interested in that right now. It was a thrilling fight. Happy I did it, but I was ready to move on after I took him on. And this whole time, like before taking on Bolt Reaver, so Bolt Reaver was my final deviant to unlock Bloodbath. And when I came back from the Elder Frost fight, the pub manager is starting to talk about like the legendary Bloodbath Diablos, and they're like starting to drum up the hype for him. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like they're already building up some backstory as to why he's such a deviant fiend, if you will. And then after Bolt Reaver, the music in the pub changes to the Bloodbath Diablos theme song, which by the way is such a good theme song. I really love it. Off I go into the desert, and at first impression was, okay, he's big, he's tanky, but he's very easy to read. And I'm like, this is okay. But I wasn't underestimating because I knew that there was more gimmicks to him. I just didn't know what it was. And so I was like, okay, I can do this. Like he's like boom, boom, like doing combos. And what caught me, like the big aha moment for phase 1 was when he started roaring. I was like, okay, the roar. And then I'm locked and stunned from his roar, and he instantly charges into you. I was like, that's going to be a problem. And of course, I'm pretty sure I carded to 2 or 3 of those instances where like I was trying to do something, he roared, stunned me, and then just runs right into me. Like if you do not adept dodge or Superman dive the roar, you're pretty much dead, especially as things pick up. After that, there was phase 2 where I didn't notice a big difference in phase 2 other than he's moving a lot faster. He also starts canceling his rushes, which threw me off so much. He's like bolting and then he stops and then he like turns and then he attacks me. I was like, this is crazy. Like this monster is just leveling up. But at no point was I thinking this is bullshit. I'm just thinking this is a intense fight, but he's so like, you can read his moves so good. I was just grinning fighting this monster the whole time. And at one point, I'm like trying to hide behind rocks, trying to heal. I'm like, rock, protect me. And I went behind a little rock. And then Diablos just goes over the rock. He doesn't care. So then I got hide behind a bigger rock. I'm like, okay, protect me here. And I'm like chugging my potions. And all I hear is like this, like, I was like, what the heck's going on? I turn around on the other side of the rock, and Bloodbath Diablos is implanted firmly into the rock. And I'm just like, oh, you silly goose. And I just start hitting him when he's stuck in the rock. I didn't know that Bloodbath Diablos would be susceptible to that, which is pretty funny. And then I'm just fighting him, going back and forth. I did fail the first time, so skip over to the second time I'm going in. Still carding a little bit, fighting, going up to the 15-minute mark. And I start hitting him, and then all of a sudden, the music just drops. And there's this big sound effects, like an explosive sound effect. And he, like, all this steam just blows off of him. And I'm just like, what in the heck is going on? Like, I was so caught off guard by phase 3 transition because it just drops. Like the music picks up, that explosive anger, and then he just starts running and there's steam all around him. And I was like, oh my god, what is happening? What is happening? Like I'm just losing complete control of the fight. It is such a good mental, like for lack of a better word, a mind, I don't curse on this channel, but a mind F, if you know what I mean. The way that they just mess with you as the hunter by changing the music, changing the tempo, changing like the aggressiveness of the monster. I think he becomes more red and blue or something. And then he's digging under the ground, and when he comes out, it like explodes. Oh, and when he charges with the steam, it explodes. Like you just can't be anywhere near him when there's steam. And so it's an intense fight. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm going to die to this for sure. And I'm just going back and forth. I'm like, just remember, like you remember the moves. It's just a little faster. You got to tighten up your gameplay. Adept dodge this, move here, attack here, heal when you got to. And this kept going back and forth up until, oh man, I didn't even write how long it took me to fight him, but we were getting close to, I'm pretty sure I went over 30 minutes with him. And I was down to like my final healing item. I had used all my first aid plus, I had used all my mega potions, all my potions, everything I brought to craft potions and mega potions. I'd used everything. And finally he starts limping and I have one last drink. He limps out, I drink. I was like, oh my goodness, we can do this, but I have no more healing potions. Can I capture? And the hunts and the chat's like, no, your pledge is to kill it. You got to kill it. I was like, oh no, because he's going to go to sleep. I have all my capture stuff. I could easily end and win the quest right here. But now the chat's like, I got to kill him, which means I got to wake him up with no healing items. It's do or die. There's no other chance at this. And so I just go in. I just start like washing with my switch. Washing, whatever. Just attacking it. Luckily, I think I broke another horn off of him, which sent him on the ground again. And I just kept chopping up at him. And then finally the victory music went off. And I'm like, oh, just full exhilaration. I'm like, what an amazing fight. What an amazing experience. how the heck am I going to do this with all the other 13 weapons? And I'm already thinking of like, oh my goodness, I'm not good enough with this weapon yet. I can't, how would I even do that with this weapon? And so this pledge is just now getting started, I feel. Now it's going to get interesting how I do things. So the switch axe, boom, off the board. I don't need to play it in GU anymore. Now I got to focus on the other 13 weapons. My next 2 goals is really to take on Bloodbath Diablos with the Charge Blade, which is my second most comfy weapon, and the Longsword, which I thought I was good at it, but I took on the last Deviants last stream or last journal with a bunch of them, and I got destroyed in Longsword. So I'm like, I think Longsword is going to be tough, but it is one of the weapons I've already almost maxed out. Valor Longsword. I heard it's a really good matchup with Bloodbath Diablos. So I think that's going to be my first real difficulty spike against Bloodbath. Charge Blade, I think will go, Adept Charge Blade will go probably as good as my Switch Axe run. After those 2, I think I'm going to then go after Insect Glaive and Light Bowgun, which those are going to be tough. I can't even imagine how I'm going to deal with this thing as a gunner of all things. And I haven't really thought beyond those weapons. So these first 5 weapons I just named, like those are my most comfortable zone. After that, it's just going to be pain. So there's a lot of pain. Heavy Bowgun's going to be pain. The lances are going to be pain. Hunting Horn. Oh my goodness. What am I even going to do with that? So Bloodbath's done. Before I take them on with anything else, I need to upgrade my weapons. And I also need to make my gunner set. So I have been farming a Tall Caw, and I've got the Charge Blade just about ready to go. I think I just need the Mantle to finally finish that one off. For the Longsword, I need a few more scalps of the Senator. So I have Senator, so I have to break his shell a few times. And then the gunner set, I think I'm 1 or 2 pieces away from crafting the full gunner set, which is going to let me have my final armor set for Bloodbath with the range weapons. We're still going to go through this. I am so happy that I got to at least kill him once in some capacity before Wilds dropped. That was like one of the goals. I did not want to be introduced to Bloodbath while Wilds was going on. So this is out. Wilds comes out tomorrow when this video drops, so we're good. And I'm going to continue working on this pledge while also playing Wilds. So on this channel, you can expect some GU Wilds overlap as I start my Wilds journey soon. No pledge there. It's just going to be starting off with just enjoying the game and recording my kind of impressions of the game as I go along. So let me know in what order you would like to see the weapons after Light Bowgun. What are the next 2 weapons after that you would want to see? What was your experience with Bloodbath Diablos? And I will see you on the next stream or on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. For years now, I've heard the Longsword is the most overpowered weapon in the Monster Hunter franchise. And I have to say, now that I've taken it against a Bloodbath Diablos, I just don't agree. Welcome back, classy crew, to another journal in my journey for Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate to slay Bloodbath Diablos with every weapon. It's been a while since we last saw each other in this context. I took a month break from GU to go play Monster Hunter Wilds, but now we're back dabbling with some weapons and Bloodbath Diablos. Previously, I had finished him off with Switch Axe, starting my kill streak, and now I'm happy to say I have slain him with the Charge Blade and the Longsword after quite a bit of pain. And I'm going to share my experience of how I grew with these weapons, more so Longsword than Charge Blade, and what I'm getting ready for my next weapons. As a reminder, I have to slay him with every weapon in this game, so there's still 11 more to go. 12 if you count Prowler, which... Just to give you some context in terms of my own experience and difficulty here, I've started recording my times for my weapons. So the Switch Axe, which is what I would say is my most comfortable weapon, I was able to slay Bloodbath Diablos in 37 minutes, 46 seconds. The Charge Blade, which is my second most comfortable weapon, came in at 41 minutes, 53 seconds. So I did struggle a little bit more time-wise on the Charge Blade. And finally, the Longsword came in at 38 minutes and 52 seconds, which I'm pretty proud of because it is so close to my Switch Axe time. And remember that back in my first or second journal, I actually had no idea how to play the Longsword. I did not know how to make a combo. I did not know how to build the spirit gauge. The Longsword is one of those weapons I just did not know how to use. And so the fact that I have defeated this Bloodbath Diablos with a longsword with a kind of okay Hey J time makes me feel like this pledge is exactly doing what it's meant to do, which is pushing me to learn these weapons to a certain acceptable level. I am far from mastering these things. I know that. I know that these times are no like speedrunner, but hey, they're big wins for me and it makes me feel nice and special. Let me share with you the charge blade side, which there's not too much to share here. Pretty much I went with the Atalka charge blade, so I just had to grind out Atalka a little bit to max out my charge blade. And so I had a lot of tools at my disposal to deal with Bloodbath's roar. I could either pull up my shield. If I had my axe mode out with the charge blade, I could just adept dodge it. And I also had absolute readiness as my skill that I could trigger. So I had pretty much 3 moves that I could use, plus the Superman dive, which you can also use to get out of the charge. So 4 moves to avoid his roar, which made his roar pretty insignificant in this fight, especially compared to my longsword. I ended up going with the following build, so using some decorations and talismans. I got the crit eye +2 skill, crit boost, sharpness +1, and weakness exploit. Lots of offensive skills in there. If you don't recall what the Atalka set does, it basically doubles your skill on your talisman, all your skills on your talisman, and it adds +2 to any skill. So this set is very dependent on you having a good talisman, and I am grinding and melding as many talismans as I can so I can get a proper talisman for every set. I'm reading my note and I don't understand what I wrote. Okay, I was running out of ink here. It said cat. My note said nearly died to roar charge, but went cat. I was like, okay, so my note was the fight was pretty good, but towards the end, like I think I was maybe 1 or 2 carts in, he was limping. I was in the final arena and I got caught by the roar. I didn't get out of the way. I was like, oh no, this is like an instant cart, but somehow he went after the cat. And then I pretty much had to hit him just a few more times and he died. So I got really lucky there. The rest of the fight, it felt like so smooth. The charge blade combo just feels like you have so much maneuverability, and it's probably because it's my cozy weapon. You know, you can like quickly slash them. You can hop out of the way, which I love my hops, just like in the switch axe, and just pull out the axe for maximum damage. The charge blade is so versatile, and especially against a Bloodbath Diablos, like the shield blocking is so important. And I am not making the most use of this. So like if I was better at blocking and timing, I could be doing a lot more damage to Bloodbath Diablos and being a lot more aggressive. There's only one segment where he's like hitting me, I'm like block, hitting me again, block, and everything. And I think if I'd guard up, it would potentially help me. I don't quite understand. Again, I don't rely much on my guard gameplay. I usually get out of the way. So I'm just not used to just standing my ground and pulling up my shield. So I didn't get to do that as much as I should have with the Bloodbath Diablos. If I could, I think that would really lower my time and take me to the next level as a hunter with this weapon. Now let's talk about longsword, because this one I actually did after a month of being away from GU, playing in Monster Hunter Wilds with modern controls, modern quality of life, coming back to GU after that with a weapon that is not exactly my most comfortable one, the longsword. There was pain. I actually spent an entire 3 to 4 hour stream grinding against Bloodbath Diablos, getting destroyed, and I was absolutely miserable. And then when I came back on a second stream, I actually got him on my first try. And I think it's because of a few reasons, but I'm going to blame it on my capture software. So because I'm playing this on the Switch, I have to go through an Elgato card and it goes through my OBS. And the way that I've been playing up to this point, like these last 200 hours of GU, I've been playing off of my OBS screen, which I have now learned actually introduces a lag and is kind of a handicap unknowingly to me. And the reason that I realized I needed to switch is because my controller, it was almost like drifting, but it's a brand new Pro controller, so it shouldn't be drifting. And I could see the camera like spinning around. I could see like input lag happening. And in a fight like Bloodbath Diablos, input lag is the worst thing that could happen. Like every little microsecond counts. So I was trying to fix everything. I was like, what's causing this? Is it do I have to run updates on my Switch? Do I have to recalibrate? And so I was trying to remove everything to try to fix this problem. And people were like, are you playing through your Elgato software? Don't do that, play directly. So I rewired my whole setup. Oh man, was that a difference. Like I could actually see everything so crisp, so clean. but it was still giving me input lag. And so this is the dumbest thing ever. I have been a Switch owner for 8 years now, 7, 8 years, whenever. There is a setting on the Switch that if you plug your Pro controller with a cable into your Switch, it still treats it as a wireless controller unless you go into your Switch setting and say, treat my controller that is plugged in as a hardwired controller. And as soon as I did that, all my input lag went away. And I assume it's because I have so much technology around here. There was probably some Wi-Fi interruption or something. That solved the problem. So if you ever are experiencing some really like, I don't know, just weird connectivity issues with your Pro controller, I can't speak about the Joy-Con. Make sure that you do this setting in your Switch. I didn't even know that existed. I don't even know why Nintendo would make that. Why wouldn't it just auto-detect when you plug it in to, hey, maybe I should use the wire to do the input? Anyway, I ended up using the Rust Razor, which I've been told is one of the best long swords in the game. I crafted it many streams ago, so I'm like, I'll just keep maxing this out. So I maxed it out. The downside is it has no slots, no decoration slots, so I was down 3 slots. But I was still able to originally put in Crit Eye +1, Razor Sharp, and Weakness Exploit. For whatever reason, I was actually getting caught by the roar, like the instant roar knock and kills you. I think my timing was just really off, and I was getting frustrated to dying to that move. And people were like, put the earplugs into your set. I was like, I don't want to slot in earplugs because it takes away my offensive skills. But after like dying 3-4 times, I'm like, okay, let's go freaking build this the high grade earplug so I don't die to the roars. Turns out I didn't have the decoration +3 that I needed because I had to get parts from a high rank Chameleos. So I'm like, whatever, I've been full endgame gear, I'll be fine against a high rank Chameleos. And I went up against it, high rank, and it took me 30 minutes to kill. This is not something I'm proud of. I am absolutely ashamed. It took me 30 minutes, but it's a monster I hate that I'm unfamiliar with a weapon that I'm not that great with. And that just told me everything I need to know that I am not very good with a longsword. Even though I can like pretty much hit the Valor button when I need to, I am not great at dealing damage because I think the real damage in longsword lies in the parry and the counters, which I suck at. I'm really good. Well, really good. I can do the combo and like raise my spirit gauge, but I'm not good at pretty much timing the parries and the counters. And because of that, I don't get like the really nice combo at the end, whatever it's called. And I think that's where the real damage of longsword is. So that is the wall that I would still need to overcome to really master the longsword. But I can play it good enough to at least deal enough damage to kill a Bloodbath Diablos, and that's something. Another move that like I didn't see as much with the other two weapons for whatever reason was the spinny move that Bloodbath does, where he like charges and then just spins, and this is in his phase 3, so that caught me by surprise a few times. Once on stream, and I don't think I saw it, I just died. Another time when I saw him do it, I was like, I don't recognize what he's doing, and I just went like into Valor mode to just protect myself because I didn't know what was coming, and I died anyways because it's just like, I don't know, it overwhelmed maybe I wasn't holding Valor properly. But it was terrifying. But yeah, once I fixed the input lag, and I think with enough practice, I was able to overcome this. 38 minutes, almost 39. Not the worst time for me, although it does get pretty close to that 45-50 minute timer. So I would love to get these times down. Now the next weapon that I am gearing up for is Insect Glaive, and this is another darling of mine through GU because I've never really played Insect Glaive in any kind of meaningful good way until GU, where I've started enjoying the style. Now I play aerial style, which against a Bloodbath Diablos does not feel like is a good matchup because he's very grounded and charging everywhere. So I don't know what it's going to be like to like jump in the air and go everywhere. I've pretty much maxed out my Insect Glaive as it is now. I'm still using the Nargacuga one. And I've also started maxing out the bug. So I've been like shoving a bunch of food into this bug. I'm like, you will level up, you will be better. So I've maxed out its speed. Its speed is now at 200. I accidentally fed it a bunch of heavy jelly thinking it was power jelly. I don't know what I was thinking. And now I'm actually focusing on maxing out its power stat. It's at 113 for power. So it's got a long ways to go to be a beefy bug. I had to go fishing, which was perfect timing because my adrenaline was going so high after the longsword win against Bloodbath Diablos. I needed to calm down. When I saw that to upgrade Insect Glaive, I needed fish. I was like, this is perfect. I went off. I was fishing. My like heart rate was going down as I was fishing. Lagambi kept coming in and be like, can I fish with you? And I'm like, get the heck out of here. I got my fish, leveled up my bug, shoved some jelly in its mouth. So I put in the Vault skill, which I'm told gives me 10% more damage to anything aerial, because I do end up flying a lot with my aerial insect glaive. I kept the earplugs because that was nice and cushy. And I think as I get into these weapons that I'm not as experienced with for positioning and stuff, the earplugs are going to help me a lot. Plus, I think like if I'm vaulting up in the air and he decides to roar, at least I'm not going to get caught by that, if it works the way I think it does. And then finally, I was also able to keep in a weakness exploit, which if I understand in GU, it gives another 50% affinity on weak parts over 45, whatever that means. With this insect glaive, I'm basically doing 100% I basically get 100% affinity on weak parts, which that sounds like a lot of damage, but I also don't understand how affinity works exactly. Because is it like a crit hit or is it consistent on the weak parts? And are all the weak parts on Bloodbath Diablos count, or is it just specific parts, or is it just the parts I break? So I'm not exactly clear. I did a little bit of Google searching to try to figure out. From what I understand is it's if you hit his horn, the tip of his tail, and his legs, I think. But I don't know if it counts when they're not broken or if you have to break them first. I would assume I have to break them first. Otherwise, this sounds like a cakewalk. I think the hardest part for me with the insect glaive is really going to be the positioning, just because I don't maneuver much in insect glaive. Like I'm either in the air or I'm on the ground doing combos. Dodging the Bloodbath Diablos is probably going to be the hardest for insect glaive. And then the next weapon after that is the light bowgun is what I want to tackle. Another weapon that I learned to love through GU that I had really no appreciation for prior. And this would be my first ranged weapon against Bloodbath Diablos, which, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lot of forgiveness if I get hit by anything in a ranged armor set. So that one too, I am just kind of sweating a little bit about how it goes. But I'm loving how this is forcing me to learn these weapons, and it's just pushing me out of the comfort zone, which is what I've been looking for. And it's just going to make me a better hunter in the end. So I will hopefully get that done in the next week or two, and I'll be back with another journal when my insect glaive and light bowgun progress is complete. And after that, we're entering the really bad weapons, which is a lot of them. So I don't know what I'm going to go after. Please let me know if you have a preference of what I do after light bowgun. It's just going to keep being worse. So I will see you in those next journals or on stream. And until the next time, keep it classy. As a non-hunting horn user, I decided to learn the hunting horn against Bloodbath Diablos. And I hate my choices in life right now. Welcome, classy crew, to my 18th journal as I try to become an OmniHunter by slaying Bloodbath Diablos with every weapon in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I've now done 4 or 5 weapons. Last time I said I would do it with Insect Glaive and Light Bowgun. I did finish with Insect Glaive, but I said, you know what? Let's go off the rails and pick my worst weapon. And so Hunting Horn is probably the worst weapon I've had. I've had the worst experience with. I've never really touched it in any other game. I've had zero interest in playing it. I'm musically inept in the real world. I'm tone deaf. I can't play music and I can hardly appreciate music. I can respect the beat, but I can't keep a beat. Even when I first discovered Monster Hunter, I was like, hunting horn users look weird. I just didn't vibe with it. So to go in and actually have to learn the mechanics, learn what this weapon does, how do you use it, and then apply it against one of the hardest monsters in the franchise. And I, by the way, I haven't even won yet. I've tried for 10 hours to beat Bloodbath Diablos with a hunting horn, and I cannot do it because I can't do enough damage. This is an instrument, a blunt instrument, not a weapon. And so my DPS just sucks. I keep hitting phase 3 Bloodbath Diablos when there's 5 minutes in the fight left, and there's just no way I'm whittling 30% of his health in 5 minutes. So I usually just abandon the quest. However, I'm happy to share that there has been a journey of learning and progress from my very first hunting horn against Bloodbath Diablos to where I am today. And I feel like by the time this journal drops, a few more streams will have happened and I will have defeated him. So let me recap where I was. I was there with the Grimclaw hunting horn. It needed to be upgraded, so I hunted Grimclaw Tigrex a few times. In multiplayer, got my hunting horn to the second last level, so it wasn't fully optimized. 290 raw attack and something else. The reason I took this hunting horn is because of the song choices on it that people recommended. It has earplugs. It has the biggest attack boost that can give you an attack plus 20. The self-improvement, I think, is on every horn. And anyways, let me dissect how how this just did not work for me. I tried using the Grimclaw Hunting Horn against Bloodbath Diablos using guild style, and man, I'm realizing how specific all this is. If you've never played GU, you probably can't follow any of this. So guild style is basically the standard way of playing Hunting Horn in most old gen Monster Hunter at this point. And my skills was, what did I put for my skills? So I had Evasion +2, which was an amazing skill to add because it let me roll through so many attacks with Bloodbath Diablos. I put in earplugs, and we'll come back to that in a moment because I liked the coziness. That's it. Evasion +2 and earplugs. The high grade earplugs takes up all my slots. So that's all I had. And so the first thing I needed to do was actually learn my combos. What's my bread and butter? And the Hunting Horn has like 6 moves. It's really not a complex weapon from an attack perspective, but it has so much upkeep and maintenance. Like, I want to make a joke about like a relationship and what the Hunting Horn would be like as a metaphor, but I'm just not smart enough to do it right now. But I think you can imagine a high maintenance date. You know what that's like? That's your Hunting Horn. If you want to date someone that's always asking you for attention and to like do something every 2 minutes, that is the Hunting Horn. Because on top of taking your cold drinks and your potions and whatever else you got to revitalize and sharpening your weapon, it's also like, hey, can you play that song again that like makes us go fast? Hey, can you play that song again, which lets us hit hard? And it just keeps stacking to the point where it got so stupid at one point. But anyways, let's go back to the simple moves. So you basically got your like forward down smash. It's not really a smash. It's more like your forward down hit. You've got your side swing, and I learned that the side swing is your fastest move, and that's what you want to be spamming on the monster. Just side swing him. And then you've got the really long, the double button where you like overhead. That's the smash. And if you're not moving, it's like a backwards, like you fall backwards, like you're drunk and you hit from the back. And that's your biggest damage attack. So I learned to run towards the monster, look away from it, and just go bonk backwards. And I have to say, I learned to appreciate that move. That's not what I'm going to knock this weapon on. So that's good. So after some training, at first I was doing a lot of the forward attack move. With some practice, I started doing more of the side swing a lot under the gut of Bloodbath Diablos, and then getting up in his face, turning around and just going like bonk from behind, but not enough damage. So I was actually surprisingly good at dodging Bloodbath Diablos. And I think it's probably because of Evasion +2 and all my practice fighting this monster. I'm starting to know this guy pretty well, but I just could not create enough damage. And so what I did after a while is I'm like, okay, I just got too many cozy skills. Let's try to damage up. So I'm like, I'm going to start relying on my song instead of my earplug skills. So I'm going to play the song to give myself earplugs. So I removed those decorations and I slotted in crit eye and crit boost, which should give me more damage output. And again, sticking with the guild style, I went in, and this is when I absolutely rage quit because there was so much upkeep at this point, because now you have to play self-improvement not just once but twice. Self-improvement is your basic song where you go like forward attack twice. No, sorry. You got to go forward attack twice so that you can play the song, which then goes into a long animation where you're like do do do, and then you got to do it again to get the second song, because every song has a second buff. So self-improvement is like the thing that you want on at all times. The first rendition of the song lets you move around fast unsheathed. It's really good. The second rendition gives you basically the ability to not bounce off Bloodbath Diablos. Also critical. Otherwise, you're going to attack, you're going to bounce, and you're going to be left open to be hit. And then after that, you need more DPS. So you're going to play the song with attack boost, which is 4 notes. So you got to do 4 attacks. And then you play the song, which has a stupid animation. I'm like wailing my arms here, but that's what it does. And then you got to go into an encore, which it's just such a huge lock-on animation. And that boost lasts maybe 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Each song lasts about 1 or 2 minutes. And now, because I've gotten rid of my earplugs, I also need to play the song of earplugs, and I have to play it twice to get the good earplugs. So that's literally playing 3 songs double time every 2 to 3 minutes, on top of keeping up my cold drinks, keeping up my stamina drinks, sharpening my doot, attacking the monster, and also defending myself from this monster. It was complete mind overload. I rage quit, but hey, to the real good players out there who love Hunting Horn and play Hunting Horn, mad respect to you. I appreciate your playstyle so much. I'm like, wow, if you can do this solo, like hunt monsters of this difficulty solo, damn, you are a freaking amazing player to be able to do all this upkeep and manage all of these different things and just be like, I'm having fun. This is giving me dopamine, because it just did not do that for me at all. I rage quit that night. I literally did. I don't think I've ever been so angry playing Monster Hunter. Like, I just did not want to touch this game again. And so, as I do when these things happen, I reflect on my play session, what went well, what went wrong. I'm like, okay, I need more DPS. What can I do? I pulled up Kiriniko. I pulled up some spreadsheets. I ran simulations, and I'm like, okay, this is what the Grimclaw's doing. If I'm hitting it like this, what's my damage output? I'm like, okay, what other horn could I use to increase my damage output without significantly changing my play style? Because I get it too. There's a skill issue here. We're not going to lie about it. I am the issue, but like, I have to play within those parameters, within my skill issues. What can I do to improve my DPS? And so my solution was to pick up the Gore Magala hunting horn, because it's got slightly more raw damage, but it's got affinity. It's got 30% affinity, which means more crits. And also, very important, it has shorter songs. So it's a trade-off. You don't get the big attack plus 20 boost that you can get on the Grimclaw. You can only get an attack 10 plus 10% or 15%, but you only need to play 3 notes instead of 4. And to me, that was a huge game changer, because I was just getting locked up in all these things I had to do. I built that, I grinded out Gore Magala, I made it to the second last level because I needed like a mantle to get it to the final level. So there's still room to squeeze out more DPS here. I got rid of evasion plus 2, switched to adept style, which lets me dodge the moves. I pulled in my earplugs because I'm like, screw it. I'd rather just have my earplugs and not waste time playing the song for earplugs. And I think that's all I did. No, there's something else. I slotted something else in. It must be crit. I didn't write it down, so I forget what it was. But it was an offensive skill. And I went in, and what I've learned from Adept is I can pretty much dodge everything Bloodbath throws at me. Like, I felt untouchable until, carded me a few times. And after an Adept move, I can bonk him 3 times with any attack I want, and I can cancel those, so I'm not animation locked. So I feel like I was doing a lot more damage. I don't know if these 3 hits are doing like the same amount of damage as if I wasn't in Adept style, but I only had time to go against him one time with my Gore Magala hunting horn, and I was like, I love this playstyle, but I made it to phase 3 again. It took me 40 plus minutes to get there. So I'm like, my DPS still isn't good enough. I may have to upgrade my hunting horn, and I might just have to get a little bit more aggressive. But now that I know that with Adept style, I can just dodge everything and then triple bonk him under the stomach with the big red attack, I'm like, I should be able to keep up some pretty heavy damage here. I'm excited to try it again, because I think I finally figured out how I'm going to defeat Bloodbath Diablos, which is great. And also, since then, I've gone back to Wilds. People say the hunting horn has changed a lot in the new era of Monster Hunter. Let's see what this is about. So I gave hunting horn another proper try in Wilds now that I feel that I actually can understand this weapon. And I was surprised to see how familiar it was. It still has the side swipe. It has the forward swipe. It's got the backwards bonk. It's got all of the core elements, but man, they sped up all the animations so that you're not stuck playing your music while a monster's coming at you. And they've added a few extra things. I didn't get to dabble too much. I know that there's one where you drop this thing on the ground, and I think it buffs you or something if you play music. I have to spend more time in Wilds to figure out what's going on there. But the fact that they fixed the animation lock of the songs, I'm just like, oh, this is actually playable in the new world. So I am unlocking the hunting horn slowly. And it's really cool. This is all why we're doing this pledge. It's because, that's how I learned. It's through this adversity and having to crunch and figure out what I'm going to do. So anyways, that's my failed hunting horn journey. Let's end this journal on a good note, because let me share with you the insect glaive journey that I've went on. And this is another important transformation that happened, because my whole playthrough of GU, the insect glaive has probably been my shining star, going from a weapon I didn't really understand or like to being one of my favorite weapons by the end of the game. And so I went into I played it in aerial style the whole time. And I found that with Bloodbath Diablos, I had met my match. 4 hours, a whole stream. I kept getting him to phase 3, so I was doing good damage. But in phase 3, I could not manage to kill him with aerial insect glaive. And it's because the positioning is so different with aerial playstyle, because you're not rolling, you're now bouncing. And in my mind, as an insect glaive player, I have to be flying through the air all the time. So my timing that I've learned from the longsword, the charge blade, the switch axe, it doesn't transfer to aerial insect glaive. The timings are all different. So I was getting hit left and right. I was struggling a lot. And I was using 3 skills with this build. I had the vault skill that does more damage when I'm in the air. I had my earplugs, and I had my weakness exploit, which was all good stuff. I felt I was a lot better at mounting Bloodbath. Like, I was mounting them a lot. Getting the red extract was pretty easy. I was consistently getting him to phase 3, so like I was playing good, but just not good enough. And so when I came back on a second stream with my Insect Glaive, I had seen a lot of the speedrun players, they all use Valor, and I had seen how I've never played Valor in Insect Glaive in my whole playthrough, and I was like, I want to try Valor because I don't want to be in the air so much. I want to be on the ground and just smacking them. So I equipped Valor. We changed up our skills, so I didn't have the vault skill anymore, so I kept the weakness exploit and earplugs, but I went with sharpness, and this was a game changer. It was my first time playing Valor Insect Glaive, and so I spent like the first minute just like, okay, this does this, this does this, and I learned the combo that lets me position from like forward, like basically you smack, and then you jump forward, or you smack, and then you backflip. Great moves. Got those into my like hand memories or muscle memories. This was such a fun fight because I felt like I was just sticking to him all the time, and I'm just hitting him all between the legs, under the stomach, back flipping, front flipping, just like positioning myself to where I want to be. And when like his tail would come and hit me or something would happen, I just Valor out of it. And so my first try with Valor Insect Glaive, I was able to beat Bloodbath Diablos, and in fact, I set a personal record for my own time. So the Insect Glaive is now my fastest weapon to beat Bloodbath Diablos at 37 minutes, 12 seconds. This is dangerous territory because I'm getting excited about beating my own time, which is a slippery slope to getting into speedrunning pledges, but we're not there yet. And there is one funny thing that did happen in my hunt here with Bloodbath. I wanted him to like stay in one place. I put a trap down, and as I put the trap down, he was charging me, and of course he jumped the trap to hit me. And I was like, oh my goodness, this AI, it just knows. It just knows sometimes. Like, oh, Hunter, putting a trap right there that I can see, yoink, jump over it and go hit you. So with that, I've got 4 weapons down on my pledge. I've got 10 left. I'm going to be beating Bloodbath Diablos at the hunting horn because I really think that's going to be my biggest struggle. The other weapons should not be as hard as this. There's going to be learning curves to all of them. I'm going to have to grind them. I'm going to have to remember them because it's been so many months since I've touched the other weapons. I really hope it's not as painful as hunting horn. I'm excited for the other ones that I don't play very well, like the great sword or the hammer. I don't have much practice with them, but I can just feel myself getting better against Bloodbath Diablos because honestly, I'm really getting to know that monster's move inside and out. So hopefully by the next time you see me here on YouTube, I will have beaten it with hunting horn, maybe a few other weapons. Let's make it a meaty journal. We got to get this pledge done. So I'll see you in the next journal or on the stream, and until next time, keep it classy. The power of hunting horn, the power of light bowgun, the power of lance. I'm now halfway through my pledge to become an OmniHunter. We're almost there. Welcome back, classy crew. Last time we met, I was failing with the hunting horn against Bloodbath Diablos, but I'm happy to share that I have finally overcome this enormous wall that is hunting horn versus Bloodbath Diablos. And not only have I overcome the wall, I have overcome it stronger because the light bowgun and the lance, 2 weapons which I really did not know how to play before Monster Hunter GU, have been my fastest time to clear Bloodbath, and I did it in either 1 or 2 attempts. So I'm really hoping, just like dominoes, the next 7 weapons are going to fall and we're going to be done this pledge. So let me share with you how I have amassed the power of hunting horn after a very long grind against this beast. So a few updates. If you want to have the first part of my hunting horn journey against Bloodbath Diablos, please go and look at my journal 18 in my GU journey. Where I left off last time was I had the Gore Magala hunting horn almost fully leveled up, and I still wasn't doing enough damage. And so I tweaked the build a little bit differently. First of all, I went out and grinded in multiplayer and got my Gore Magala mantle, got my Hyper Gore Magala scales, and I pumped that up to a full, I think it was 310 raw attack hunting horn, which helped a little bit. What helped even more is I moved my decorations around and I increased my affinity at one point to 60%, and that did shave off 10 minutes from my hunt with Bloodbath Diablos, but I lost that hunt. I had to do something better. Another thing is I got rid of my cats And wow, what a difference that made. So I learned that the cats were pulling so much aggro away from me that I had to keep running after Bloodbath Diablos to bonk him. And every second counts with Hunting Horn, because I've also learned that the hit zones, something I've never really paid attention to in my entire Monster Hunter journey. Like, I've never been a meta player. I've never tried to optimize, but I have learned this is really stupid to admit this 3 years into playing Monster Hunter. I have learned that it is very important where you hit the monster. So you've basically got blunt attack, I think like sharp attack and another kind of attack on a monster. And depending on where you hit them on the body, it does different damage. Turns out if you have a blunt weapon against Bloodbath Diablos, there's pretty much 2 places you can hit it to do any damage, which is the gut and the legs. You hit it anywhere else, it's a complete waste of your time. By getting rid of the Palicos, I was able to pretty much just stay under him the whole time in adept mode, dodging his attacks, going bunk, bunk, dodge, bunk, bunk, dodge. It was a really good rhythm, really smooth. It felt great. And I also had to learn how to time my animation dodges, because the third bonk in the adept dodge animation is longer and it locks you up. So a lot of the times I had to time it so that it was bonk, bonk, dodge, or bonk, bonk, roll out, and then dodge. And it became such a good dance. Like, it felt good to play Hunting Horn against Bloodbath Diablos, which blows my mind. I never would have said this a year ago. My final build to go against them that I finally won with, I changed up my decorations, so I slotted in Maestro. A bunch of you recommended that last video. Thank you. Maestro does improve. It keeps my songs up longer. I kept crit up, which gave me a bit more affinity. And I kept earplugs for coziness. In hindsight, I was getting so good at dodging him, I really do think I could have gone rid of earplugs, slotted in something like handicraft, because if you look at my sharpness in this hunt, it is not pretty. But I will take that as an achievement, because I know a certain other YouTube creator who prides himself with the Hunting Horn took my bet that he couldn't defeat Bloodbath Diablos with the Hunting Horn. And of course, I'm talking about Hunter. He went out, he did it, good job to him. But I will point out, he's got a fantastic build. My build is crappy, way worse than his, way more garbage sharpness, and we got about the same time. So I'm just gonna flex a little bit and say I did it in the same time with a worse build. So yeah, aiming better, having a better horn, getting rid of the cats, optimizing my decos a little bit, helped me beat this wall, and my final time was 46 minutes and 52 seconds. The absolute worst time I've ever gotten, and 3 minutes away from timing out. I was sweating, but man, what a relief this was when I finally overcame the Hunting Horn. Looking past, I'm like, oh, what is next? What do we do? What's the weapon? So if you remember a few journals ago, before Hunting Horn, I was gonna do light bowgun, which is a weapon I learned to love. I used to hate range weapons, but the light bowgun just feels good in Valor when you're like shooting and then you're hopping at the end when you're in Valor mode. Like you go choo choo and then you do like a little hippity hop. It just feels good. But I was really concerned about what that would be like against Bloodbath Diablos, because that's an aggressive monster, and using the any bowgun, like you have to keep your distance. Well, first of all, I needed to get a range set. I didn't have one. So I had to go grind out a tall Ka, our favorite grind farm these days, to get my full range set, using pretty much the same that I'm doing for melee. And then I went with skills that included crit eye +3, pierce up, crit boost, and I'm using the Nargacuga light bowgun. I think my affinity was like through the roof. Like, it's just disgusting how much affinity I had on this thing. And I went in with Valor. So I don't have much to say on this one because I killed it on my first hunt with my best time, which I think should tell you a few things about the bowguns in this game. All of my other times, so just to take you back through, these are all my times in Bloodbath Diablos, and hopefully the editor makes it look nice on screen. Switch Axe, 3746. Charge Blade, 4153. Longsword, 3852. Insect Glaive, 3712. You seeing a pattern here of where I am? Hunting Horn, 4652. Normal to be high. Light Bowgun, 2507. Huge difference. And while we're talking times, I'll also share my lance time, which was 3147, which blows me away that it was that much faster than weapons I am very used to, like the Switch Axe and the Charge Blade. Also, though, I have to say Switch Axe and Charge Blade and Longsword, those were my early days with Bloodbath. I'm at the point where I know this beast's move. I can pretty much hear his move and know what he's going to throw out. So light bowgun was a breeze. It was super fun. So I'm like, all right, we cleaned off the hunting horn dust. Let's go over to the lance and just like dig in, because I've struggled with lance all the time. Like it's a very different weapon. You basically have to stand your ground. I'm used to dodging. Everything I do is dodging. So lance, it's like, ooh, we're gonna go striker and we're gonna go shields up. So I went with the Atal lance, which isn't the sharpest thing. So that's why it was important. I got guard +1 on there. I got handicraft, which I had to grind my butt off just to get. And then my skills were, I had absolute readiness to get out of danger if I needed to, like my emergency button. I had enraged guard, which was recommended to me. I think that one is if you can actually dodge. If you can guard at the right time, you get like your lance powers up. And then you got the corkscrew jab, which lets you just drill your lance and do a lot of damage. I love it when it goes like like I love hearing those like simultaneous hits. Now I have to say these things were not fully leveled either, because that's how I roll. This took me 2 tries. The first try was really trying to I was really fighting with the weapon. I was like, I was pretty much understanding the combo, which is you poke 3 times, you hop, you poke 3 times, you hop. And what I've learned through doing that is what the chat was saying was, this is a guard weapon. It's reactive. Like you got to let the monster hit you, and then you got to like pretty much poke it back or counter it, and which is very different to me. And then someone else was saying, oh no, you should probably go more with a dodge build because you're really good with your hops. And I give that credit to the switch axe, because I've been hopping with switch axe like for 3 years. And the lance does the same thing. You can hop through the tail swipe. You can hop through a lot of attacks. And if I went and put evasion plus whatever, I could have gone even bigger hops out of that, even more iframes. But I didn't want to change my whole build. I'm like, let's try one more time. And I realized if I got rid of the cats, I probably could have done an even better job, because I think the lance works well when there's a lot of aggro on you. And in this case, the aggro was being pulled away from me quite a few times from the cats. I was using pretty much 2 moves when I started getting into the flow of things. One is the one where you run like you're a train with a lance, basically, when I need to close the gap. And I saw a speedrunner use that strat a lot, and I was trying to do that, but I wasn't as good. And then the other one is I learned that you could go like poke, and you could bring your shield up and go into a counter and then go poke, and keep doing that. Once I got that to click, it felt way better. And after spending so much time on hunting horn, shooting him in the gut, I realized that with the lance, you actually want to stab him in the face. So it's a very different position where you're constantly like looking down the barrel of Bloodbath Diablos and just poke him in the face. But it's so freaking rewarding when you like knock him back or his like horn goes off. And I missed that too. The horn breaking, the tail slicing, like you don't get that in hunting horn. And I was getting all these pieces flying off this beast with my lance. And I was like, oh, I like this. This feels good. In the end, 3147 with lance. I'm really happy with that. And now there's 7 weapons left. And there's a few weapons I think, like the sword and shield, I'm pretty good with. So I think that one's going to go okay. The next 2 weapons I plan on doing is the great sword and the bow. The great sword I'm not great at, but I heard in Valor, Bloodbath Diablos can be pretty easy. So I'm feeling okay about that. The bow I was doing okay in my journey, and I think I can do okay with Bloodbath. Like it feels like pretty mid-range for my skill set. So I think those 2 I can knock out in the next week. What else do we got? We got dual blades, which I'm really worried about because it's a range issue. Like it's just, they're so short range. I'm really worried I'm going to struggle with that. The hammer, I'm afraid it's going to be like the hunting horn, but worse because again, it's a shorter range and it's blunt. So that one's going to be a little painful. And then the Gunlance worries me too. And a lot of people were saying that the Gunlance is probably going to be my hardest one just because of how, bad the Gunlance apparently is in this game. And then there's the heavy bowgun, which I just don't know how that's going to go. Like if it goes anything like light bowgun, great, but I know it's tankier, it's slower. So I'm going to have to get into I just have to get back into the rhythm of heavy bowgun because I haven't touched it in months. So that one could be tricky and I'm probably missing one. So yeah, I think we can get this knocked out in at least 2 months. I think 2 months should be doable. So join me on the next stream as I take on my next weapons versus Bloodbath Diablos, or I'll see you on the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. I made a short earlier in my journey of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, calling the Gunlance the worst weapon. I didn't quite appreciate just how bad this weapon is, and it is now my new wall. You know the saying, shields up? It's complete BS, because look at this. My shield was up, the tail slammed, and... Welcome back, classic crew, to a rant about Gunlance. This weapon is making me feel things. I don't think I often rage quit a stream. I'm not even sure if it's happened before, but the Gunlance against a Bloodbath Diablos has made me rage quit. I was steaming of rage myself, Bloodbath J.O.Hey here, and I just couldn't do it with the Gunlance. I tried Adepts, then I tried Valor, then I tried Aerial, then I went back to Valor without cats. Everything just does not work with this weapon. I went in with, I had guard +2, which lets me, tank some pretty meaty hits. I got sharpness +1 because why not? We always could use a little bit more damage. And then we got a crit boost because again, can use more damage. This is not optimal. I could probably do it better if I slot in artillery. I have learned that, what do you want? Do you want a slap lance or a boom lance? And I like slapping, but apparently I went off and built a boom lance because I chose to build the Nakarkos Gunlance. Because when I asked my community, hey, what should I build with the Gunlance? And they're like, well, the best one is the the Baron Lagombi one. I'm like, I am not grinding out a deviant weapon. That's just too much of a pain. They're like, well, your options after that are pretty much the Nakarkos, or I can't remember the other one, but I'm like, Nakarkos sounds like the easy one. Let's go that way. And so this lance, if I remember correct, is a boom lance. So I gotta learn how to boom and not just slap. So I went in with the Adept style. It was okay, but like the blasting does not feel good. Like I'm blasting and Bloodbath is not even reacting. There's no animation. There's no satisfying sound effect. I'm like, are these things even hitting it? Because I'm in its face and I'm like, boom, boom. And there's nothing to give me as a player feedback that I'm doing something. So I'm like, I don't even know if I'm blasting them. And then, Adept in Gunlance is fine because you're like, you're moving the shield instead of dodging like every other weapon. And I was like, well, I did okay with Lance. I should be able to do it here. But all of the animation locks are just so big. I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. So anyways, I died. So then I'm like, well, if Adept doesn't work, Valor is usually the solution. So I went in with Valor, and I did do much better here. I lasted 30 minutes. And again, what was throwing me off is just the long animation. Like, if I want to sheath the weapon, it's like, like you could play a whole freaking melody by the time you're sheathed. Hunting Horn is probably done doing its 2 buffs by the time you're done sheathing your Gunlance. And then you want to pull out your Gunlance, and it's like, pull it out, get the little gun thing into play, and then you can finally bash. Everything about it. And then you start booming or you slap, like, everything locks up. And I'm like, I need you to move. This monster is moving faster than what you're doing, Gunlance. So I am like just not able to maneuver with this weapon right now. I feel the Valor mode gives me a little bit more maneuverability because I'm like, if I'm about to get hit, I just Valor up. But then the amount of damage I'm taking in Valor, I'm like, why is it so big? I don't remember taking this much damage with my other weapons in Valor or otherwise. So it just feels like I'm squishy. And then what else was there to say about this one? So as I said at the beginning, I have my shield up and you can clearly see like I am shielding and the tail swipe's coming at me and somehow I still card. That's just the BS move. Overall, I can't get into the flow. Like I just don't know. Like with Lance, it was nice and easy. It was like poke, poke, jump. With this one, I don't know. Is it thrust up? Boom, 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 slap, mega boom. That's like 5 minutes of animation lock right there. I'm exaggerating, but you can't commit to that on a Bloodbath. So I'm like, is it just poke, boom, boom? Because the boom, booms lock you up too. And I thought the cats were a problem because they're like pulling the aggro away. So in the last run, I went in without cats. I'm still like just not able to combo anything or maneuver around him. He is just destroying me from every angle. And finally, someone in the chat was like, oh yeah, I can do it with Aerial. I'm like, Aerial with a Gunlance? That sounds like garbage. And I've never successfully hunted Bloodbath with any Aerial anything. My best thing was an Insect Glaive. And even that I couldn't do it. So I'm like, okay, let's try it. Yeah, that I don't even think I lasted 5 minutes with Aerial Gunlance. I'm like, hop, slap, boom. And then he ran me over. I'm like, okay, we're not doing this. So I don't know what to, like, it's a skill issue, but man, I don't even know where to start. I'm like, how do I get the rhythm of this? But hey, I got it with Hunting Horn eventually. It just took me like 20 hours. It's probably going to happen with Gunlance when I'm refreshed and not tired after doing all these weapons. But man, it's a hard weapon. Now let me share with you the good weapons.
If I had one.
That include the Greatsword, the Hammer, the Bow, and the Dual Blade, because I've successfully completed all my hunts with those 4 weapons. And most of them were good, except for the bow, but I'm gonna share all my details with that soon. So after my last journal, my next weapon was the Greatsword. And this one, I didn't really know what to expect, because I feel Greatsword is hit or miss with me. Maybe more miss than hits. I went in with Valor mode. I had crit draw, which was a new skill I don't usually put in, which lets you, have a better crit when you crit draw. You've got sharpness +1 because I was using the gold greatsword, which is the one you get from a tall Ka. Also learn tall Ka weapons give you 60 more defense, which is probably why I feel squishy with the Nakarko's Gunlance, because I'm not getting that extra 60 def. And then I had focus, which honestly I forget what it is. I should have written it down, and I get crit boost. So that's what I went in, and my strategy was pretty much unsheath, hit, resheath, run around, unsheath, hit, step and repeat, pretty much just do that as much as I could. And it went pretty well because this was my second fastest hunt, almost as fast as my light bowgun hunt. This one was 25 minutes, 10 seconds, which is 3 seconds longer than my light bowgun hunt. So these are my two best weapons I've never used in other Monster Hunter games. So as a newly minted, well, I'm not fully minted as an OmniHunter, but as a soon-to-be OmniHunter, big tap on the back. I did a good job there. After that, I was like, all right, let's just, Greatsword went so well. I'm like, let's get a weapon I think will suck for me out of the way. And I went with Hammer because I figured Hammer would be like Hunting Horn simply because, well, blunt damage. So I went in with Hammer Adept and I used the same build as my Greatsword. So I had crit draw, sharpness +1, focus. And my strategy was pretty much go bonk, bonk, golf swing, or Adept dodge, charge, bonk. Those two pretty much carried me through the fight. And I learned you do not want to bonk the head, because I was bonking, and then as soon as I was like, if you hit the head, you recoil for some reason, which is weird for a hammer, and it locks you up in this animation that Bloodbath will just run you through. So I was actually avoiding the head with the hammer, which again sounds weird. And it wasn't a great hunt. Like, this lasted 39 minutes, 47 seconds, but hey, it was my first attempt. I don't know how many carts I got, but I did it. So hammer was less painful than I expected. I was expecting it to be more painful than Gunlance, but Gunlance right now is really grinding my gears. After that, I did a bunch of grinding. So at this point, I didn't want to go like hunt Bloodbath grind, I'm like, let's just get all the grinding out of the way. I hate it. Let's just do it. So I grinded Mizutsune a ton of times so I could get my lovely dual blade, my water dual blades made of Mizu parts. I grinded out Nakarko's, which is how I got my Gunlance. I grinded out the bow, which I built the Harbinger's battle bow. It's the same bow I've been using through the whole game. I just leveled it up to the max. And then I've also crafted the Ludroth sword and shield, which is just waiting for me to use them on Bloodbath. And I've also got I love this weapon, the Orcus Quarkus, which is the heavy bowgun. I think it's the Zenogre one. This is like a meta weapon from what I understand. So I have that's ready to go. So as soon as Gunlance is done, we are shooting Bloodbath with a heavy bowgun, and then we are styling on him with Sword and Shield. I really hope Sword and Shield doesn't give me a tough time. All the grind's done. All my weapons are ready. Then we go in with bow. And I did something stupid with bow that I really don't recommend. I completely forgot bow doesn't recenter, relock the camera behind the hunter the way it does it with the bow guns. And I was asking mid-hunt against a Bloodbath, I'm like, how do you adjust this? Someone recommended all these camera changes. So I'm like, I went off to the side. I completely remapped my camera, my controls, everything. And I was like, oh my goodness, I have done a terrible mistake. My gameplay just tanked after that because I was like, wait, why is the camera doing this? How do I pull up my my little laser beam to aim? So I had moved it from holding to, it's a toggle. So you unsheath, you toggle your aim, you shoot. And then if you resheath, you have to retoggle the aim. All I gotta say is the bow is complete garbage when it comes to camera controls in this game. I don't know how they got the guns right and they messed up the bow, but I was fighting the controls. I carded because of that. I think I carded twice and I went in a little too fast and I forgot to bring in coatings. So I actually beat him without my coatings, and I had started in Valor mode and then I eventually went into Adept because I was getting caught by the roars. I don't know. I was getting hit a lot. So Adept let me have more maneuverability that I was missing. And the matchup overall felt really bad with this. It just didn't feel satisfying. Maybe it's because I'm used to smacking Bloodbath more often, but it just felt oh, run here, pew, run. It just did not feel as satisfying as the light bowgun, which is you're constantly shooting Bloodbath, whereas this one's it's almost like the bow is the great sword of ranged weapons because I think it does more damage per shot. Because yeah, it feels like you're shooting the monster less often, but it eventually dies with less shots is what it felt like. This one, not my best hunt either. 41 minutes. Not really proud of that time, but hey, the bow is done. And then finally, the last weapon I want to share with you today is the dual blades. This one, not my best. I was really fighting with the chat because I was rusty on the weapons. I was trying to figure something out and the chat was sending me mixed signals. I wasn't understanding what they were telling me. I was like, why are my moves different from demon mode, normal, and like another mystery mode? And people are like, oh, there's arc demon mode, there's demon mode. I'm like, okay, so there's 3 modes. And people are like, no, there's 2. I was like, is there 2 or is there 3? And I was like, my moves are not corresponding. They're like, I'm like, how do I do the spinnies? They're like, hit XM. I'm like, okay, it's not working. They're like, you have to be in demon mode. I am in demon mode. No, you're an arc demon. I was just complete like frustration. I was like, okay, guys, when my swords are shiny, I'm in like demon mode. And anyways, what I've learned is swords shiny means demon mode. No, arc demon mode. Actually, I don't know. Swords shiny means demon mode. When you're not shiny, but your hunter is sparkling, you're in arc demon mode. And then when you have no shiny anywhere, you're in normal mode. And what the buttons do is very different for all those. So anyways, that was complicated. But I went in with adept dodge, and I loved when you were in demon or arc demon mode, and you adept dodge into his charge, and you just spin and like you just spin and destroy everything. You just cut him up. And there's a part where like Bloodbath was charging me, and I'm like, oh, let's go. And I just adept dodge right into it. I think I broke something. It was like a collision, but I came out unscathed, and Bloodbath was like on the ground. Oh no, I got hurt by the poor the dual blades. I learned the power of like having a lot of mega drinks was really important here. So I brought the the elements you needed to craft them so I would not run out of stamina ever. So I was just constantly max stamina, just like going into demon mode. People were criticizing I wasn't in demon mode enough, but I was like trying to figure out how to use the weapons as I went. So I had a lot of fun with this one, and very appropriately, you know, small range on the dual blades. Luckily the game gave me a small gold crown to do my dual blade hunt with. So yeah, it was just fun pretty much adept dodging into it. And I learned with more practice, I could definitely get better at this hunt because it rewards aggressiveness. Like you want to pretty much adept roll right into all of his charges and just cut him up, which means you always got to be in demon mode. I could really see how to optimize this fight. This one wasn't too bad. It took me 31 minutes, 43 seconds. It's about mid-level for my skill range. Best one being the light bowgun at 25 minutes. So yeah, all I've got are 3 weapons, the Gunlance being the wall. I just need to practice that one because it's a really big gap on my skill on where I need to get. I think sword and shield and heavy bowgun should be smooth enough. I think heavy bowgun, I'm a bit rusty. I may need like 2-3 hunts just to get back into the spear of, okay, when do I run? When do I set up to shoot him? Like, how do I do this? But I think that'll click pretty smoothly compared to like Gunlance or Hunting Horn. So I really think there is just one more journal and I will be an OmniHunter. I really hope it doesn't take me 2 months to get that next journal out. So wish me luck. Give me some tips on that Gunlance. Hopefully I see it before I actually defeat Bloodbath with the Gunlance. And I will see you on the next and hopefully the final journal as we become OmniHunter. Until next time, keep it classy. I have become OmniHunter. Montage that business. Welcome back, classy crew, to my final journal in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I now stand or sit before you as an OmniHunter. Not the best one or the one I thought I would become, but an OmniHunter nonetheless. I am better at some weapons than others, but hey, I finished my pledge. I slayed Bloodbath Diablos with every weapon in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, if you want to be technical. Not with the Prowler, but that was never my original pledge. So there's a lot of things I can still do in the game if I want to get back to it. But I'll be honest, I need a break from this game. It's been a year and I've been back to back Monster Hunter for I think 3 years. And I feel it now. People are like, you're going to burn out. I'm like, no, I don't feel it, but I feel it now. I'm like, I just need a little vacation from the hard Monster Hunter. So like, I don't need another challenge just yet. So the last time I left you, I had 3 weapons left. We had the Gunlance, which I was stuck on, the heavy bowgun, and the sword and shield. Luckily, those weren't as bad as... So here we are. So with the Gunlance, I found out, okay, the Gunlance, I ended up doing a Valor strategy, and I learned that I could pretty much keep my shield up and poke, 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 which was what I think we called it a turtle strategy. It's what I'm calling it. And the worst thing about that hunt wasn't so much the hunt itself. It was taking on the ire of chat. Just chat was disgusted with my playstyle, and to their credit, I wasn't playing Gunlance properly. I wasn't slapping, I wasn't booming, I was using a lance. I was using a Gunlance as just the lance and ignoring the gun part. So I was struggling a lot with Gunlance to pretty much find my openings where to blast it, but when I found out I could just keep my shield up and poke over it, I realized I could do more consistent damage to Bloodbath instead of trying to figure out how to hit him and dodge him and all that. So it just worked out for me as a better playstyle. Now, it wasn't all pokes. When I actually did manage to exhaust him, I was able to pull out my slap and booms, and as my gauge went up to red, then I would lock it with Wyvern Fire. So there was some element of strategy in it, but it wasn't clean Gunlance gameplay. It was complete noob Gunlance gameplay, but it worked, and I finished my hunt in 39 minutes and 7 seconds. Not my best time by far, nothing to be proud of here, and the chat was just so disgusted looking at my playstyle, but it counts. The monster died, and I hunted it with the Gunlance. Next, I went to the heavy bowgun, which I figured this would be a challenging one to do. And I first started with a Valor build that had crit +2, pierce up, crit boost. I basically took my light bowgun build and put it on this heavy bowgun. And I just went out. Like, I didn't want to spend any time. It was getting late into the stream, and I didn't want to build a whole custom set. I'm like, let's just try it. And tried I did, and failed I did. I was really struggling with the heavy bowgun's animation locks, and also it had been months since I had played it due to various reasons, so I didn't remember, like, how do you run. I remember that there was running out of heavy bowgun, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. So it was pretty much relearning the heavy bowgun, and I got slapped around quick, and I was feeling a little dry. I'm like, I want one win, I want to like really finish this pledge. So I went to Sword and Shield thinking I could just easily mop the floor with Bloodbath. I brought him to phase 3, and ultimately I carded 3 times and failed. So that kind of ended the night on a sour note. I was like, oh, well, we need to rest, we'll come back. And so I came back a week later, got my heavy bowgun, actually like fleshed out the proper skill for it. So I realized that like one thing I was really struggling with was the animation lock of like pulling out your gun and even like reload. No, just pulling out the gun was one of the problems. It's a really long animation cycle. So I was like, oh, I remember using a quick sheath. That's like a solution to my specific problem here. So I went out and got Quick Sheath, and it made a huge difference in my playstyle. I felt like I was less locked and fighting my controls a lot less. I know it's not an optimal build, but whatever. And I also tried Shot Booster, which is a skill that lets you get crit shots a little bit further, and like that sweet spot gives you more range. So overall, I had more range to maneuver. But I was still struggling. I was still getting caught with the roar. I was still getting caught when in siege mode he would charge me, and I couldn't absolute readiness out of it. So overall, I was still fighting the controls of heavy bowgun and struggling. So lastly, like, I was trying to avoid this, but I'm like, let's just put the comfy skill in. I went in and got rid of all my crits from the heavy bowgun, because this heavy bowgun doesn't even have high affinity. So I put in my earplugs so that I wouldn't get hit by the roars or be affected by the roars. And I tried again, failed again, so I'm like, maybe Valor is the problem. Another problem, like what I was finding with the Bloodbath Diablos hunt, is it took me a while to get into Valor. Like, once I'm in Valor, yeah, I can run around, I can get into Siege, I can shoot. Like, the problem wasn't my Valor mode playstyle, it was getting into Valor. I really struggled. So I was told to, or recommended to use the slicing ammo to build up my Valor gauge. And like, that was working really good, but you only got like 10 in your inventory, and after that it was taking me a lot of shots to get into Valor mode, and Bloodbath being as aggressive as he is, I just didn't have a lot of openings to do that. So I was not enjoying getting into Valor mode. I'm like, maybe I need to try Adept style. Maybe that's the key here. So I switched to Adept, and all my problems got resolved here. Like, I could just pretty much, it was really just dodge into his attack, turn, shoot, get into siege mode, and I managed to kill him in that. So it took me 41 minutes 7 seconds. So again, not the best hunt, not the best gameplay, but I made it. Finally, I went over to Sword and Shield. This time, since I was already an Adept, I'm like, well, let's try Adept, because the previous night I had tried Valor. And I think I was relying too much on doing the backflips and looking cool. So in Adept, I'm like, whatever, let's just go in here. I've got the Ludroth Sword and Shield. Let's just go in with Chaos Oil 1, because I never upgraded to 2 or 3. And yeah, this one was a lot better. After you dodge an Adept, you basically get like a jump up and jump down slice, which was really fun to do on Bloodbath Diablos. And I just played the game, and like really it wasn't that hard at this point. It took me 38 minutes though, so not the cleanest, 38 minutes and 21 seconds, so not the cleanest or the fastest hunt, but I got it done. And with that, I can finally say the pledge was complete. To celebrate, I built my armor set of Bloodbath Diablos, but I couldn't build the belt because you need a Diablos. And then I want to kind of highlight my final scores for the weapons. These scores were being tracked on stream and were pretty much voted on by the chat whenever they felt that my score needed to go up or down based on my weapon usage. I don't think that these scores properly reflect my ability with a weapon. Sometimes they graded me after I hadn't touched a weapon for months and they're like, oh, you suck. And sometimes they saw me do like phenomenal on a weapon and were like, oh, he deserves better. So this is completely, I think the word is subjective, or is it objective? The one that means it's more opinionated than factual. On the great sword, I ended up with a C, which I feel is appropriate because I don't feel like I got enough practice with the great sword to warrant B. Although I could argue that sometimes I played B, but probably more consistent at a C. On the longsword, I scored a B, which, hey, that is a win to me, and I will take that. And I've come so far on the longsword because remember, when I tried to play it in Monster Hunter 3U, I ultimately abandoned the weapon because I was so frustrated with it, and I just didn't understand how to play it. Sword and Shield, I ended up with a B. I would argue I could in some cases go to an A, but I get it. I'm not like that great with it. Dual Blades, I didn't play it a lot in single player. I did it a lot more in multiplayer. I ended up with a C. I'm okay with that. I think if I could easily get that up to a B or an A in the chat's eye if I played it more consistently. The Hammer somehow ended up with a D. I disagree with that. I think I'm at least a C score on my Hammer. Hunting Horn, I got a C, which I really think after my Bloodbath hunt deserves at least a B in that specific hunt. Maybe as an overall weapon usage, sure, a C, I'll take it. The Lance, I got a C. I'm okay with that. Don't care. The Gunlance, I got a C, but I think the chat wanted to vote me down to a D after my Bloodbath hunt, and for that, sure, I would agree with them. It was not great Gunlance gameplay. But I think I could tighten that up with other kind of fights, but I really don't want to because I don't enjoy Gunlance in GU. The Switch Axe and the Charge Blade, my two mains, I got an A with, which I'm happy to say they're not like low. This is probably the best out of my pledge. The Insect Glaive, I ended up with an A. And again, this is a weapon I barely touched before GU. So to go from a weapon that I had not really known how to use at all to get an A with it, very happy to see that. Light Bowgun is another one, which was another hidden favorite of mine that I just didn't know I would love. This is the weapon I really didn't touch in any other game. So to get a B in GU, that's another big win for me. I got a C on the Heavy Bowgun, which that's warranted, I feel. And finally a D on Bow, which I really don't agree with. I think I was at least a B. I think my shots were pretty good on Bow, and I don't know why that grade has been so low. So that's where I ended up as an OmniHunter. I mean, if I really wanted to be a supreme OmniHunter, or whatever you want to call it, I could work my way to get those skills up. I could define it by being able to slay any monster with any weapon. But when I look back to a year ago when I made this pledge, I really only knew how to wield a Switch Axe and a Charge Blade to some level of comfort. And I felt like all the other weapons were super foreign to me. Now at least I have a sense of familiarity with them, even though they're, you know, I don't play them all at the same level. I don't feel intimidated by them or scared of them, and that to me is a big jump. Now when I look back at how I structured my pledge, and was this the best way to learn weapons? Absolutely not. No, there was so many things I would not recommend to anyone who wants to do what I did. I don't necessarily think rotating your weapon every 3 hunts is the best idea. Like, on one hand, it forced me to use the weapon more often, but I almost feel like it's just hard. Let's just admit that. juggling 14 weapons is hard because, especially if you're only playing 8 hours a week and you're trying to juggle all these weapons, because the real key is practice. And to get good at any weapon, you need to practice it a lot. And then once you're good at the weapon, you actually have to like maintain your build as you're going up into the game. So if anything, if I would have to give myself some advice to my past self, it's probably play the game how you want and focus on juggling the weapons closer to end game. And I think that makes more sense than trying to like progress while juggling. I think that's just too many variables and factors that makes it really hard. And that's kind of what I did in G rank. I just buckled down with less weapon rotation to get to end game. And then that's when I started on Bloodbath, started rotating really my weapons and really like figuring out how to play with them and how to optimize their build. Otherwise, it's too much. Like you have to upgrade and manage your weapon. You have to manage and upgrade the armor set around it. And then GU, I didn't know had this whole skill system or the art system, which that adds a whole other level of variability. So yeah, this was probably my hardest pledge. And like, I don't know that saying kill this one monster with all weapons is what makes me an OmniHunter. It definitely forced me out of my comfort zone. Like hunting horn on a Bloodbath Diablos, that taught me so much that maybe if hunting horn would have paired better with a different monster, it would have taught me something very different, right? I'm really thankful that I did this. I'm really thankful I got all the help. I'm really thankful of everything. I think I want to end it really with, just a quick review of GU and my final thoughts on it. And this isn't necessarily the end. I do have a lot in the game still has so much to offer. There's a lot of monsters I have not even fought in GU, like Fatalis. I haven't even gone look at him in this game. There's so many ways to play this game I haven't even tried. There's so many quests, there's so many skills. There's Prowler that has so much to offer. And I love how much this game has to offer, but I don't want to drink it in all at once, which gives me a lot of confidence to say that I will be back in GU eventually, because I really think it reflects the best of what old world Monster Hunter has to offer. And it's something that's not quite available anymore to like a modern Monster Hunter fan. Like if you want that, you're not going to find it in World Iceborne. You're definitely not going to find it in Wilds. You're going to find some elements of it in Sunbreak, but it's dialed up to a speed that makes it way too different in that game. So GU is really kind of the last bastion to get a real good taste of the old world without it being too painful. Like, I think back to 3U, 4U, I have no real desire to go back to those games because they are so painful. But GU is just like the right level. It's painful, but accessible enough and offers enough that I can just go back and dabble. So yeah, GU is definitely a game I'm going to come back. And I guess I inadvertently kind of reviewed it right there. Like, it is a game with a lot of bloat, but it's a game that isn't meant to be consumed as a whole. The game offers you a lot for whatever you want, and it's kind of build your own adventure. If you could just play with one weapon and try all the different arts and styles within that weapon, or you do like me and you try all the weapons, or you try a few weapons. There's so many ways to play this game that you could play it over and over and over again and get a different experience, and there's just so much that can be done. And the fact that you can play it on the Switch, like, it just makes it accessible. Now, the best thing that they could do for it is port it to Steam and make it cross-play so that everybody can play everywhere. And I really think it would resonate very well. And I think it would capture the old world of Monster Hunter in a way that could be really interesting for those who just joined in with Monster Hunter Wilds, or who joined in the current gen of Monster Hunter, which I guess is Wilds, whatever. So yeah, it's a good game. I want to come back to it. And what do you think should be my next journey? Because in Monster Hunter, not in other games. I have other pledges to finish. I told everybody, my community, that I would finish my pledges before I made new pledges. So we're not pledging anything new for a while. I still am dabbling in Monster Hunter 1. And then I think my other interests would be like Freedom Unite is one I've heard a lot of that I should try. So Freedom Unite and Frontier are the two games that have been recommended to me the most. And I have to say there's something with DOS that I was told there was so much uniqueness in DOS that I should try it. But also DOS introduced a lot of monsters and things that I do not like. And Frontier is... I know that that's a massive chasm that I don't want to get lost in. And then Freedom Unite, I think, is just like a more polished version of Monster Hunter 1, if I understand. And I think that one would be probably a better way to experience the OG versus what I'm doing, which is playing it emulated on the original the PS2 version. So that's where we are. Yeah, I'll come back to GU as time allows. I still need to finish my Sunbreak pledge, which is complete all quests, so I'll be dabbling a lot in that. And then Wilds is dropping content, so I will be doing that as well. So for the foreseeable future, you can expect maybe some surprise return to GU, some Wilds content updates, and eventually when the Master Rank thing drops from that. And what was the third one that I said? I forget what it was. I'll do all of that before I really dabble in a new Monster Hunter game. So hopefully you join me as I finish all of that, and I'll also explore other games in other franchises, and I will see you either in any of those videos or on the next stream. Thanks again for watching along my Monster Hunter GU pledge. It has been a blast and it has been a fun journey becoming an OmniHunter. I'll see you in the next video, and until next time, keep it classy.